Nipa ebeba be ye bi nanso wa man be ye ni nyina ye be ye bi akọ eni nti won so no pede na wo ye ade aboa wo man Ghana wo ye mra hye bedwani wonya kwanya se kwotena se vete nipa ya bo mudi eme ya swafo tutu omanum efa asue ya de omo ekọ no ho na dan ana wo ye me pacho ye dia betimi eboa o man Ghana nkanko me metiefo nyina achibiom amakwaba ha eye power 97.9 me pacho dia sida ema edikanfo atinemu famenka na boafo anope dwabo sidwumadie no amude brain kama adusi ebekọ nefe ene aye vetting committee omudwumadi a omudi yade no so atoa so ade amamo namnim se ndra saw ye Ghanani a namyenim na no pensor wasi wuti ase kakra ese feria bemu esanse ndra de course so ewa appointment committee no omudwumadi mu no anyade a esu ani kra me pato se bra so na fi se watena se ache na wuntimi entoa so a na woso ya ni so be sorry boko na wako se bimetimi atena se atoa so a o ma toa so a vetting no na so ankoba ni sa ene ye bompa ese bi ensi biom na na ye hwe ene owro kujato ablakwa ono se be spend time be brain e wo no ho ana na je se dwumedi na ntimi nkoso e kama na menua amapoma checheku ewa ha anopei women's affair yebehwe na chese yademo akọ eye mrahye bedwefie ho na vetting committee no demtinani atena se omo aka atena se nefe ya hwe na dwumadie ne so sadia ebekọ medin ade akua grantema mamema ama akwaba nefe yenhwe dia dwumadi ne ebekọ ama ma chebiom
yenua
and wani swadi wana se wani da kwan se dan ene besi
okay enti many can share power etiefo anope ni omo share live on TV XYZ and my expectation is very simple.
Okay,
I am looking forward to see an honorable members of parliament acting honorably mrashibedwem and one I may share ni mudi afri obho because Ghana for and a to santene kwato aba with power we ye de ma kokromoti and we gave you the power to represent ye nyina with the various constituencies or parliament and ye to aba de ma koi on a mandate someone koye adwuma mfa nso me sebe enye nkonwa kaguo enye microphone kaguo and also enye basabasa enti no media expectations they said ne they will act honorably as honorable members of parliament on the appointment committee. Menim so matna sedadanti enche be cross over ne akwa akwohwe de ekoso ho but they see enra no ye fa said you see June 3 I said never again no and say see ehu biem e wo mrahye bedwafo a moye honorable members of parliament mo representing mo peso asofo a dent on one kasa mo image se mo ni mo a
Chama, I wanted your guidance on something because yesterday something happened under Order 64 and I wanted to find out that in determining the quorum for the commencement of a meeting of this nature, whether it is the original members you used to get the ratio of the 1/3 or the subject committee members are incorporated for the purposes of it. If I may just so Chairman, if I may just get your standing orders. If you look at Order 64, you realize they talk about the quorum issue and whether you are using the original members in determining the quorum or you are using subject members to do.
You think you are partisan clerk?
Honourable members, can there be some order?
If the clerk thinks that she's a party clerk. Yes. Listen. There was a call for a meeting. Your chief whip called for a meeting for us to engage in agreement.
ya kwaso mpese ebeti bi entina say microphone
so
mute entina ya entina ya kwaso
but kakra yete ye dem say still allow money clerk ne what parliament no issue. I am sure be betumi aye based on nipadodo a ye hwe ni mo si ebe veti omo anai bi arrangement on how on ben because before omo bebe bia no there is a meeting e koso wo montem omo ne clerk no as to niema ye beye ewo committee ni so ha enti no kamia kwesa assessment me ho ase kakra bia ba ho no enti na omo gu so omo yesa so
omo nu omo ho sa stella
ye ntumi nka na sa because ye nim what the argument is anka sa say ye de to ho na omo start ye dada so we don't know what the argument is as at now, but we don't want it to be like because an opay mobile no and was some render an unqualified apology to Ghana phone for the enra moye because mako gu ye nyina enimu asio magum ho enimu asio gu ye to
international community
and for over 1 hour ebabro 1 hour kra na muguso na mo ye we yempene ebi modum microphones no one honorable member of parliament or no there one honorable member of parliament too the microphone was on and consistently or kasagum we will not allow, we will disrupt no one in say blue table so MP and I know na ka show bi so obi aba parliament a odi nsem hu no match of parliament nti odi nsem hu no and at the end but you today who don't say blue table so just you don't even care what's your microphone the other can be an enquire montini who it do baby cry there or Saturday yes also honorable MP we hey
wa pay at so
the enromo no enye honorably at all and sem fata the title honorable Intinkel said no mobile no show remorse for what they did yesterday or mumpaye nyina achew. I am not saying say me can dia call one side e bae no ye hu say both sides ni nyina e hu nkrofo wo ma omo ye nti both sides ni nyina no omo anyina die nyina bone and they need to apologize to wherever the thing is coming from but fakese no so say emre bi bae a ebinum boycott here because na na ekoso no mani nye ho and then the process net to as I felt say
yeah
or even Quebec say okay here is a case your leaders nyina wa ha so leaders no mon suspending meeting no yenhia ne anwene ho clerk ne wo ho yenkosi nyina say as to there ne ebeye ye makwan ma na koso na ye makwan then mo back na mo communicating chair so okay
aka no
ye ko hia ye no say ne agree to de yenye na ochina e bia 9 ana ochina 8 ana ye mrantem ye any time so say ne say yam kra ne se ebeye na ye mra ne meye ne ntimfi o ne ntimi ntoa so because enra o mo kase ye advertise say ana se momo ya we say nipa 3 no in the media space so ye hu about nipa 8 so o mo beba the last person ani ehwe nanim so obeba ye Charity Gardner sama me no yedika but me kai say yedika ka so obeba within the week no wa ma any ene share no ateze
so he had done that and the chairman had read a statement apologizing for what happened yesterday and taking responsibility and then the NPP MPs walked in saying that they are not going to allow the vetting process to go on until there's a committee meeting and that the clerk to the committee should have invited a committee and in fact they had notified them that they needed a committee meeting to happen, for which reason without that they are not going to allow the process to happen. And by clerk, the clerk who you are hearing is the clerk to the committee. The clerk to the committee is almost like the administrative head of the committee. He is supposed to write the report, he is supposed to undertake certain administrative processes that are necessary to enable the vetting go ahead. The clerk himself, that is the clerk to parliament, that is the overall head of the parliamentary service, Ebenezer Humajetro, is the one you will see behind the chairman of the committee wearing an African print and trying to calm things down. He is trying to calm things down, given all the altercation that is happening, and the NPP MP setting on the clerk to the committee. Mahama Yariga is trying to calm things, perhaps to invite for a meeting to happen. We will hear from the chairman pretty shortly, who has put on his microphone to sort of give us an indication of what is going to happen.
Let's have some order. Can we have some order? All members, order. All members, I will suspend.
the case you've made, what exactly is that?
Okay, so because of what happened, this morning, to be fair to them, the majority chief whip called me as a fellow whip and said that we should meet. Then I told him we were having a caucus meeting. They should just give us about 30 minutes or an hour. We will come and engage. Then we can agree on the schedule. We were in a meeting, we didn't leave close. Then they went ahead to do it to such vetting. That is totally wrong. It's a display of bad faith. And you see, you don't treat your colleagues with such disrespect. Ask him whether he called me or not. Ask him what I told him. You could have just waited for an hour. We will come and then we agree on what to do. We are not against him. And that is, a while ago you saw me go to him and talk to him. He's one of us. We have no objection. But we want to shadow things and shadow things properly and do the work well. It's as simple as that.
A brief one. So the suspension has been taken. And that's satisfactory. 10 minutes suspension.
Well, it is not to satisfy us. It's a due process. And for us to ensure mutual understanding and mutual respect. We are not looking for our satisfaction. We want respect to be mutual. And for us to have a due process so that it will be, it will be free of chaos. That's all we want. So when we go there, we can engage. Let's agree on the number of nominees to vet. We don't want surprises. And then we can comply.
So that is the minority chief whip being told to actually organize this meeting. Let me get to what the action is, and I'll talk to Honorable Kojo Ponkruma Preacher. Honorable Speaker, Honorable Dr. Stephen Amoa also here. Let me get a bit closer to the action and get to hear what is happening here with a lot of the MPs speaking.
She's your problem. She's the problem. Your clerk is a problem. And we don't want that. She's a problem. And Robson is behaving like a minority group. You need to understand. How can you play after?
Let me talk to the Member of Parliament for mention of Honorable. What are the key issues that the minority are raising with regards to the vetting process continuing this morning?
They never told us.
You see, the point is this. He who comes to equity must come with clean hands. The majority whip called minority whip and our leader that there should be a caucus meeting between the committee before the vetting starts. Whilst we wait for the meeting to start, all that we saw is that they sworn in somebody to vet. Do you think that is fair? Do you think that is fair, Kwaku? Do you think that is fair? You've called them. They are waiting for you for a meeting to start. Then you sneak in and come and swear in somebody to start vetting. That is not fair. That is the same thing that they did yesterday. Once they've agreed to vet 3 individuals, we managed and negotiated to 5 individuals. But you kept insisting that you have scheduled 10 people and that all the 10 people must be vetted in one day. Kwaku, that is not fair. We have at least stood down the standing orders for them. And that motion was moved by the minority leader that even when Parliament is not in session and there's a communication from the President, vetting can continue. In the normal convention of 3 weeks to 2 weeks to 3 weeks publication of nominees, we suspended all that so that we can have a fast government for you. It doesn't mean that we must be sneaking in and doing what is not right. That is the problem.
Right. I mean, one would say that your side is simply interested in frustrating the process. Is that the case?
No, not at all. Last night, it was agreed that this morning the leadership will meet. The naturals will have we chart a way forward. The minority were in waiting. Once we were focusing, then we see it on TV that we have sworn in a new nominee. So meaning that technically that we are going to proceed with the process without at least also giving us the benefit of the doubt. We want to be part of the process. That's not cool. Thank you, Baba. Thank you, Baba. So basically, we feel that they've been unfair to us. We want to help them form government, but they shouldn't take us
for granted. The meeting has ended. There was a 5-minute meeting outside, which has just ended. The minority and majority leaders have walked in together with the chairman. I heard the minority leader gesturing that the vetting is about to start, and so we'll get to know pretty shortly if they will indeed start the vetting, or we will see the chaotic scenes we did see yesterday with regards to the vetting. Unless an Afenyo market is in, all the other persons are in. The security are trying to clear the space behind the chairman and his committee, because Mahama Ayariga says they have made a decision. He's trying to calm his chief whip down so that this vetting process can continue, and ultimately Kwabena Akandoh, who has already been sworn in as a nominee before the committee, can have his vetting, can have his questions asked, and ultimately this process will continue. There was chaos.
Any kind of constitution defend human rights. I don't think I'm going to let let's say the and we also share that is always meeting our time. And the has only meeting so activity about the move. And so only as on the national I will be a new to do our own master. It's always say you make the new to like this. You will be to my say, Omukai and One National. One 24 Mama Yarga, majority leader, also by all market, Madame Patricia, any another promo meeting that can be a matter, but then you material piano. If you follow my farm, I
I suspend for conclave. There was an issue on the floor based on Order 64 regarding quorum. This being a parliamentary city, Article 102 also comes to play. Honourable members, I always maintain that when a procedure is set down for a right to be exercised, it is that procedure that you follow in exercising the right. When we talk about quorum, we are talking about a number of members of parliament. Any law that permits ministers to attend upon parliament does not give right to the minister to be counted as part of the quorum. If our standing order permits subject matter committee members to take part in the proceedings, doesn't mean that they are committee members and as such should be part of the quorum. To take part, members, it accords with common sense and reason that when we are talking about quorum, we are talking about members of the committee. Thank you very much.
So, Chairman, I have withdrawn that information, and thanks for the information. I have withdrawn the quorum issue. Thank you.
Honorable members, it is a guided culture of parliament that before you on your microphone to speak, you need to catch the eye of the speaker, and in this case, the eye of the chairman. I don't expect us to just on a microphone and begin to talk without catching the eye of the chairman. I think this particular practice must stop. Can we make progress, honorable members? Let there be some order.
Chairman, with respect, thank you for the opportunity. Colleagues, we are here to vet our colleague who is the health minister designate. The understanding we had in the morning was to have a discussion prior to this engagement. We were taken by surprise that the clerk, without notice to us, was administering the oath. That notwithstanding, I think we've had a discussion to proceed with this vetting and soon thereafter resolve all outstanding matters. So, honorable members, we shall proceed to do the vetting for our colleague Kwabena Akandoh, and we believe that Chair, in good faith, as is always been known for, will do just that, so that we resolve all outstanding matters without any further rancor. We want to assure the Ghanaian people that our side does not seek to obstruct government business. Our side is committed to fully cooperating with government to form its cabinet and to get all appointments through. We have gone outside the normal time. This is the first time that nominees have been fast-tracked since 1992. As a leader of my side, I've taken full responsibility because I believe that governance is a continuum and we should not frustrate it. We will do just that. But I would also plead with my colleagues on the other side that just as Mr. Speaker told us yesterday in the chamber, if we would want to follow our followers, there will be no peace in Parliament. We have the mandate of the people and we must ensure that we are collectively measured to everything that we do in here. I will humbly urge all hardliners to step down their hardline stance so that they help the chair and my good self to manage the affairs of this committee in all transparency. Chairman, thank you for the treasure space, and I assure you one more time of my fullest cooperation together with my colleagues. Thank you.
Honorable members, we proceed with the voting.
We have only one question. Only one question. Only one question. Only one question.
Order.
I'll come in to wrap up and then go.
Order. In view of the fact that I'm here to take the list of the subject matter committee members, I will want to start from my right by giving the floor to Honorable Haji Aladi.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for the opportunity. As for the congratulations, I will always make sure I congratulate my people. And when I say bye-bye, bye-bye for the best. Mr. Chairman, congratulations, Honorable Akandoh. I have been in the chamber with you for not less than 12 years. And I have watched and observed your activities. I know how hard you have worked, and I know how far you have gone. I'm not surprised, as the ranking member for health, that you have been nominated. There's nothing better than working and being rewarded. You deserve it. Honorable Akandoh, I want to ask this question. We have a backlog of about 20,000 allied health workers sitting unemployed, and about 60,000 nurses waiting. What will you do to ensure that these people are employed and that those who are already at work and had issues of remittances on COVID-19, which you had touted so much about its funds, what will you do to remit them so that they will give out their best as and when they are being asked to come and work? Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have only one question, and that is it. Congratulations, and I wish you the best. Yes.
Honorable Akandoh, let me start by telling you that when a question is asked, just go straight to answer the question, and just that question. I'll call answer the question, and just that question. I'll call upon Dr. Ayu Afriye, a subject matter committee member.
Thank you, Chairman. Chairman, respectfully, with your permission, Honorable Minta Akandoh, I would be referring to him as Abna, if you would permit. Thank you. Kwame, congratulations to you. Thank you. We, just like my leader has directed, we are showing good faith, and we in the minority will continue to show good faith. And as an obedient person to my caucus, you will get to understand when the leader is speaking. Having worked with you in the health sector, you would bear with me that health insurance or healthcare financing is a very difficult issue in the country, and it was and it has been in all elections. In 2009, the then NPP government handed over 300 million cedis, equivalent to $2 million liquid cash, positive balance for the NHI. In 2016, the NHI providers were owed in arrears of about 1.2 billion and about 12 months delayed payments. As we sit now, would you assure us, given that you are made a minister, and if you are aware also that the NHI has a positive balance of about 700 million cash, investments of about 300 million, close to about 1 billion sitting in now under the visionary government of Nana Addo Dankwa Showboys regime. So with that cash sitting there, do we have assurance that, given you as a minister, by the end of another cycle, there would always be positive balance and no delays in payments to providers?
Thank you very much. Before answering the question, Honorable Member, who is Nana Addo Dankwa Showboy?
The former president.
I can't really direct you to withdraw accordingly.
I withdraw the show by the former president, Nana Addo Dankwa Showboy.
Very well. Showboy withdrawn. May you proceed to.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, just like my chairman has rightly indicated, all figures pertaining to the National Health Insurance Formula are usually available to the committee or to the House when we are going to approve the next formula. So, for example, these figures may be available to us at the committee level or to Parliament when we are going to approve the 2025 National Health Insurance Formula. But, Mr. Chairman, per my briefing, we have an arrears of not less than 237 million Ghana cedis. But when I get to the ministry, I will inquire further whether or not there is positive balance. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any further question?
Yes, a follow-up on that. The NHIA's mandate in Act 852 allows it to provide health insurance for one, non-residents. It has not been operational. There's also sections 3, FI and II, talking about assets and equity. In the interpretation of assets, it said the NHIA could support facilities. It has restricted itself in only claims payments. What would you do by taking advantage of what has not been done? And would you also seek to bring an ally for the NHIA? according to Act 852, it has none. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, when approved by the committee, I will work with the appropriate courtesies to bring the LI. And your next question had to do with the assets bit in the National Health Insurance Act. Mr. Chairman, I will study the act critically and then give it more attention. Thank you.
Second question. Mr. Chairman, there was this allegation on ambulance.
Your second question. This is the third question that you are asking.
Follow up. So there was this allegation about ambulance parts in October by the minority. It was under the then minority, now majority. I beg your pardon. The allegation sought to say the supplier did not honor the obligations to his contract. It was under the Ministry of Special Development. What I have here, if Mr. Chairman, with your permission, is ambulance service confirming delivery of all parts and obligations of the contractor. Would you, when giving the nod, delve into this for the public to have an understanding of where the issue and the perspective of this issue in the public interest? Mr. Chairman, this is my last question, and before he answers, I would want to say congratulations in advance. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Proceed to give your answer.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, with respect to the spare parts of ambulance and the contract between the company which is supposed to maintain the ambulances and the Republic of Ghana, briefly, these are the facts. Because, Mr. Chairman, if approved by the committee, I am determined to investigate that particular matter. So I can only give you the facts as I was briefed. Mr. Chairman, the facts are that, number one, that same company was given the opportunity to buy not less than 307 ambulances at the rate of $41 million US. And Mr. Chairman, per my briefing, the contract I have seen, then the minister went ahead to sign a contract for the maintenance of the 307 ambulances at the rate of $77 million US in 5 years. Mr. Chairman, don't forget that we all have cars. The deterioration of any car is not as much as the last 5 years, the first 5 years or 4 years. Your machines may not be deteriorated that much. And so these are the facts available to me, and I am going to institute investigation into the matter. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That was a question emanating from Haji Aladi regarding the nurses trainees, the backlog.
Yes. Mr. Chairman, the unemployment with regard to health professionals in this country is alarming. And the issue has to do with the effects on the wage bill. And therefore, there is the need for us to think outside the box, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, what I'm going to do is probably to link up with other countries so that we in the ministry will facilitate the migration of these health professionals to other countries so that we create jobs for them. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Well, by indication, I need to give the floor to Honorable Minority Leader.
My respected colleague, thank you for being here this morning. I know you were expecting to have your deal with us last night. I'm sure because of some disagreement, we couldn't have you. That notwithstanding, you made it again this morning. Let me ask you, first, on your CV, you've indicated you're a farmer. I know you to be a commercial farmer. Not many people know you to be a farmer. Can you share with us?
I hold a humble view that as a country, we have absolutely no reason to import food into this country. We can feed ourselves. And have spoken about this issue severally. And therefore, I took the trouble upon myself to demonstrate it. And so I started with cocoa farming, then I ventured into rice. Almost every household in this country consumes rice. Mr. Chairman, I start from planting through processing to distribution of rice. I started with not less than 150 acres of rice in the Western North region. At the moment, this year, Mr. Chairman, I'm doing not less than 5,000 acres of rice in the Yagaba, Su, Kobore, and EZC area in the northern part of the country. And Mr. Chairman, I am determined to even go beyond that. We have not less than 3 processing machines across the country. One in Western North, another one in the Somia area, and then we're putting up another one 15 kilometers towards Yendi in Tamale to even bring in other equipment like the power boil machine to be able to get the right quality of rice to be produced locally for the benefit of the country. Thank you.
Now, when MPP came into office 2017, I opted to stay out of government because I was doing so well in the private sector. I didn't want trouble. Governor, you are running, I don't want to use the word multi-million-dollar business. You are doing so well. I admire you, I respect you. You're doing so well in the private sector. I've seen my business go bad because I got into mainstream politics. How have you prepared a system to protect this your investment as you now move into limelight? And you're going to be health minister. That's your multi-million-dollar investment. You want to risk it? You ready?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, this appointment is called to duty. His Excellency John Dramani Mahama.
So I would accept that multi-million and replace it with, he's doing so well. He is running a very successful, business. I buy equipment from him, and I do business with him, so I know, and he knows. But anyway, so health minister, how?
The question has been asked. May you proceed to give the answer?
Mr. Chairman, it's a company, and I'm not the only director. And so there are other systems to make sure that the company will run. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Now, today, yes, you did BSc Mathematics and Statistics. So I know you will be able to take the necessary questions with tact. There is often held perception that when new government assume office, people from all manner of places approach the new government, and it leads to termination of contracts, frustration of businesses. I have some businessmen who have sent me a message. And because you are a private sector man, they want to know what will be your attitude towards those who would come to you and say, terminate this, investigate this, do that? You mentioned the ambulance thing, for instance. The way you see it may not be how it is. Because you are a private sector man, they want to know what will be your attitude towards those who would come to you and say, terminate this, investigate this, do that. You mentioned the ambulance thing, for instance. The way you see it may not be how it is. All right? And as a businessman, what measures would you put in place to stop those hardliners who will come to you with that kind of attitude? Terminate, cancel, investigate, stop payment, don't pay, don't do this. What would be your attitude?
Please provide the answer.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, we all know that the private sector is the engine of growth. I am not prepared to capriciously terminate any contract. Mr. Chairman, as and when there is a need to inquire into it, I will do so.
Thank you
very much.
The drone services, you become aware of it. What steps would you take as a health minister to improve upon it?
Mr. Chairman, I personally have raised issues on the drone on the floor of the House. And when this committee approves me, I'll further inquire about the drone services. Mr. Chairman, again, let me provide some facts to
Honorable members, order.
Let me provide some facts to the committee on the drone matter. The Chairman, I have the hazards here. Let me first concede and admit that to the extent that the drone services is, extending and supplying essential medications to the hard-to-reach areas in this country is a fantastic idea. Mr. Chairman, as leaders of this country, we owe it as a duty to be candid with the good people of this country. When this particular issue was discussed on the floor of the House, Mr. Chairman, the idea was that they were not going to take money from the government coffers to pay the services of the drone. But Mr. Chairman, we are paying and then investigate. As and when there is the need, we will cooperate with them because they are doing fantastic job in this country. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Kwabra, the last question, and then I would do a few comments. Yes, when my chief whip is doing systems and policies, who am I? Your party has promised a children's hospital in Accra. You are aware?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
What timeline should we expect? As a government, in terms of your health policy, we know Kufuor. When you go on the street, you say health insurance, they say Kufuor. When you hear free SHS, they say Akufo-Addo. When you hear Metroma, they say Kufuor Bus. What is that unique selling proposition you are bringing on board as a government in the health sector?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, per our manifesto, we have promised free primary health care. And we are going to ensure that primary health care is free. Mr. Chairman, we have also promised that we are going to establish a fund called Mahama Care.
Honorable members, let's have some order to listen to the answer.
Again, we have promised in our manifesto to establish a fund called Mahama Care Fund to take care of chronic diseases. Mr. Chairman, it is our determination to make sure that Ghana becomes pharmaceutical hub. Thank you.
Honorable Nominee, there is nothing further to add. We want to assure you that we're not taking a vote on you. We, outside, would support our friends to pass you by consensus. We are done. And Chairman, take note that we spent less than 30 minutes on this nominee. I spent, no, it's important. It's important. One good turn deserves another. We spent less than 30 minutes. I asked him only 3 key questions, and we've discharged him. So don't complain if we spend more time on another. Don't.
Honourable members, the indication from my right side is that I should have the opportunity to conclude. Honourable members, in conclusion, I acknowledge our revered guest behind the nominee, giving him the moral support. First on my list is Mrs. Lydia Nkrumah, the spouse of the nominee. Then we have Nana Bochi Ababio, the father of the nominee. Nana Ofori Ahinkan II, Sehui, Boinzanhini, and Kronti Hini of Sehui. We are so traditional council. We also have Nana Agurema II, Chief of Joaboso. We have Nana Kwesi Ababio, Chief of Bodi. We have Nana Kwesi Eduhini I, Chief of Jenasi. We have Alhaji Hafiz Adam, Chief Director, Ministry of Health. We have Dr. Richard Salome, General Secretary, Ghana Medical Association. And we have Dr. Eric Kofi Njedu, Chief Executive Officer, Cape Coast Teaching Hospital, and Dean of the Chief Executives of Teaching Hospitals. We have Daniel Amanin Dankwa, Registrar Pharmacy Council. Then we have Nana Edu Kwesi, Chief of Survey, Antobia. We have Michael Edu, NDC Regional Chairman, Western Region. You are all welcome. Well, Western North Region, sorry. Honorable members, I have the pleasure of asking him a question, but I do not have a question for him. He sits so close to me. I know his competencies, and I believed he would deliver. We've seen his potentials as a ranking member on Health Committee. So congratulations on your nominations. You will hear from the committee and you are accordingly discharged.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Just no dia ya boni tie less than 30 minutes said ya as a year afenyo marking ekae no na so ru akwabena minta Akandoh ene nei wati na dwom ya woni to farmer no on wonya na tufo bo ya woni jefe ya wona tufo bo say one answer question kama na dia ya me dekra ne dia yidi twa ato no na ya afenyo ebisa ne say dia no be ya ebe stronko unique say bia me so me ba say health ministry no say na me de ba ye no chem say mahama care fund no omo be ya adwuma sanso na children's hospital no omo be na timi aboa poma utie dia nsem a owura minta Akandoh ekan ni nsemusa na enei san na obeka ewo ho. Okay.
And no, first and foremost, say you afenyo makensi e wona baso ne wayade. But senanka ye 30 minutes we ya na ombedidi a I feel say nke enra no nko mo ye 30 minutes we so ananka ense hwe. Nanka mo ye say ni abla kwade ebia mo pese mo munya time ma no nti ono di 24-hour economy nti financial ochna ebia na nkantiase e ba dan say mo di egidegide ekwi achi no mo de say niema o mrahye bedwam but generally omaya de and then so no we bisa questions based on babia oko which is okay because niema ne bi o ho no mo na etwase ehunu o ma ye hunu say as obia oye politician or no say why enter into private businesses but because of politics in adwuma no and to me and sustain egu nti no person who say or no so akoye obi owo sa interest no and as oye private business make sika ma no and all venture into a political appointment no ohun say no chair say adwuma no nye ono nko ada no so nkwa wontumi nyenti na ofa nkrofo ne omo adwuma enti once enye ono nkwa na director no other directors ne de enkoye problem won betumi aye adwuma no ama na konkan afi wo bi sa ne se nhwebe na ode egu akwam because the company no onim ese enye just a small company obi a wodua bro ekes makoma mpemu no mu de eso de enya asem emo odua mo ewo ekes mpemu no 5000 ekes so aye de ya ewo bantifido fam ho ne ade je se enye adwuma ketwa na wo ye no na o che so the systems egu akwan so enti ehu bi ani ho ese sa niema no ebeko so obi sa the perception see enim se nkrofo bi ba eyi ebedi tumi sa no ane ye ka contract we manyi ntum twam akwa ye hwe nani mu a oye MPP ni o ha adwene wa ha munyi na de ne sa niema no ono so betu na ma obi etesa na anu yi ode ba ye se on pre ne ho se ese ebi asomasi obenten onye ntiri ye nyine da bi etwa so onya abote no hwehwe niema no hunu sampa hwehwemu no akwakosi na si ye nsusu na ebi nsusu efri mobile ni say papa say enye papa na yehuhu na montu a ebetu ntia no nsusu na enye ba drone issues ho asem no che say yes we raise concerns no floor of parliament but nyina mu no betumi aka say bibi ye but ye ka say ye ni mu no e wo se edi nokre e de ma wo mo ayesom wo mo no e wo sa nhye we ho say ampa say ye bibi a boy na se emwa ba set bia ne ma ne tumi no a obehwe ho asem aka na de edi wie ye no ye primary free primary health care ene mahama care fund na ebeboa ma yade bi mo ye kwankora chese wo be bra nsan watu ase no watumi aye nti generally ye be ka se well na expectations no say be betumi spend be a donhwe baako donhwe mienu as usual because we know the minority leader said definitely obe scrutinizing and we be bisa no and some even outside niema wa post on social media na de ka ho nyino be bisa no but I feel say omotwa niema so ntem and a yara wame de ato record so less than 30 minutes well it's okay the opeso hunu no we hunu e de friend honti we are hoping say other ones na be ban so enkoye sa say ye ni nipa no wo issue entini na de yenya wa hai ye twu mu atan kosisi ebesi ase well vetting no nyina ka ho bi niema bi ho nom na say opese otwe adwene si so a ultimate de ba no abaye but edru ba bi ne kwete sa se nipa ne ne wo manso ana sa akwa wei ye betche ne pa ba bi a the power lies no I feel say ya na edru ba bi a na the substance of ade na nka say ye papa no e de free ho no mo na akwa kwa bibi nti wa me hu se ene no de ne se de wasi bi a no de amaye no o me ento aso sa na na ye hunu but enye bad at least ensem wo ho ya emisa questions enye ni nyina na ye se
ni nsem bi wo ho a wo hwa I say nipa ne private life o so yo mayoni a politician de ba nsem bi wo a ni kukuo mu nsem wo se ba bontena wo ye we na me to machine wo na me to say sa questions na ye odi bi ba mu no ehu hia
den ya wo be minister wo be declare assets wo be me hunu niema o baby o ye minister no o ba no kura
no e ga na fo nyina na ehu eno kura ye so do koma
o de koma
en wo se ye friend si ano kura kan
kan ehu ni wo yes no wo ho but I feel say SSL e bia wo hunu because o ye private man I will run a business and I will buy into politics. See, and acquire near mammy no because you do go to ministry biano as a sector minister we adwuma ne so even though we play most of the supervisory role near there, but still you need to be there at every now and then. I hear as a minister to sit in meetings you taking decisions near there what's over, and then your private business is there. Tia hwe be kwa kodu baby no wo ye MP so ka ho e so ko bra hye bedwafie e so ko ahwe ho ansa na wadwuma na nkasa wo ye nti se wo anya trusted enkrofo a wogi omo de se bi asomasi obenten say ni say ya ebia na hadwene and or ebi opeso otwe adwene si so hawa obetumi aye ni mienu nyina at the same time enkofa o how bia emfa ma ebia intention nye se yine kokwa mu ase because me personally nye na o come up papa no so akire mu se owo mufo ekes empimu no mu a enka minim say even though private sector ni mu so ye adwuma but minim say sa na ma we nyina ye bibia o ye but ni nyina mu na ye at least ye mu bi nso ye bi pese ye venture into rice farming no wa open up a kwan na ma se betumi akone na kodinkita ho na se de o sha ase no ono so de ye futu sima ma ye mu bi na ye hunu but e bia ne ma ni bi o ho a enka ye misa enu mumu a enka ye yes
yo
ke misa enu mumu
na se na vetia ekọso no ahonsem bi na motie no na ama na meni obi di nkom na o chem se vetia ne kra no sanka ye betimi a yenyi vetia ni emfi ho ye boni pani din so kwa so ye we a ya boni din anu ane so kwa koye esan se nia omo ye ne dia ndru ekọso no kamia ye se dia de na koye se ye tua kabere wo ye me tit for tight wo ye me ntino me so twintwa anchia e wo se me ye obi ntie di tua ka akatua bra ya de ma ye ho ntina nke be ya yenyi se betimi a insakremu a yenyi enu hwo ye bo odi akoye wadwuma na se yenko yanim
enkenya bad si e be ne sa but I feel say nipa no aye yi no I dey come ministry bi no ono so oyen a duty to let us know say or you fit for the purpose until e dey ne course our ministry ho and as e dey ne course ahwe o so onkoye they say mama Linda Okuluya ya misa no hwe you see a lot of concerns by Greater Accra ye kese pa and one of the issues that we Greater Accra say nipa bebre e complaining ensase any langas in sense it at least now we were hoping say who asembeba then the minister will tell us as a because you see our deputy minister Greater Accra so and any pair wo Greater Accra has ye doso it is some of hands ye dey e doso it at least open up my who say adwuma na wo ba be ye no obetumi aye no ye ne ye di abo ama mantam no one langas sema free ho two mu bedwo na obi atimi atena mu bie and then how we be ya mampunto so di aba no na bibi ehia enye ne huhuhu bia ese ebebisa nti the me feel say yes etwase ye vetting no but the vetting should be in line with nhihye wo ho no said ye wo say kono enye ho ne ekoye we chanting sema na se ho na ye ni obi ko settle ye scores say wo me no wo issue nti ne no wo sie di asem ni wie wa ha ansa ne akọ if ye feel say obi aka bibi na anko ye na there is an avenue e betimi atwe nipa no e de na ba say aso ese we say anko ye nti ye ntwe na so a ye mpesa forum no for sa e ho no na ye mfre no e say aso ese braha ne be yi sa nzemu ya no ka say for aso ese ho anko ye enti becheche mu but see a diverting platform no e na ho ne de be siesie sa ansem no abehye obi say kase ebiase ana say asemo ya kan wan kan yi enti no be correcting no I feel say yes sir and then going forward I feel say be appointment well you was set down rules wo ho say ubisa 3 questions or follow up questions sir obetumi dia ka ho it is allowed and no de ekoso kama the minority minister and I said the ranking member no e wo unlimited your friend say questions are also obisa and also ho but at least there should be set you say mama time amode ye which is advertised for media anymore say bia asumesi ba from 8 to 10 and be 2 hours yes stick it to say 2 hours and say whatever questions we are see ye pese bia no ye fa say 2 hours no emisa say we beka say bia we minister na nka our questions bebre ne wanya kwan emisa ntino ye nyina ya bo na say we MP we questions bebre want me emisa nti we pie ne nyina dia koma we leader say ono de o unlimited time nti o fa misa ne nyina no eyasa nso na e drage afebedu baby no na nienka ye pese ye tekra free nipa no ho say bi obetumi ayama ne sa ye expectations no na amem and then also so ye bibia so I feel so vetting there yes we are supposed to do it but it should be in line with near e was say ye pepepe na be wi achi no as Dienka yebenya ne enya na issues na sakwa ebibi foforo yebekwa ba ne asakwa approve nipa no e wo parliament nti what's the point see yebe se bebre na yebetwea na akwa se akwa no kwade afi kwade yenyi ne ntum but yebekwa akosie na afi ya ma ne approve no nti I feel sevet ne de ehu hia etwase ye but e was a near was ye free nipa ne ho no the expectations at the end of the day no should be there yenyi na ye hwehwe ehia Ghana for se was yete e free nipa no e wom so omo ne nkrofo e kwaye adwuma wo ministry ho no mo a omo already no civil service ni mo no dia professionals that ya power mo based on omo qualifications ya do makoho probably they have records that say adwuma no mo ye but they cannot do it alone without the sector minister e koba only final we e ba besi usu ansana etumi akwa bonti so you should have a kind of experience and as a knowledge e baby a wo kono enti na bi mo kwaji briefing ansana wo mo aba because e wo so mo nyanyina so bi free ho de ba na e bi so mo baby o matumi ayi no because obi kra ho bia oni background wo baby e de ne kono nti definitely o hear briefing free ho na oba na e bi san bibia watumi ayi no nti that in the e was here but going forward no yes stick it to time and then yes stick it to subject matter no said be ya emfa ye mu bebre ni so
na ranking member ye ma na kwanje bebre say the question bia pe bia no e was so utimi ebisa no e de na ma na ye hronko say me de ranking member intimi bisa question bia ye ma me say bia limited time say within 1 hour na say bia 30 minutes question si na say bia 10 questions so bisa obisa wi na nka etuacha
well pay almost standing orders a omode ye adwuma e wo mrashi bedwafie ho as an appointment committee no I think say sa na almost stipulate wom with reasons being that definitely one ye penny one ye leader enti no sa kwanya ba no obibi opeso obisa etwa so obisa and over the years appointment committees a wo makonyina no minority leaders no ye ma wo mo saa akwanya no ebi kra te said ye oka ye de Evra Haruna Idrisu no ne Kenofoya tamo time ye bisa questions na ma ye nwie e ma de chin so ma ye beto aso enti just being fair to him as the leader of the minority no well but any ye kase ne nyina mo no you can ask a questions yina but sometimes as you shift kakra free the subject matter ne so any nyema bi na say ya kwaye personal and ya na akwa bibia because they do baby well e betu abasa to him he's helping the nominee no in a way but yes so etiache ne bia ye hu no in a different way say no it looks like I say woni nipa no personal issue enti wo pesa wo settles as course na ansa na we free ho enti no pe omo mra no omo na mra ne omo hye omo de yeah omo de ye adwuma they should stick to their rules but make sure say their rules no see I sticking to the rules no nche say e wo say bia ye abuse in the way and as ye niema bia e be wi ache no ye mo e we ache no so be hu omo with a different eye emwa
yo ama pama chicheku aye ne submission ana motie ewo dwumadie no esu na esede koso ewo aye appointment committee no efa owura minta Akandoh yabo ni din sonko health ministry ne aye na no toto a ekoso questions ne de bai ena de wo hwa se questions no efa akwamu efa dia yewrei ekwakoye ho ani nyina no etimi ebosan so hwe ndo questions no ni previous ones ni bia jese na questions no ebi nhyeda anya dia eboa ayatimfo ne nia ye pese et na de ye beka so ma ya de ntino ye hwese omo adidi so minim so wura okudwa to ablakwa ene keneke obeba be pie se bibia me bomu dia keneke oba be pie na eno nso adian ena wani eda kwan ewo ho
okay enti yero sabolo kuje to ablakwa oraman ne de me sure say by now you puli be Facebook post be adakama ene de eba but media I am expecting to hear and I say me expected to see he answer questions on merit and our questions because what the foreign ministry paying but then no a deputy minister afeni yama no sectorial we say omrami take over the leadership ni na no hwe to niema ho we know the role he played during that time our deputy minister no and even after say obeye a member of parliament he be nyina onya ministerial position nyina no ye hu the stance on foreign affairs any hu dwumadie enti I am just hoping and I may share ni mo say and the answers or the beba ni nyina be ye de dia dance say adwuma no obetumi aye na ye ma na kwanya no a obetumi aye adwuma no na enkoye saa atwema mentwe ni bebre say back and forth to ka say na ka say nti be ya no say ni say na enko wi achi no e bia enkofa bibi foforo bia emfama. We are hoping say said your mama yera ahyase na enko ye. We don't expect to see say at the end of the day ni be say hu de nura ye hu ye ni biem, but na me I am hoping say nenko omo tena se a omo be pa ya chew because ye nyina na omo hayen na fe ye make sure say the damage omo cause ni nyina so no they will be made to deal with that sad damages no in terms of payment e was omo tua ana omo asiesie because I want say no and order ni free baby ne buy na ekowi achi na san say ne buy until they should deal with it. But I'm just hoping say enko drag ya 6 hours 7 hours 8 hours ni eguswati ye na so train because if you say minority ewo unlimited questions definitely omo na baby bisa questions because majority ne de omo no omo nso hope say omo nominee no ye beji na tum no akoye adwuma enti questions ni nyina no minority and on babisa but koba din ye hwe se bibia beko boko ne be wiache ne de ye pe no ye nsa betumi aka.
Okay na asamba akoso a akoye yi kakra se once upon a time I mean can say na owura okuja to ablakwa part of vetting committee ema orizane ye enti no bibisa say committee na oka ho na bibi nti wanjo mondi na oka say no sane nti no me ka ho biem na ne oba se sa committee kro na no envet no ne kwanso no ana
esa obe se media se enye mepe ana e bia nka eye odon ani way a enka on wapia before the appointment committee now say omo niema bi omo ye na nye ho nti resign e bia enka ye ne pa enka onye sa but ananko mfesi omo but here is a case enye ne pe enti ne once you appointed one there and then she say na say you appointed where do call appointment committee anim for vetting enti say sana process ne tie enti only option only choice e was oba na oba be yi ano e wo ho
yo yansan enko the vetting committee no yanya ntesa minority no press conference afenyo de bia wa asem ka yenko tie.
If he thinks that he is still in opposition and he would be a bully, then he would meet his meter. The framework has gained notoriety of shouting, yelling, undermining his own chairman, interrupting proceedings, undermining his own majority leader, and he describes himself as the avant-garde of the government. Really, is it the first majority chief whip? The majority chief's role is to be a key negotiator. He should be a diplomat in the chamber. And his job is not to fight. If he did so successfully in opposition, now he is in government. So President Mahama and his government may have to rethink their choice of Roxy Neche Dafiamepo as their majority chief whip. Throughout the approval process, the NDC has never marshaled its numbers in the chamber. They claim that they are a majority. Every single day we come into the chamber, we count them. The average number they have ever had in the chamber has been 92. It's only on one occasion that they had 104. So it has always taken our side to add up to their side to make the number to take government business through. So they should be humble enough to cooperate than that attempt to bully us. It will not happen. We would urge them to continue to respect the conventions and arrangements associated with the process of vetting. And if they do so, we'll cooperate with them. Now the clerk to the committee. This clerk to the committee has shown her colors
that she is of the NDC stock. We are going to officially write to the clerk to Parliament to withdraw this lady from the appointment committee. And that lady must either resign as a parliamentary staff or change her posture without delay. When we were in government, this same clerk will insist that the minority must have its say, read through reports before it is signed by the chair. This same clerk today will advertise those who have been scheduled for vetting at midnight without notice to us as minority. Report gets signed, and the first time the minority will see the report will be on the floor. The practice has been that I would see the draft, go through, share my concerns before it is signed. But on a number of occasions, I try to engage quietly to resolve these things. Not even once has this NDC clerk brought a report to my attention. This morning, after all her numerous sins, she committed another grave sin this morning again. We were in Parliament as early as 8 o'clock to have our caucus meeting. When we were done, the majority chief whip reached out to the chief whip of our caucus that they wanted us to have a meeting. We agreed to the meeting. They said they were waiting for the majority leader. Indeed, the majority leader himself called me that he was on his way and that the meeting should be held in his office. Last meeting, we now saw the NDC caucus commencing the vetting. And this same clerk, without reaching out to us, administered the oath. What an irresponsible clerk we have. What an unprofessional clerk we have. What a partisan clerk we have. She must be ashamed of herself and ashamed of the profession as a parliamentary service staff. We will not spare her. We will go all out to deal with her in accordance with law if she will not change. Our parliament is for mature conventions and practices, and this we have navigated all these years. We would urge our colleagues one more time to cooperate with us. We assure the people of Ghana that we are acting in good faith. We want to support the government and be constructive, but we will not allow ourselves to be bullied. We are the mighty few. Mighty minority. We are the mighty few. We will not surrender. We will not give up. And we know that God willing, fortune will smile at us come 2028. We are the new Patriotic Party. We are the new Patriotic Party. The elephant is invisible. We shall reign to see Ghana. The elephant is invisible. We shall reign to see Ghana. We shall win. We shall win to see Ghana. We shall win. Save Ghana. The elephant is invisible. We shall win to save Ghana. Oh, the elephant is invisible. We shall win to save Ghana. Assassin,
Baby, I will be a Mr. NPP, I almost of them. Mighty minority. And to kill a baby, I will be a producer. And as an elephant is a winning symbol. And so, name more if I hear my wanting what is some what is some not dear Koyani. Okay. And a MPP among you could no more rush with your forces, some a mighty minority. They are few. But almost nasi ma bully or more Rashibijim. My central phone share targeted at Yera Roxanne Nelson Dafia Macbo on the majority chief whip El Rashibijim currently. Now almost say or interject or mododo. Na oyobia chess or no. And Rashibijim no chess or sorry so Jina no Kasa Massa Obiant Nassel to you go and sit down there let's talk. It was an or the about appointment committee in him and they will not allow him to bully or more a honomo or more opposition and they will work as that. So I'm very wasem. And on the back clerk of parliament so my money ding but almost say omuni na ye adwuma na say no omuni so omuni na ye adwuma ni nyina no say no no NDC gree ami o share NDC atade pa no oni omote wona say akwese akware ni ye no sere kwa chese woni o masere kwa ma afi no wo yi ne colors na di colors na di e di a che omo parliament ono na omo ka esisudua say they will omo be ye adwuma kosi say and I said they will write to the speaker and I said pedifo no more parliament no say era no omunyino everyone as one ankasa kwa no on resigning as parliamentary staff and yes hanso so a omun changing from the position now want say appointment committee no so no we clerk e wo so nti eno so ensem no mu be wie kra no mu de beto so say omu de obutentim omu no so de omu no so de but nya de ombemo mo kwan ama ejuma no yesisi wo mo enti wo mo de to majority na NDC amanyuko nanim se wo mo mra fom wo mo emra wo mo ho ase na wo mo mienu nkamom no mo ni wo mo mra fom to our level no mo nkamom incorporate because definitely e de wo hia wo mo enso so wo mo so de wo mo de wo mo no e ba be ka ho nti but ye nyankra enso so e de free yewura the office of the chief majority chief whip yewura Roxanne Nelson Dafia Macbo na osi obe responded to sa allegations we and sa ade ya wo ma ye press conference accordingly enti eno so information e de mamo say enkomo any di behind the scenes was a minority for your press conference no e che say obe responded accordingly na enche enti ye bia ye ni say or say through statement in say statement no enya perform say bema ne nsema waka wo nyina so no ya refo ne yetiefo ye bon wasoboa ensi e wo honti de akoso bi no say si aye wa twehim still aye hwe animo because yes si a MPs and as a ministers e wo so mo ba for vet na yenyam vet wo mo no wo mo doso nti eguso a wa twehim a ye hwe wo mo ye wo Felix Kwachofo so a wo maaye ye wo okugeta black a wo nya maaye ye wo other ministries bi mu a wo mo so nyina nya maaye na regional ministers ne so bebre nya maaye Charity Gardner or my Joseph Nelson Western North for my other regions be Maya yen to me enye wo munyina your friends vetting nti eguso awatwe yi ma yehwe and she said yes she share the first no assessment because that she ye did a third batch of the appointment no e buy nti no amase said ye nanke nim say ye corner according to no assessment ye de bia be wewe ma yi bia fremu nti sesi ade ye nim say eye ye ra okugeta black kwa na beba because enra no ne Akandoh na eba na anye ye anope Akandoh abe ne de konti hwese eye ono na beba anaso so ye de ebia regional ministers na ya advertise omo dada no surprise bia
so mo person kokobono omo de ma crack na ebia mu say eni da kwan say ebia pe omo hihye mu no ye ro kugeta black na ye next on their list nti ebi omo hope say
gardener na unity
omo mpesa ese ne nipa ne ba na mo misa ese ne obi de mo misa no hwe na ma ne ko e mo de twen obi nti say gardener ba nso na wono nso mo hwe na mo misa ne hwe ya
no mama no ma bere
na matwa so e wo ho sa nti sese de no ne ba bi a yedru ya hwe de be kwa kosi
na ya hwe press conference ahodo a afenyo marking edi enim o ma yaye omo minority omo majority sembrim no some years in say yo omo yes in
oh definitely omo na make say edru baby no say minority no omo nti baby ase a na omo resort to say ye kichikiti apapa niema na ye sese niema they will just take the workout na omo ko enti say ba na omo twa omo report na omo state wo mu say per ye we no we were not part of the people abia or movete asumesi and therefore we are not part of those or mojina to munti. It will be on record say even though minister we by vetting and near but during the vetting ye as minority ni any ho and ye jina to munsu a yenye part of it na majority carries the day na omaji omatum no mo call many
na afenyo no ka say omo yan sheda communicate time to them but endura so eyo ru ayarega ekaye se bia no pe no me start e bia 8 na eye speaker office ho because o ma say had no inti adenti na otwa no abo clerk no kwadu and I say because accusing is say
because oka even you mama ayarega cracker said 9 per enra kitikiti ni si ya chinwa o address ye no say 9 e was speakers conference room sa na ete no enti no I am surprised why era because almost start Akandoh no na around be 10 11 enti say ye can say 9 na say afterwards na 11 I see no reason why well probably be another they were hoping say ye be frefre mo on phone say time on us but that is the work of your whip say or be making sure so the more e be frefre mo say time aso for business nti e was say moba na mo betina
we me ni say was all twen see from because who
unim say appointment committee say 9 e start here adenti na wo twen na okasa wo to office na wo hu wo TV so say ya start
and so sorry
and almost starting so I'm sure they nti na who say so mo rezi Quorum asem e ma che nipa no withdraw sa Quorum application e che say one kasa no ni ho and per omo e wo ho no omo tumi business of the day and say wo aba chire ya I see no reason why you have to come and raise an issue of Quorum say moon nipa dodo no meanwhile some of you are not even members of the committee nti unya member of the committee no o pesa obeka ho ansa na o ma so na o ma ye o madwuma no a na ye se wo susu ni o mu na ni nti wo so o mu ankasa standing orders no o mu nkrofo na bi kan ni ye no mo tia what they are saying ene de o mu pese wo mo eka ho asem na ma me correct bibi na me ka se yewra Okujeto Ablakwa was once a deputy minister of foreign affairs or a committee member on foreign affairs but deputy ministers need your survey on you can say education and information education information or survey as deputy ministerial appointment but where the affair the committee na foreign affairs so no and na wa wo ho no mo wa di djuma wo ho but affair ankasa no wo ko sectorial ministry no ye foreign affairs ministry akwa ye djuma wo ho enti eno ne correction kakra na pese me
wo ye na je say we ne nia anope so ye di ahye so vetting committee processes no eno ana say eguso no na owura afenyo na nsemo de betu dwa ne sedia osu hunu no na woso betimi na waka ho nsense brepam no kwa metena se ochena ne nyina ye de no so ebe hye so na yemfa aseda ma che se eye enyumakuo ahodo bia so mo so no omoboa na dwumadi ye de ebremo ye de aseda ma natural mineral water me pacho eye nsu krojen pa eye nsu papa wonya binuma ebeboa wo na Food and Drugs Authority so no omo age edi atumu nti natural mineral water no me pacho so person no nsuo na boa system no na se etimi akoyi de no a na ewo se wonom saso na we dwumadi bia so a ewo so modern se wo de no be serve ahoho na oton bi nso a modern na kope bi na beton esanse nei eyade a manfo ani je ho pa iguma wo dro miensa ne nyina wunya se ne ton ekom kan wo be adwuma koma ye XYZ tab wo benya bi na watu akoton anampo wo fra 05 0596273546 baby a wo bia no ya di ebi ebebro 0596273546 na se baby a wo bia no yemfa ensuo ni bi enso emro na watimi enya bi aton na aboa na mamenko so enka wo se ese eye nature brand hospital me pacho ya resabia kroje mpa papa enya asem kuma ya je o matumu eye adwuma e de bo oman Ghana Dr. Osman ono ena oda ano osebra na General Consultation Services obe diama so ko trase Dr. bia oni na kodi nkomo na how bia wapum don sem no wa chirechiro mu eno so oye sad pepepe me pacho ko ese eno no se okun abefa so adidi ebi obi abo nondu efei eno kodi foni abenkwan nondu efei no kodi beans ne gari me pacho ndidi sa omodia so beko ni a chirechiro bre so didi aduane ko so di say blood group no kra na aduane ben ene yema o so di ni nyina no okwa ombechiro na atimi aboa wodu hanu ma omode eye abefu mfidie pa ena eye adwuma ne fenso omo habamba omo na atimi aboa kama na eye yare wonsam so no omo abre na se e system ne mu de amount omode yan se wo so no obekọ na Nature Brand Hospital atimi ahwo ye pa me pa cho obetimi afrom anasa WhatsApp yomo e wo 0262 556 020 0262 0262 556 020 and I say 0302 965 289 na onyomo akasa na so motimi aboa bibia so bomodian so betie doctor e wo Benada bia e wo Power FM ha na say eye 730 otie na say eye dia no how dwumadie no so no wa kirekire nsemu kama and so the amount
fanko best wine for us ne honso yenkoje wine papa we original high quality wines e we drama so we event we be hia wine na wo de dwuma ana wo to pono wo ya ye fro wo be hia wine na serve ahoho ye beba wada ma for wani hwe ba bia say best wine wo ma kira kwan na wo sa ope na ex natural mineral water say wo kwa hwe ho na so ope bia ye beto obi kama ma abo no so da form kama pa ya betimi atobinti wo de dwuma bia be hia original wine I wo brand wo din na odi adi udwuma ya best wine ho na wo se wo ko wo macha kwan enya yira kwan na 34 ni Northern Yanchi Street wo first street wo Geopolitical junction wo dru ho no ho na be hu na cha kwan ananso East Legon wo mo ebe Pink Berry wo betumi afre wo 050 761 3900 050 761 3900 from penifua womo ebeji so enewo edi enkita home hola savia ya sabia udru ho ade ye manie womo hwe se de be ya opom de ho nsem ebekọ yi obi ana ase ya na atata ya ho no edi unya ha wadwen wada makohola savia fo aso ye na wo monhwe wo no fo na sabedua bia bedem enti ama oje ho ba bia nya wada ma ya na de call stroke ama fa adwodwo wani mu asam kasa asesa ni nyina adu hola savia ho be show diabetes ha nkronkro bia tutu kidney na osisi ka osedwe ya ukwa wo be show ya na asthma so tete koko epiepie ba bia na atwere na no so aba so ni nyina wo bo ama ho ato na ba konso a wo mu yemu ade pass obi na tenkan ra mema ne ma nyina ya munem da nya kono papa bia no wonye duru hon ma won behwe na wo maboa bo ho ban ma opom de ho nsema koyi a shaman one Access Bank no edi hwe ni mu ya na woni hola savia fo akase san so mo de agidi say only God can heal you nti ya bra na omune yenya mpa ye mfan frebi nye mfan hwe mo ahonto 0576656658 0576656658 and 0200-6230-38 0200-6230-33 na 0267-668653 and 0240-409991 number simu bia refrebia no hola savia wo mo baje so na wo mo aboa
na mamenka we say Breaking Yoke Ministries International so at the Jumedia Bia radio program Principles of the Kingdom na ebro ewo power 97.9 so abribia je say ajuada kopum fiada from tubre kopum 1 p.m. na ise 12 ekopem 1 na wahia eye sofopanyi ewo dwumadie so na ono akyanyamesem ono akate se eye sumasem nkyerɛkyerɛ wo de obra watimi ade amam na abonto so otonsa ade afro se kwasie de bia so no bamodin na ise bra na no embom ensum nyame entie nyame asem eno so te se ebeboa pa se kwasiada eye 7 am ekopem 1 pm na ise watena se a nyame asem kroje no ode eno so ebeka ho benada dwumadie no atodi eye spiritual check up eno so ade a obetimi aboa pa na fe eno no ehya ase anopa eye no otwe ekopem no mienu na ise adwoada bia na fe adwoada kro na nso no benada no eno so anwumre no num ekopem eye no otwe eno so dwumadie no spiritual check up no betimi akọ na bia huhum fem nyema nkoye woni sofopon nkodu nkomo na watimi aboa fiada eye mega all night eno so ode hwehwe so eye 8 pm kopem 5 am na send them pabo kodwa bi papa e de agye ho agye wabusua na wo mbanyina se iyo nti bomodin se obekọ eye fiada bia mega all night ne bi na atimi aboa na sofo oda sorry anom eye Prophet Dr. Cephas Kwame pega onom and is oda sorry no ano also atonsa dia fro so bra na be hye nyame uni nyame mebo mpunumpu na ise atimi aboa be hu na kire kwan ewo Klagon NDC bus stop ise eya shamanungwa kwantempo no so osi bibini na pese woni onu akasa etwe nkoma afre no ewo 0243 374 821 0243 374 821 na jese bibi a kire wadwen no watimi aboa ewo sa kwanya no eso
so high sense so da nyina ya se esan so nim se yemu bebre na ye kasamesa ye no mo eye adwuma enti ye share efiempinu no aduonum 2025 yase no wo mo jebre no ma da nyina se bra no bra na eguso ani o mo dinkita ho na wo mo niam ahodo e wadwama so ne tobi ma wo mo na ye de eye fie ye offices e ma honom eye kama eye nika na wo mo share bosa afi de niam a wo mo ahyehye e de ma customers no edoso enti we obi ani high sense for edinkita ho akoso ana ne wo mo dinkita ho esanse yade o mbeboa papa ama eniema nyina akoyie ene wo mo showrooms ne doso kwa amrahia wo be hu wo machi akwan Eastleigh go ho Accra wo mo ho Tudu ene important wo be hu wo machi akwan La Paz Bachona North Industrial Area Junction mo wo mo ho Achimota mo wo mo ho West Hills mo wo mo ho Tema Community 1 Kaswa Kisiman Bachona biem wo mo ewo ho afi eba broadcasting Kumasi City Mall Kumasi Edum Kumasi Post Office Kumasi Tafo Kumasi Tanoso Takrade Takwa Sunyane Tamale hoho e obo asiman kesi mtachiman Dansuman ena afi Kufodua Tema Community 25 West Hills Mall ene ne miamia hodua ho nyina habe hu high sense for wo be kira kwade hia ne se wo be evremu a hwehwani ma no de wani gye ho ne wo mu ni eho ano na wo mu ebetete ne ma so ama kama na boanso so ama enema nyina akoyie the amount high sense there or say everyday prices for everyday people until say wudi dwa ana pesa usiesie office ana ofie ma ho ye kama wunya TV papa bi wunya condition papa bi wunya ye kan say fridge papa bi na de adwuma ne nyina high sense for ho and I was also bibi ni afre 0302 5500 0302 5500 00 for mo wo mo ebajo so di opeso bisa bia no de bisa no mo nchemu kama ho a wo de be ma
abusene na dwumadi asurunku abali se wudi agro no na sabre kro na so no wunya sika ewa akire wunya sika ewa akire omra sika koma bi pe na wudi be wura sa agudi no emu mamenkai se mega cash ye lucky box dwumadi no aba na ehia ne se so benya 5 series ana se dia pese wutwa bia na no so watimi ade atwa bi na nyame ya adom na se nyoma ekoye otie ya obetimi ade be 500,000 ewa mega cash lucky box dwumadi no so dia obeya ne se obedale star 426 star 5 hash na se network ni nyina so so network bia so no betimi so edisa agro no ebi na wutwa ati se no so etimi aboa na wodi sika yutwiri dia enya asem kuma nti odofo mpacho okita phone na wo 5 series bia wo so a obetimi edi agro na mom kai se ewo so nya mfishia dum wotwe eko ansa wo so wetimi edisa agro bi eno no dwumadi sonko aba game fraba obetimi win big na say live and large and so ka ho bie eno mega cash lucky boss dial star 426 star 5 hash na say watimi choose box no makoma nsia na ebeba so na eba so a na say wo so watimi aselect de abeselect bia no sika ewa ase obetimi adi akase bia enti kwaso na so dia grobi na atimi abosa nse sika kase ho a wo so obetimi adi bisa dwumadi enele enso age atuma wo so obetimi adi bi na aboase be na say nei sika ni fie na so 5 cities betimi asesa nioma na wo so uti ayi a obedi big pa ewo so enti abuso e wa ha ya yes so for the appointment committee na yakwa professor de niema esi ekro ewo ho ye besa akọ therefore kwesi be chi so no to ye nkra ho na emisa se die na ye twen die na ekọ so currently ewo emrashibedwafie hwan na beba hwan na ye next obeba na enkomo ben na omadi wo ho ye be say ye producers be boa ye na fe ye nya therefore kwesi be chi from parliament na fe wa ma yesa update no am ye hunu de say wo mo eye hwan na eba anaso so kra no omode nyina akowu obi amabie mu ana ba yenkoso ankai mo ese ensentwofo nhia mu the minority wo mo ye no say nkra ya ba say the majority in parliament nipa wo mo direct wo mo press conference no art no no ye rata fie makpo de atudwa so be respond accordingly in due time nti ye hwe nanimu ese sa emre ne be so a wo de ni statement ne be ba na fe ye de amamu nyina atibi but ye be ko parliament so far ye Kwabra Minta Akandoh wono na no pe wa ba committee nani wa me atoto na no in less than 30 minutes ye toto na no wie ya wo call ye questions e bisa ne bi no efa kwan ya obefa so ama na dwuma no waye ne yie because oye private man or na dwuma ene ye na ya man political appointment be den watumi aka ne mienu nyina abomu a engu isan se Rafanyo market no kasa wo che se wono no no oye private business but politics inti agu into a person who hawa Kwabra Minta Akandoh besia ne because ne de multi-million company and all running and watch so no de or director system no so ho ya wo de be adwuma nti set e bia nya de be kwakoye problem bia e de man hye be no mo de agu akwamu apomde kwamu a e be yesronko se wo ewo free primary health care wo ho sanso so na wo Mahama care fund so ewo ho ani nyina ye de be boa ami apomde ho nsem etumi akoye drone ho nsem mo se nyame adom no oba obehwe ho asem na waka sanso na nipa bi no perception ya wo de ba se swafo foforo ba company foforo bi wana se ministry bi anu oyi nkrofo adi ne se bebre no se da bi ono de on pre no ho nyesa obeye mu hwehwe mu nti antisi so far eno ene wo ho ye twen se amanebo no aka ne be free machibedwuma ba because as at now ye nim nhyehyɛ ne se de esi ekɔ nim who is next who is coming and who is not coming nti se ne maternity table no so adwe nkyere wo so far ne akɔso no ene se ama na mamenka se dia na ye apenyo ebisa se bia company bi ba ya mo appointment for na se we abase nkonkon enye ni nyina ye nkonkonsa ebi wo ho na authentic nyima emma adwuma no enkoso sa no wo se nipa no timi hwehwe mu na hu se asemesi na so benten anamo a otu no emma adwuma no enkoso ne bibia nsi kwan se bia wo betimi ayinadi na mpempi na aya na yakwakoye no amayosem se bia asemesi se oye senti no na wo se Janet na wo sa debi se nipa no ya ade na enya wo se okọ ebi wo betimi asore bed yo no nkwa adwuma sa no kokon se wo do se o kana se na oye MPP ni ntina wo ye ne sanso mi ka se no na adwuma no etoto na se ema adwuma no enkoso nti se obi wo ho na onye adwuma no ye ana se nipa na mfa kwampa so ene ade adwuma no emma no na se o hwema hu de ekwa anu mi ngi ni se bia eye boni bi se bia tebri sika dia ma se bia wo na wo se sa ambulance no obetimi akra pass e dia ba ya dia ma ambulance pass na amba sika no so a ye nsanka na se efro ebisa ho nsama na no nkire se eye intimidation na se bia wo chanting bi na nipa bi eyew na mo se de sa ekomi se bia amayo 17 ne yiwu na nkonkon 17 ne yiwu a Ghana si atie ABCD mi sa ne betina yentimi enkoye nim nti se nipa no se atie bia no wo se ahwehwem papa mu a na etimi mbo na Ghana so no yenko yanim.
Okay. Enti etwase ehwehwe mu eya na ho hia because se opere wo ho se bi esi asomesi obentia yesi na akoterminate ne appointment be ne ye be kwa akohwem no na bia de ugina so de yi na di no nya sa na te a na fa ba bi no akoha no nti e wo se ehwe ho asem na ye ka ne tumi eboye
causing financial loss to the state and so betimi abase bi
because wo hwe
ya ma no contract bi ne ayi
ene ayi wo hwe ayi ti se papa yi a Johnson Esiama ono no ye deputy governor e Bank of Ghana ono so ni hu case bebre bi ba ya na no ya ye clear nkrofo ya clear ne bi ono so ye de so bobo no say causing financial loss to the state but we achi na say even at the time I ye bono so bono kra no na sika ye say wa ma ye Unibank you know na ye tuampo but sana ekokoba ya ene akoye nyina so ama ya nti niema ni bi on man sase ye pre ye ho e wo se ye to ye bo ase ehwehwe mu na ebo anso se de be ya niema nyina betumi akoso kama
yo enti bebi adu ma ye nyina so na ya nje nkrato ye ba na efe ya to aso ya
2024 has been an amazing year, but I believe 2025 is going to be much better. We at Hisense want to say a very big thank you to you for patronizing us. Stay blessed and Happy New Year.
Sai amatie for nyina kwa bebio. Oda so etie power. 97.9 FDA so. Saso ana wo hwe yen. Ewo TV SYZ. Because a vetting commodity ya. Ana awie so yade asumu yen. Yobo room yandra suko kakra. Na yanhwe se ade na ekọ. Titi andra vetting said ye ko ye. Eno ana wo se Ghana ye wo se ekọ na. Medi ade akua krantima mene amapoma checheko na wiewa ya sumo na yebekọ amano so na yedi nkomo kakra bi na dia fa endra vetting dia course dia esi ye table se ye microphone se ye eno no kwa wo se Ghana ye fa na yenkọ amano so na yene Dr. Jonathan Asante Ochre Onyum di papa a lecturer at Cape Coast University eno ntwe nkomo mbisa na adwenche dia ekwe sana wo se ekono na yati unsem so far ekoye ana se bibi wo ho wo se etimi ye so man yesisemu na yakoye ni mana ani ntebekọ amano so na yene doctor Ewiabri abonkomo ewo vetting dwumadi a ekoso ewo eye mrashibedwafie committee a yapo mo vetting committee adwuma no yendi nkomo kakra eho Dr. Ewiabri so temenka mema aha emo akwa baba power na fe TV SYZ so yo Dr. Mamimbu South said so far vetting dwumadi a ekoso committee no se wo hwe adwuma ma start be na wotwe mienu enina adien no impression ewo dwumadie yi ehun
Quorum says mention a team for national point area Baku energy see a man then was a bad news for itself
okay
and it has taken the shine away from the process. The other any identical process
Doctor, what the master need your mana just a wajina your opposition kakra as a wakasa no komono deba etwetwesi yantini ye into position we ye kakra mayen. Empacho efe de tonka.
And the second one that take the shine away the way a man continue a phenomenon is more hijack the proceedings at the vetting process. The problem is that you cut the whip by using the rules and regulations and the standing orders of Parliament. If you do so on a regular basis, then in Confabaka, people will think that you are gathering the minority and that you have something to hide. I don't mind telling you, so when you should activate as a leader or chairman of the program and also vetting processes, then it means the person do as he's been doing. Yes, I don't think to say my opinion power mono or more problems in terms of scandals there. What the majority will have to understand is that the minority will want to score a political point. And some of kind of more press here and there. All with the view say 2028 is coming. And they will turn back into government. So you will have to understand, say. So all what they are trying to do to upstage the majority is to score political point. If the majority will not be able to stand on their grounds on this particular area, then it means they've lost guard. Other part, no, I think it is so far so good. The nominees have demonstrated their worth of knowledge and the depth of the area or portfolio that they are going into. So far, I don't think they are really disappointed. Quite apart from the fact to say majority, they are not, as usual, they are not able to ask tough questions of their own people. That has always been the trend. The minority will always want to prove to everybody, say BBC. Then you could see, they also want to try to whitewash that of the former president in terms of the things that so you could see, they are going to squeeze them in, get some ideas, some responses, apologies, as a way of cleansing the image of the former president. And you see, when it comes to St. George in Adela, They are not pushovers. You cannot in any way push him over to do that, like even the finance minister. You saw what Gideon Bako tried to do during the vetting. So I think what happened yesterday was an eyesore. It was something very unparliamentary. It was dishonorable on the part that MPs should do that. And I think that they have to, offer unqualified apology. I think the chairman has already done so, and that is good because after all, he is the person chairing. I don't see why you can say that the minority leader will have limitless time to ask limitless questions. It does not make any sense. So, if 3 hours for each candidate, maximum 4, because the panel will send you also, it doesn't mean that the minority leader must have limitless time to ask questions that are repetitious. Or the same type of question. I think it augurs well for the process. Apart from that, some of the questions do not even show or demonstrate whether the person is competent for that particular portfolio and answer on your comment. Diction.
Hello, doctor. Me patcha say network na na say just a line nice mu asanso aye rough kakra nti o last statement I'll make here no ye nya ne ye ewa ha
patcha
me patcha aye
no the mention that one say some of the questions that are just irrelevant. They do not in any way show say nipan be work on or competent and incompetent. They don't have questions. I don't know why they are so disorganized. At least one. For one, maybe we'll look at the person's CV. Two, we'll consider the person's character. Three, we may consider his past experiences. We means that will be in Canano, and how relevant are some of these things to the portfolio and ask the nominees current affairs issues. If there are controversial issues, we can go ahead and ask that. But we should all think to say we are going to do this within the 3 hours and nothing more. If it happens, say, we have to go beyond that, then a section is created so that then they can go ahead and tell them by allowing Mr. Fernandez to have that limitless care and limitless question, answer. I have never seen any such thing as far as vetting processes in the past are concerned.
And Doc, Mamisa say Samra year to us on a vetting no, Ebekoswa a year couple ministers, Yabo Mudini Nano, ya nominate your munina, ya bevetium no. Dear now was say Ghana for and fee a year Oma a vetino eho.
Well, we should ask relevant questions. Majority, so also take your time. Take this some of these critical questions. Okay, I'm man say minority by hijacking. It has always been the case over the years. Majority find it difficult asking certain critical questions.
Muna been so as you say, Savati no see anebeko. Yabetina na yembisa questions e modu na ebeboa na relevant dia. Anka mpo yanhwe nanka yeboni pani dia. Yema no kwan na onko ministry ho straight enko yedwuma ka vet no kura no ehu hia se betina se asese nkonwa yesese microphones ne mbisa question ehu hia no anka yentwa mokresan se eden ya nipa no omo be approve no na wakọ ministry wakọ yedwuma eno so eden na obeka ewo.
Well, I don't think it's that simplistic. We need to find out people who have character. We need to find out if they can really think on their feet. We say reading from a note or from a script. We need to find out if their past experiences do not really augur well for the portfolio of Mokwa. The other side, yes, but I think it is more or less like a cynical way of looking at the issues. I think vetting is good, but as of now, it has become weaponized for political gain.
And a crocra major moakono perception of abonten say chairman nankasa crotty committee no sono sebio ni nyoma bi mreka kra enti ye betimi asesa no anasempo no den no so awoso ye esanse ne bi wo ha awosa nkode ne nansi from na otimi stop but otimi jaya ma no kosa sadia nipa na panya ne flow ewo eye committee no eso
Power FM.
And go about it, it's a matter of style. You see, it's all a true one man support. And a nipa no so it does not seem to, as I said, as long as he prolongs the vetting processes, he himself looks ridiculous. That is like he becomes even oblivious of his environment and the question pattern that he's following. You see, as a lawyer, you have been trained when you're doing cross-examination, to follow a certain tangential, to go on a certain tangent. But because you say you are so emotional about the process, it doesn't say you are asking questions that are just irrelevant. I don't see that you are asking irrelevant questions. It makes you look ridiculous. And I don't think it augurs well the image of the committee. The chairman himself, as I said, maybe his style. But any time he looks, the facial expression is so grim. Until like I said, you can be very emotionless and disturbed. Without letting people know, you are cracking the whip. You must crack the whip. And I think that is the best way to go. Because you see, the minority leader will always insist. That is the style. Chairman, with all due respect. So then we will be doing that to get under the skin of the chairman. When the chairman lets go, we need to still ask those questions. You stick to it if that you think is out of order. You stick to it and make progress. If they want to abandon it, you can abandon it. This is not the first time. But the other time, let's say, if you say, at the end of the day, this thing will end anyway. It will come to a close anyway. And I don't think any of the nominees are maintaining power. They are so weak that they will feel threatened by the presence of any Americans. No, I don't think that is the case. If they want to take him on, they can equally take him on. What you say? So, I mean, you just cannot say every question there must be answered. You are asking questions that are irrelevant. It makes you look it makes you look so base and ridiculous in the minds and the face of Ghanaian.
Okay, Doctor Yabada na yadi wo asianam say dwumadie no de bekoso bia BBC abesan so ba nchen abaji nimde e de aboa ya dwumadie da se pass onya brawie na woni ye ekasa ye. Ania mutie aye Dr. Jonathan Asante Ochre oyo chirechire ni e wo Cape Coast aye asuapon no emu eba mayosamo ene wo jese ehwo nchirechire ni ade de a wakoderu papa se oyo political science lecturer e wo Cape Coast University ono na yene no ekodi nkomo e wo de ko sondra ne nia vetting committee so far omaye no ehwo nsem na wote no ye be sanso na yatoa so ene ukopiemu e wo eye weja gbawesu a amanebo bi afiho papa je se eye NDC amiyoko no communication office no ade nsem bi abetudwa na omonsam ne se sendra de call so e wo vetting committee no omakasa ade ati omokondeme se bibisa e call so na de atwa omawokura so omumra hye bedwani edi anim gidigidi je so no e na omatwa de se nkondwa ya de se table so se wakose no bia wo role model na isa manfo ahwe usua wo na to anamon we a so makasa ade atiantian kwa amane so na yane aye Patrick Ashford Boadu enso enkasa na yenhwe se edian na yesi omeye omo ampio mo to abamani no wagu omani mu ase ana sempo no edian no mo beye no esese bibie no abeye no onya to abana ma na wie
to abana ma no but de ubetumi aye na aye se ne suban se ya no obeda na di omrahye bedwemu a ebre ne so bie mu a se ye kwa akoto aba na mwachire ni bibi kakra wetiwa se sa na ye no
esanso yada etutura suban
because ye to abana de maun as honorable your friends a member of parliament are representing not in that way na yehu say wo ho no even if your mouth position e parliament home po it doesn't give you any you say wo de no just say baby o every tokrobia bibia na kan yakwa say o ya notorious wo appointment committee ne and then what how cha no sha say baby but to the point say as an honorable member of parliament table mu and you are seen in videos about bia ni ho a oni nyina ba bia no ogina mu dendende seen holding a table table mu dendende ya wo pia abofom ewi eche ni mo bu table ne nai ba ko abeyo kada o man anim nti no e wo say boja gbawefo hu no say nipa a omo yi no no de omo eje penny to aba yi no because ono kra no people contested one ne we na o we ne ye no ho because day na to aba we kinkan ye no na e wo baby ye kwa kodamade achia afi ye ko ba ya ye se de MPP ni no enya wene no no mom no wa wene a ye de na ba fair enough ya ma kwa ko parliament nti wo sa wo da wo ho adi in a way che wo constituency say ampa na wo deserve say wo ho e na wo ho but ekodu baby na afi wo mo nsasi fom a na say wo mo akwambia so besides afi na wo anya akwanya Abraham Rashibedwam so some of the things well e bia wasua behind the scenes but e wo say ye hu say wo da su bia dia enye de e be ha adwene bebre
ye te wonka na ye te wonka e wo kwampa so enye say wo ye tutura sama na say wo da tutura so ban bia edi ma yanko amane so na ye ne eye NDC amikono kasamafo weja gbawe owura Patrick Ashford eye buadu entwetwe enkomo opanyi so timinka ma wakwaba so ma ha ma wakwaba
Yo, quite man, but I hope say you are correct.
Me didn't say netie.
But me that say, we share with you for answer so.
Yo, na adiani statement ten so on the about adiani see.
Yo, quite man, me did pass parliament bet na e course so I bet in committee. Etna say enra say omo bet government appointees no. Now we should be. Mayor ye bet say yenia and I say minister ya appointing say of communications so no. Every year no antibia and akasakasa ya nyama nkofo trasem kakra e parliament vetting committee na say nyama bebre e be say properties of the public all parliament ho a nkonya essay sanso na tables so essay sanso na toka akasemu microphone parliament no bebre essay na your wage that by constituency no infoni no any video on social media no you who adwiri yam pa esa say usha na say ya na yeto aba na wage that by constituency amafo ana say timemufo mo ho no na mo say omo pe yenia Jerry Ahmed Saib lawyer enti na mo to aba no ema no enti moto aba no ewie amana na nya nyina ye hwe ne say Kenya development and I say impromptu our wage about constituency no abo and I say abo and I say senate say you so abo akono sebi so na impromptu our wage about constituency no so abo ye say oba na so we share in terms of a road network a wage about constituency very poor so oba na so we share sanitation your gutters be emu AC so oba na say o share insurance term bonds any party mu na say ya top base na omunya insure it na ye dream so na say ye say ye member of parliament Jerry oko parliament here obenya bibi papa aba but ye crap no ye surprise and this for ye surprise say Jerry oko ho no ye sokwa na oko any nyama oba be say it's say o share the new patriotic party or more in film or chair or baby and sana John Tomani Mahama ever abenya kwenu bio no or mun to me any bibi portray our wait about constituency on which media almost esu say omo no ye enti Jerry eko parliamentary ni so no ye na musimi our wait about constituency to our parliament no there ye dem say or the bibi papa beba but na ema ye hu ye hu gree empa na Bodeka say we are scandalized and we are surprised say a member of parliament a lawyer say parliament who you say mrashe bedweni enti kwa koshembra but ni say na okodi to trust them ni say okona hoko say public and as a government properties and as a public property He said, "Send the NR you our parliament no." It is Naya can say Jerry Ahmed, yeah, you will wait about constituency, you know, and yet NDC for the by the member the bridge or the platform so and now, or more entry on Mopa. Say Jerry Ahmed Saib, I will say, oh, your lawyer. Yes, our performance say, don't preach. And I said, if you are preaching virtue, then you don't have to practice vice. But if you preach virtue, you have to fight. If you preach virtue or don't preach virtue and practice vice. And you know, you say, oh, yes, you not also okay, depend where you come for, it's all 24. And now, all 24, now also, oh, they air to say, the men too, before say, man, at the bonnet, and next, the men so, and if I may at the bonnet. And say, yeah, you will say, letter, and answer statement, yeah, Jerry Ahmed in the was there. How all day a message, Emma, your mom penny, and yet John, the money Mahama, His Excellency. So, on more than now, on calling his people, the supporters of the National Democratic Congress, NDC, to order essence or more government institutions, equal J positions, EJ, SSN, Yama, 80 year cut, we are ultimately out to John, the money Mahama for His Excellency, say. On strengthen a bear on the crop supporters, and NDC crop for another NDC supporters, or can say they are tax, 80 tax, there's a multiple call the equity SM money. Now, the ocean and man is to a parliament now. Now, videos now, you who know actually say, a year Jerry Ahmed side, or no, and now, the equity awards, sir, Yamana, yes, sir, our parliament in power. 80 years, a yes, speaker of parliament. Say, or more orange. Now investigating or more or more this, it's to assemble our parliament.
Patrick, now I say, Manisu, I do only say Bianco, but I play in Punto, and the Abram said, no, the message, and now Amuya Vati, ministers, Ebeya Jume, and he said, with your young and soon you are Jumani Bia.
Now come here, okay, but no, and yet the only thing of some yet. Now, yeah, sometimes we say, you're sharing your air course, and like we are surprised the kind of questions. And yeah, parliamentarians, no couple of editors, but the local parliamentary, and only just the local court, they get bets and pets. So much here because now parliamentarians, no, or mobile call, and also, especially to almost Abano. Yama or more cancer from local parliament on Bayano. You say, agro better than it is last year. 18 no we can't concerning way that by constituency for any near who our parliament our so ye member of parliament and a year case now you will DBA say send your catch say Uba Oblogo send a gratis and I say a pine and from Wager Junction to Wager Ankasan a partner and work for 8 years almost mean you 80 years say your member of parliament which mean a parliament here. Now it brings to a Juma and a Hoka. That's a BBS. That's a way to certain crap now. So, your school for be crap mostly yourself, Yamano. I'm a lawyer and I say, war parliamentarian, what's wrong before. Now, say, a collapse, now, yeah, and Nano, Jerina or Jerry and Nano. Say, a colleague, a couple of years, obviously, after South Colonofo. Say, don't buy me, I'm a Viviane, and I go to school. And I say, teacher, say, that's a one, yeah. Now, I was so Yama. And you say, well, yes, sir. 18 years can say, Jerry or your lawyer. 18 years punish. So, our parliament, on says, Yama or can't share any way that by constituency for. I much share so much for Banamo mono. On says, no, okay, way that by constituency. The next of parliament, as I say, parliament, that's a big of say, at the end of the day, yeah, that's what Banamo, yeah, also your taxes, it's why you love the enemy of Yamade, says, yeah, the mamma. 18 not a banner. Yeah, so and I remember.
Yeah, you better that's a Patrick said when you're Brenani doing Comosa, a Brenin Tiabasan Swak or Naveteno, and when some media metia Fontia that say, and near Mutiano, a communication officer, my Andy Samukuno, a Wajak Bawi, a Patrick Ashford, Boardum, and I said, Motianquai, no real Kujato Abla, and a brass, so I say, don't you know, Betty, and some men a banner so, you could pull a Facebook page, a
After that press conference, I have been inundated with calls from the media. I heard myself very clearly
na se aye dwumadi ahodo enei owura Samuel Okudjato Ablakwa one nipa otoso mienu akopie mu ewo vetting committee no animu na se kasa ni ade nyina no yade bebra mu sesia esanse se dwumadi na hyase ewo semutie bi na yehwe de enense no ebekwa akosi ebekose ndura anase ne de nsakrai kakra bebem ebi nipa bi etu obi fo so be fa de ayadwuma ama ma ye ntwa so nefe
enti ye hu se ye Samuel Okudjato Ablakwa wabetena se we soye wie se ya hyase ye kro ebisa na nsem no enti nsem ni bia na ebisa no ho no yie na ode eba no a ye network ni mu aye twitwi but ye besa akọ na nsem a waka no wakwakofa ediaba nsem a ye di hu nkomo no nyina no eba be wie se omo ye mrahye bedwafo omo asodie omo make sure se asodie no omo ede betutu na kwan mo pepepe na ebekwa akọ wie achi na emfo how bia emfa emma enti eno so eho asem eno so we are hoping see ebekọ ho me de se makasa me expectations nyina ye se de wosie nyade free yeru Samuel Okudjato Ablakwa wo se ministry na wo as foreign affairs ministry no obetumi akoye adwuma no ho no eno na ye hwe anim yenim se wa serve wo the committees a eno ye foreign affairs committee a ensem ni bi ho no mo a se eba mampani aircraft ado de tu kwan ya fe no of private jet ne ho ka ba ye so odwai wo wie bia
the 30th of January 2025 at 1 p.m. Thursday, 30th of January 2025 at 1 p.m. Emphasis mine. At committee rooms 1 and 2 at the administration block, Parliament House, Accra. You are kindly requested to submit copies of your CV, tax clearance certificate, the Ghana Revenue Authority Secretariat, to the Appointments Committee on the 2nd floor. And the letter adds, you are further requested to provide the names of 10 guests who will be present to witness your vetting. Please find attached guidelines for the preparation of your CV. Yours faithfully, Mrs. Gifty Jagegoba. And she did attach the schedule for yesterday. And she did the schedule for yesterday. I was to come right after the lunch break at 12:30 p.m. I have a copy here. So for the minority leader to address a press conference a while ago and portray me as some hooligan, some lawless character who will be smuggled into your hearings with my wife, my chiefs, respected ambassadors, Chief Director of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, former ministers of Foreign Affairs. I take strong exception to that. I thought that the minority leader, at the very least, would have apologized to my revered chiefs who had traveled all the way from the Volta region, including the Tepamanhine, traveled all the way from the Ashanti region, where I have been serving as Mbrantia Hine over the last 15 years. So, Chairman, this is a very serious matter. It's a reputational issue. I was not smuggled here. There was no conspiracy. And before the minority leaders press conference, another colleague on the minority side, the Honorable Vincent Ekowasefwa, also put out a post on social media accusing me of backdoor tactics and that I'm not going to be vetted. Yesterday, one wonders if this was some preconceived agenda to just cast a slur at my reputation. And Mr. Chairman, I want you to take a decision on this matter because my chiefs are beginning to wonder, did I mislead them? Or did I have an appointment to appear before you? Respected ambassadors are asking me, what happened? Team Oral and others are all asking me, are you sure you had an invitation yesterday after listening to the minority leaders press conference? So, Mr. Chairman, we demand an unqualified apology from the respected minority leader. My chiefs will not accept this. My guests, whose names I submitted to you on the 27th of January, will not accept this. And it has to be made very clear. I feel very strongly about this matter.
Honorable
we
nominee.
are not some idle people who will be smuggled into appointments committee hearings.
Honorable nominee, take it easy. I think as a committee, we've taken some responsibility. That is why, by way of opening remark, I apologize to you and the chief, together with your revered guests. What really happened was that since last week, we programmed the nominees to be vetted for the entire week. As a result of a derogatory statement against me and the members of the committee, we've taken Wednesday to deal with the problem. And that has affected our calendar, and same should have been communicated to those who were unable to vet on that Wednesday. I agree to the fact that you are scheduled to be vetted on Wednesday. The letter that you read actually came from the So as a matter of fact, you did not smuggle yourself to be vetted yesterday. The letter was not. We render a sincere apology to you and your revered guests. So, Honorable Nominee, I think the apology from the chair should settle the issue. Thank you very much. Then we then proceed to ask you.
So, Mr. Chairman, how about the press conference? The press conference addressed by the minority.
The media is covering us. And I've stated clearly that the committee takes responsibility. We wrote a letter to you. So if it is Honorable Sami Okujeto, my good friend, if it were to be fair, I will not be apologizing to you on behalf of the committee. That is why I am pleading to you that accept my apology on behalf of the entire committee. Therefore, this time, if you want to insist on our rights, maybe the whole day. So please, once I have taken the responsibility, and I apologize to you and your revered guests. Time, if you want to insist on our rights, maybe the whole day. So please, once I have taken the responsibility, and I apologize to you and your revered guests on behalf of the entire committee, whoever is a member of the committee, that based on the unfortunate incident, be it a press conference or a statement in the media or a post in the media, I am on behalf of everybody apologizing to you. So accept my apology and let this matter be settled. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Kindly proceed to tell us about yourself.
I'm grateful, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, my name is Samuel Okujeto Ablakwa, born on the 11th of August, 1980, in Accra. I hail from Aveyeme Bato in the North Tongue district. By way of basic education, I was in Association International School at Airport, proceeded to the only secondary school in the world, Presbyterian Boys Secondary School, and then proceeded to the University of Ghana, where I read political science, philosophy, and economics. I have a master's in international politics and defense, another master's in communications and PR, an executive certificate in leadership from Harvard Kennedy School. My masters were from the University of London and the University of Leicester. I also have a professional Prince 2 qualification. I am currently serving in my 4th term, representing the chiefs and the good people of North Town. I have served as ranking member on the Foreign Affairs Committee for almost 8 years. In the 8th Parliament, I also served as chair of the Assurances Committee. I've held various positions in public service, including Deputy Minister for Information, appointed by His Excellency Professor John Evans Atta-Mills of blessed memory. May his soul rest in peace. My dearest mentor, who I miss greatly. I was also appointed by His Excellency John Dramani Mahama. I served as Deputy Minister for Education in charge of tertiary education. I currently chair President Mahama's flagship anti-corruption team, the Operation Recover or Loot team, a position I'm very, very proud of as chair, and I will miss dearly when I hand over in the next few days. Mr. Chairman, kindly permit me to convey sincerest gratitude from the depth of my heart to His Excellency John Dramani Mahama for this appointment. I have already assured him that I will give it all and I will make him and the country proud.
Thank you very much.
I'm concluding, Mr. Chairman. If you give me 30 seconds. I must also thank my dear mother, Her Excellency Professor Nana Jenopoko Ajiman, the first female Vice President of the Republic of Ghana. And in conclusion, Mr. Chairman, I want to thank senior and veteran diplomats and former foreign ministers of our country who have all met me, Dr. Obeda Samoa, Ambassador Dike Osei, Ambassador Beho, Professor Kwame Nahoy, who have all been very, very supportive since my nomination, all the other ambassadors and staff of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. I definitely reserved the best for last. My loving, dear, supportive wife, who has always stood by me. I thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Our revered guests, please, you will have to take part in the proceedings in silence. We will then proceed with the actual vetting, and I will recognize Asafo Adjei to start with his questions. Honorable Asafo Adjei, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you. Honorable Minister, I would like to congratulate you once again. I am a Japon boy, so I mean it serves well to have one of us being here. But Mr. Nominee, I am a bit worried, particularly with the diplomatic posturing of our president when it comes to the Sahel Trio and how it would impact on the image of Ghana as a democratic country. What do you think of it?
Well, thank you very much. It's a very important question you have asked. And interestingly, ECOWAS will be 50 years this year, and Ghana is likely to host the 50-year celebrations. His Excellency John Dramani Mahama believes that our regional integration agenda should be pursued and should not be abandoned. And so even though our three closest neighbors, Burkina Faso, Mali, and Niger, broke away from ECOWAS, and only this week their breakaway became effective. ECOWAS announced that they have completed the cessation. We need to be conscious of the fact that as closest neighbors, even though we are promoting democracy and we have all said no to coups, we face serious threats the threat of violent extremism and terrorism. And so, as good neighbors, President Mahama is of the view that he should not give up on dialogue. Article 40 and Article 73 of the 1992 Constitution enjoins the President and all of us who will be working in the foreign service space that our strategic national interest should always be at the center of our foreign policy considerations. If you have your neighbors who are being totally taken over with extremism, terrorism, and indeed, all our neighbors have been attacked except Ghana. And we know that if situation gets out of hand, the economic crisis also worsen, we will be affected. We are trading partners as well, and we have historic ancestral ties. There are many Ghanaians who trace their roots from Burkina Faso, from Niger, from Mali. So it is very strategic for President Mahama to say that I want to help resolve this Sahelian crisis. And that is why he appointed the respected Venerable Flight Lieutenant Colonel Bevlolate, who was an AU envoy on counterterrorism and also has the military clout and very close relations with some of these military leaders. So it is in our strategic national interest, as Article 40 and Article 73 enjoins us, and that is what informs President Mahama's posture when it comes to our three neighbors who have formed AES.
Thank you very much. Yes, Mr. Speaker, I'm following up on that. Honourable Minister, don't you think that our colleagues within the ECOWAS will be disappointed on the position the President has taken when they also have a different position?
The indications are that our neighbors are rather impressed with President Mahama's approach. They are really impressed that all of them were at his inauguration. And remember that even before President Mahama's intervention, ECOWAS did not just alienate them. ECOWAS took steps to dialogue, even appointed an envoy to try to talk to them to come back. Because some of the things they want to do, have a new passport, you know, have a new bank, a new trading bloc, it will really undermine our quest for regional integration. And the further bastardization and balkanization of the region is not what will help our collective economic interests, particularly at the time we are talking about the continental free trade arrangement, you know. So I can assure you, my respected colleague, that these are steps in the strategic national interest of our country, and it is very welcoming. And I think that we should, as a House, support President Mahama to achieve his objectives. I think it would be to our collective credit if during our tenure as leaders in Parliament and in the executive, we were able to talk to our good neighbors to come back into the ECOWAS fold. I think that it will really be a good icing on the cake as ECOWAS celebrates 50 years in existence.
The Chairman, I want to ask the nominee again.
That is your second question.
My second question, I admit. Having attended work with AU, attended several meetings, Ghana has always taken a position when it comes to Kosovo and Serbia. When it comes to Sahrawi Republic, we even call them the Western Sahara, and Morocco. And then the Palestine and Israel. I mean, the past government had a position. What will be your position vis-a-vis that of the President John Mahama's position when it comes to these countries, and we all know what is between them?
This is a very interesting question on geopolitics and what should be our geopolitical positioning. And I would like to make reference to our foreign policy, which Osajifo Dr. Kwame Nkrumah presented to this House on the 16th of December 1959. He talked about Ghana's foreign policy being positively neutral, that we shall not look left or right, we shall look forward. And that is why, after that, he collaborated with his colleagues to establish the non-aligned movement in 1961. So Kwame Nkrumah said that as much as possible, we shall seek to be friends of all and enemies to none. So our posture will remain same. We will seek to be good friends to all of these countries. But being good friends, as Kwame Nkrumah said on the 16th of December 1959, doesn't mean that if along the line there is a misstep, you engage in some violation of international law, you go against the rule-based order. It does not mean that we will not speak out or point it out to you. That is even what shows that we are really good friends. So in these countries you have listed, there are matters that are concerning. For example, the Palestinian-Israeli conflict. We take the view that the humanitarian crisis there is totally unconscionable and unacceptable. And it is with dismay that we will continue to urge for a resolution of the Middle East crisis. We remain committed to the two-state solution so far as the Israeli-Palestinian conflict is concerned. We do not align with hardliners on both sides who say that one state should be totally annihilated, does not deserve to exist. No. We say that let's respect the UN resolution, a two-state solution. On Western Sahara, you may have heard that on the eve of President Akufo-Addo's departure, he instructed that we cut ties with Western Sahara. That certainly has created some anxiety and nervousness, and it marked quite a major departure from our position in the 1960s, 70s, and the 1980s. And you recall that we, in 1982, championed the cause of Western Sahara, which led to Morocco exiting the OAU, as it was known at the time, in 1982. So it was a very significant development, and a lot of our allies on the left are looking at Ghana's new posture. I can assure you that because this is a very sensitive matter, we will be open-minded. We will study exactly what the considerations were, what the experts advised President Akufo-Addo to take such a consequential decision. I mean, when you are in government, you may know things that others will not know. I mean, he received national security briefings, he is at ECOWAS, OAU, AU now, and all of that, UN. So we want to keep an open mind. We will go and study what the considerations were, what analysis went into this decision. But the assurances I can give you, based on our foreign policy, is that we remain friends of all, enemies of none, even if diplomatic ties may appear strained as it is now in the Western Sahara question. It does not mean that our good friends in Western Sahara, we are going to disown them or cut ties with them in terms of the real people-to-people, cultural, and, if you like, ideological ties with them. But it's a sensitive matter. We will go and study it, and then we will look at the way forward. I agree with you that they have allies on both sides. Of course, the Algerians are not happy because of this decision. The Moroccans have welcomed it. They are excited about it. But we need to balance forces based on our strategic national interest. And we will look into it and see how best we find a resolution moving forward.
Thank you. I think I like how you responded, because Ghana has always taken a position, but that's fine. It's like you mentioned, you would get to find out in the ministry. I agree. Mr. Nominee, I also want to know, we have a foreign policy. Everybody knows that, non-aligned and all that. But we have also taken some critical interest in international issues, climate change and all that. What is our country's international environmental policy?
Another very important question, and for our generation, that is perhaps the most significant question. Will the human race survive if global warming, the ongoing climate change disruptions continue, if we do not change our way of life? And that is why the COP meetings have become so crucial. Unfortunately, the big players and the big polluters, we are not seeing consistency. They don't want to come to the table really following the science. There are some countries who are saying that they don't even really believe in the science and that it's probably exaggerated. What I like about the Foreign Ministry is that we facilitate these engagements amongst key sectors. So on climate change, the Ministry of Environment, Science and Technology will be the lead ministry. The Lands Ministry will also play a role, and I'm glad that I see the respected former Lands Minister at today's hearings. I know he took part in a lot of the climate change discussions. I followed those meetings keenly. So we will not be the lead ministry when it comes to climate change. It will be the Ministry of Environment, then the Lands Ministry. But we are happy to coordinate, to facilitate the meetings, and to make sure that Ghana is committed to our international obligations. And having said that, let me register our unhappiness at the latest withdrawal by the United States of America from the Paris Climate Accord. That was a very key intervention in the climate change agenda. Ghana played a leading role, I recall, under former President Mahama when he was president at the time. That has clearly created a disruption, but we will continue to urge our big brothers and sisters to come back to the climate change agenda and to commit to a new global order when it comes to climate issues. So that's how I respond.
Thank you. Chairman, a last follow-up on this. Nominee,
Honorable member, you are either asking your last question. You are entitled to one follow-up, which you have asked. So you either move to your last question. After this, I'll give you no opportunity.
I'm going to my last question. I'm going to my last question. Yes, I'm going to my last question. Yes, sure. The nominee, this, I think it is for the jury out there. There have been a lot of concerns about our female in the Western, the UAE, particularly inhumane treatment, abuses and all that. Even though we admit that it is out of their own private businesses and other things that lands them there, it has some implications on our international imagery. What is going to be the position of this government on this mass movement to UAE, and then it will come back to us as a whole lot of inhumane abuses and all that? What will be the clear-cut position of this government?
Once again, let me commend you for this well-researched question. And this is a matter that I am very passionate about. One of the priority areas that His Excellency John Dramani Mahama has tasked me to work on is how the Foreign Ministry is repositioned to help resolve the unemployment crisis in our country. Unemployment has moved from about 8.6% in 2016 to 14.7% currently, according to the Ghana Statistical Service. We need to make sure that this migration that is going on because of the search for employment benefits our country, it is regulated, and it's a win-win situation. Countries like Cuba, Indonesia, because of their strategic foreign policy, have been able to use their foreign policy. They sign bilateral agreements with other countries. They export labor, so their citizens are well catered for because everything has been signed, is done legally, so their rights are protected. A portion of revenue goes to the country, and then there's another portion that goes to the workers, particularly the Cuban Medical Brigade, if we are to look at the Cuban model. So under my leadership, I will seek to aggressively pursue economic diplomacy in a way that allows for bilateral agreements to be signed. There are many countries looking for Ghanaian nurses, looking for Ghanaian teachers, looking for Ghanaian professionals, looking for Ghanaian workers in the domestic setting, artisans. Why can't we take advantage of that to solve our unemployment crisis and also to regulate the space so that what is happening in the Gulf to some of our workers, our fellow compatriots, is addressed? When these receiving countries know that the labor they have received is not from some clandestine agency engaged in some, human trafficking operation, they will be mindful in how they treat these workers. So expect that one of our priority areas will be using foreign policy to address unemployment. We can make sure that brain drain becomes brain gain, where these bilateral agreements will help create jobs for the young people of our country. You go out there to the UK as a nurse, as a doctor, if it's probably for a 5-year period, you get some new skills, you build capacity, you can decide to come back with some good, foreign currency, and the country also benefits. So expect that we'll formalize these arrangements and we'll be very deliberate and aggressive about it to create jobs for our young people.
Thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, I want to commend the nominee and once again congratulate him for his appointment.
I move to give the floor to Honorable Oko Vanderpoy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Nominee, congratulations. I'm one of the many Ghanaians who are very happy to see you where you are seated this morning. Nominee, I've worked with you in the 7th Parliament and in the 8th Parliament as my leader on the Foreign Affairs Committee. And I appreciate the leadership skills and knowledge that you bring to where you are sitting this morning. When you get to the ministry, what will be some of your priority areas?
Well, thank you very much, Dr. Oko Vanderpoy, and thank you for the kind words and the tremendous support you gave me for 8 years on the Foreign Affairs Committee as my deputy ranking. I have just talked about one of the priority areas, economic diplomacy, pursuing bilateral agreements to create jobs for the young people of our country in a regulated migration that benefits the individual and the country. The other thing that I want to reform is our passport regime. There are too many complaints about how difficult it is to get passports and to get them in good time. I have been going through some briefs and I noticed that we have a backlog of over 70,000 passports that have not been collected. Then there are issues with the middlemen, Goro boys and all of that. I recall the former foreign minister, the Honorable Shela Yokobuchi, storming the passport office in frustration and saying that, look, this crisis cannot continue. I would like to use technology to reform our passport regime. I don't think that we should still be requiring Ghanaians who have a Ghana card to go to passport office for their biometrics. This system of silos.
Honorable Nominee, the question was your priority areas. You mentioned economic diplomacy and you mentioned passport acquisition. If there is any other, mention it to us so that we can make progress.
Well, thank you, Chairman. I thought that you would be interested in the details, how I'm going to implement these reforms. So, just to be brief, I get your cue. I would want to engage the Ministry of Communications. I've already started talks with the Honorable Sam George, so that you don't need to go to a passport application center if you have a Ghana card. We should be able to interface. It should be possible to sit at home, apply for your passport. And then also, I want to end this business of going back to the passport office for your passport. It's so outmoded. We can engage courier services to send your passport to you at home or in the office. So modernizing the whole regime as we move from the current biometric to chip embedded passports will be a matter of importance to me. Then the third one, as I conclude, is a reform of the institution, the Foreign Service. I would like to introduce a department that will focus on delivery, the delivery unit. I want us to give clear KPIs to our ambassadors and our high commissioners. Now, where we are in the current global ecosystem, you can't be relying on aid, relying on loans, relying on other countries. Let's aggressively pursue economic diplomacy. When we send you there as an ambassador, it's not just to be attending events. You must bring us something home that will impact the lives of the people. How many investors are you bringing in? How many industries? FDI and all of that. So they will be giving clear KPIs. Because if you look at last year's budget, we spent more than 875 million Ghana cedis on our foreign service staff alone. That's almost $1 billion. And you ask yourself, there's 71 nations out there. What are they bringing in? And that is why many people think foreign affairs is so removed, is so abstract. What do we even get from foreign ministry? We are going to change that perception. Clear KPIs, you must bring something home. If within 1 year we are not seeing benefits, you will be reshuffled, so that we'll send in ambassadors who will be more dynamic, who will be proactive in our national interest.
Thank you. Any further question?
Mr. Chair, I think the nominee has done well with my question. I don't have any more questions. I just want to congratulate him. And once again, I want to say I'm very happy to see you where you are. And I want to thank His Excellency John Dramani Mahama for your nomination. Thank you.
Thank you. I proceed to give the floor to Honorable Abu Jinapo. Please.
Thank you.
You have the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, let me begin by congratulating the Honorable Okudzeto Ablakwa for his nomination to this very high office as, and occupying the shoes of statesmen like Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, Obeda Samoa, Victor Gbewo, and the rest, especially at his age, is quite a significant achievement. And warm congratulations, Honorable Nominee. Mr. Chairman, Ghana's policy, foreign policy, since 1957 has essentially been non-aligned. And as the nominee himself articulated in one of his responses, if I would say, we neither look left or right, we look forward, and we don't take sides. Indeed, if you look at the NDC manifesto, specifically page 160,
you will see that that same policy is articulated. And then President Mahama in his inaugural address also reiterates the point. Mr. Chairman, I followed the nominee. I've read most of his articles, his presentations, news articles about him and all of that. And it is clear on the evidence that the nominee is a leftist. It's a leftist. I would say he's a socialist. I will refrain myself from saying that he's a communist. I will refrain myself from saying so. You will see, Mr. Chairman, that the nominee, for example, wrote a tribute to His Excellency John Pombe Makafuli and delivered it on the floor of Parliament when he died on 17th March 2021. And therefore, Mr. Chairman, the nominee's views are known as a radical left. How is he going to marry his obvious personal ideological leanings and inclinations, which he's on many occasions said he's very proud of, in wiggling his way through this complex international geopolitics of the left and right as it relates to Ghana's policy of non-aligned? Thank you.
This question could have been asked without making reference to all those documents. Please proceed to answer the question.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. And Mr. Chairman, let me place on record that I am not a communist. Of course, I am left of center. All of us in the NDC subscribe to the left of center political ideology, which we are very, very proud of. His Excellency John Dramani Mahama has worn the badge proudly because we believe in the welfare state and we believe in humanism to our economic interventions that don't encourage exploitation, particularly by a few elites. So you are right about where I belong ideologically, left of center, which is where my party, the NDC, belongs. So I am very much at home. Having said that, let us remember Kwame Nkrumah's tact and skillful approach to our foreign policy. Kwame Nkrumah was on the left, but he managed to, at the height of the Cold War, a bipolar era, to still get the Americans to support him in the construction of the Akosombo Dam, and to still have the Russians to help him in building our atomic agency. So that model is what we must adopt. So our friends know where we belong ideologically, but they respect us and they know that we don't mean harm or we don't bear grudge or have any malice. We are friends of all and enemies to none. So be rest assured that even though I have left leanings, I will be very objective in pursuing our foreign policy, which Article 40 says must be guided by our national interests. Kwame Nkrumah did it, President Mahama has been doing it, receiving support from all sides, and in the current multipolar world, be rest assured that I will attend to this responsibility with all fairness and objectivity. Note from my CV that in the 8th Parliament, I was chair of the Ghana-Cuba Parliamentary Friendship Association, but also very active in our U.S. Ghana Parliamentary Friendship Association. Indeed, a proud member of the American Council of Young Political Leaders. So there are a few of us who straddle and who are liked by all sides because we are very objective in our dealings. So be rest assured, I consider myself a good friend of all the forces at play in the global arena.
Chairman, that is reassuring, and I think, Chairman, it's important that we lay the proper foundations before we ask the questions, so that both the nominee and the country.
Please don't litigate with me.
No, I'm not litigating, Chairman. I'm just. So I have a follow-up question. Now, again, Mr. Chairman, the nominee is on record to have, if you want, not so much criticize, but raise substantive and significant issues with Ukraine as opposed to the West in the Ukraine-Russian war. And I have an article here where the nominee indicates that the war between Russia and Ukraine, which has been roundedly condemned by all international organizations, the United Nations, Africa Union, ECOWAS, and the rest, is as a result of Ukrainians' failure of foreign policy. Mr. Chairman, also the nominee is on record to have taken issues with the West in its dealings with Israel as it relates to the Israeli-Palestinian conflict. And the point I seek to make is that the nominee is obviously in his...
Those who will want to pay regard to the articles, you see that I try to be very objective and balanced and more nuanced than the summary.
The conclusion, whether you've taken sides, is it correct?
No, the conclusion is far-fetched. I have not taken sides. And Mr. Chairman, I know you'll be happy to hear that I have been invited by both sides. There are probably few people who have achieved that. The Russians invited me, and I was guest in their parliament. There was a second invitation where I went with former President Mahama to launch his book at the Russian Academy of Sciences, the Russian translation. And then the Ukrainians invited me. I spent a week there. We were, touring Kiev and other places. We went to the landmines. I helped them to even demine, some of the Russian mines that had been left in Ukraine. So that should tell you, the countries don't have any issues with me. Israel has invited me on a number of occasions. The Palestinians have also done that. Indeed, the Palestinian ambassador in Ghana is one of my very, very good friends. And so is the Israeli ambassador. So please be rest assured that despite my ideological stance on these matters, you will see objectivity. But Article 40 is clear. We must also, in the pursuit of our foreign policy, be guided by international law, a rule-based order, international principles. So where our friends err, we should be bold to point it out. Because as Nkrumah said on the 16th of December 1959, when he presented our foreign policy to Parliament, he said that we will not be passive spectators, that as good friends, when you err, when you commit genocide, when you commit atrocities against women and children, we will point it out to you. And it does not make us bad friends. It rather, makes us very, very good friends. So that's the position I take on these matters.
Thank you very much. Your last question? Or you have a follow-up on this?
This was a follow-up on the first question.
It cannot be.
No, it was.
It cannot be.
I said so that it was a follow-up.
No. The fact that you said so doesn't mean it should be a follow-up.
No, it was
Please,
a follow-up.
ask a follow-up question whether he is taking sides in these various wars that we have mentioned. Please go ahead with the follow-up question on this.
Mr. Chairman, respectfully, I asked a question about his leanings on taking sides. And I made a follow-up on the specific issue of whether or not you take sides. It was all about taking sides.
Thank you. How is he going to marry?
No, it was taking sides. And then I gave a specific example whether he takes sides.
Please, your last question.
Last question?
If you have a follow-up on this, I will allow it.
Mr. Chairman, no. This is it. I can give you the documentations I used. No, because it's a follow-up. It was a follow-up on the first question. Thank you. So, Mr. Chairman, the question I want to ask the nominee, which is the second question, is the nominee, if he's given the nod as foreign minister, as I said initially, it's a very high office. And as he himself has been articulating, it will require
in his words, rules-based. It will require a lot of fairness, objectivity, and all of that. Mr. Chairman, on 23rd December 2024, the nominee made a post where he alleged that unimpeachable evidence from the Lands Commission shows that the two daughters of President Akufo-Addo have acquired some state lands in cantonments, and that amounted to state capture. Mr. Chairman, the company which was the subject matter of this allegation was Usunam Company Limited. Mr. Chairman, a search at the Lands Commission will show that the land in question is the property of administrators of the estate of Justice, the late Justice Johnson Sribro, a former Justice of the Supreme Court and Chairman of the Electoral Commission, who acquired the land as far back as 1969, specifically on 1st June 1969. And indeed, Mr. Chairman, at the time, the President's children were not even born. The subject matter land was acquired by the state, Mr. Chairman, as far back as 1869, and the lease will end in 2069. So clearly, this land is not state land. The President's children did not buy state land. On the evidence, on the record, it is absolutely clear that they did not buy state land. Will the nominee concede, given that he's seeking to be foreign minister and will be required to be fair to all manner of persons, that the President's children were wrongly accused and he will apologize to them? Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Well, your quick answer.
Well, thank you very much for the question. The Honorable Abujinapo will recall that when I put out that article, I supported the article with evidence from the Lands Commission. I attached an official search that I had conducted on those two lands. Indeed, those are lands that you have in Somnam and then the lot boutique, a fashion boutique. And I sought to inquire from the Lands Commission the status, the ownership of the land. And the Lands Commission responded in that official search, which I published, and Ghanaians can go on my social media handles. You see the official search results, where the Lands Commission, in their response, indicated that all those lands are government lands. So in my article, I asked a question. Is this another state capture? Is President Akufo-Addo allocating state lands to his daughters? It was a question. Based on empirical evidence, what the Lands Commission had told me in writing as official search results when I put in that official search. So there is really no need to apologize on this matter. We need to probably be discussing reforming the Lands Commission. You were Lands Minister. If you think that the Lands Commission misled me, you need to join us with ideas on how to reform the Lands Commission, get their data to be more accurate, so that when we conduct official search, what they tell us, the reports that they give us, their search certificates, are not misleading. Because all of the facts you've put out, I don't know them. In 1979, I wasn't born.
Thank you.
The Lands Commission told me they are government lands, and I have the documents here.
Thank you. Thank you so very much. Thank you very much.
It's not my fault.
Any follow-up on the land acquisition?
Mr. Chairman, my follow-up will be that I have in my hands, and this is all about government lands. Of course, I mean, the nominee is literally established and conceded that the President's daughter did not buy state lands. If they were government lands as far back as 1969, they were not state lands at the time when they were tenants. As you know, they are tenants of that place.
Please, your follow-up question. Please, your follow-up question.
Mr. Chairman, please, this being a house of records, I have not admitted.
I know.
I haven't said
house of records.
I'm saying that
you never
the record I have, what the Lands Commission gave me.
Therefore,
when I conduct
rescind your decision and apologize. So
please, I'm not changing my stance on the matter.
I've not litigated that. I will not litigate that. All that I said was that the evidence is clear that the land was bought as far back as 1969. The president's children are just tenants, so they did not buy state land. That's the point I'm making. I'm not litigating with you, Mr. Nominee. I'm just setting the record straight that they did not buy state land as you suggested. So, Mr. Mann, the follow-up will be, and this really is flowing from the issue of the nominees' standing and reputation on the protection of public funds, state lands, and all of that. And the question is simple. I mean, I know the chairman is in a hurry to move on with his vetting.
So long as the question relates to the acquisition as a follow-up, I will allow it.
Yes.
If not, I will overrule you.
Well, it relates to the protection of states, estates, generally speaking. And the question is very simple. In that protection, Mr. Chairman, you will see that the nominee has, on multiple occasions, asked for, quotes, the state to eschew frivolous foreign travels by government officials, end quote, and gone at great length to make the point about how we need to be frugal. I know that a foreign minister travels on first-class ticket. Will he travel on economy ticket when he's made foreign minister?
Accordingly, the question is overruled. There can't be a follow-up question on acquisition of land. You are done. I then give the floor to Honorable Zuwera. Honorable Zuwera, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for the opportunity to congratulate my boss and my mentor, and to wish him well. Congratulations, Honorable Ablakwa. Your leadership has been exemplary. Mr. Chairman, I served with Honorable Ablakwa on the Foreign Affairs Committee. And if you look for a team player, you find it in Honorable Ablakwa. Honorable Ablakwa, extent of knowledge in the foreign ministry and international relations makes him the best choice actually for this position. And I want to commend highly President Mahama for giving us this choice. We know that with your extensive experience, with your knowledge, and with your excellent human relations, you are going to lift the flag of Ghana very high in the Committee of Nations. I can only wish you well, and I say congratulations, Honorable Ablakwa. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you very much.
Thank you, thank you. Order. Order, thank you. Order. Order.
I proceed to give the floor to Honorable Soa.
Thank you, Honorable Chairman. Honorable Nominee, my Anglican brother, I wish to congratulate you on your nomination by His Excellency the President of the Republic of Ghana, John Dramani Mahama. And I am sure and I trust that you are going to deliver well to the people of Ghana. My question, how will you make our embassies and high commissions more responsive to Ghanaians in the diaspora?
Well, thank you very much, Honorable Odole. I call her the MP with the most embassies in Ghana. Virtually all the embassies and high commissions are in her constituency. This is a very, very important question, and Ghanaians in the diaspora are really concerned about how our embassies and high commissions can be more responsive. As ranking member, I advocated strongly for the establishment of a consular fund. I was shocked to learn that our hardworking foreign service staff have to sometimes contribute their own money from their pockets to assist distressed Ghanaians out there who need consular assistance. In the budget for the foreign service, we don't have a line item for consular relations. And you know, under the Vienna Convention on Consular Relations 1963, countries must extend these courtesies to their citizens. So, as foreign minister, when given the nod, I will make sure that we establish the consular fund. We must make sure that this fund exists, that can be assessed by our foreign service staff to extend assistance, particularly in this period where the United States has announced mass deportations. Those who may be rounded up to be deported are entitled to consular support. We must get them legal assistance so that they are not just rounded up and deported, their rights violated. You know, sometimes even in the deportation, how they are deported, sometimes chained to seats and all of that, treated as criminals. That is a violation of their human rights. It affronts their dignity. And these are matters that I will pursue forcefully. So we will seek to establish the consular fund, and in the KPIs that we will be drafting for our diplomats, we will also make sure that they prioritize the needs, the concerns, and the plight of Ghanaians who are living abroad. Because really, why establish an embassy if you cannot take care of Ghanaians within that jurisdiction? So that would be a priority area, and I thank you for bringing it up.
I'm sure our brothers and sisters out there will be excited about your response. I wish to wish you well on your appointment as the Foreign Minister for the Republic of Ghana, and I pray God's blessings for you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I proceed to recognize Honorable Amprechum. Thank you, Chairman, for this opportunity. Honorable Sami, we meet again. Honorable Samuel Okujeto Ablakwa, MP for the good people of Northton. You are at the verge of becoming the #3 diplomat of this great country of Ghana after His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, the President, Her Excellency Jane Nana Opoku-Agyeman, the Vice President. Honorable Nominee, permit me to remind you that the international arena that you are going to operate in and the diplomatic circles that you are going to engage in is very different from the political terrain that you have been dancing with your propaganda theatrics. Honorable member, you haven't started well. You are out of order. I'll give you the floor to start well.
Thank you.
Else I will rule you out.
We have worked and engaged. I have worked and engaged with you on the Foreign Affairs Committee for 8 years, including the last 4 years as the immediate past Deputy Foreign Minister for Political and Economic Affairs. And I can say, without any shred of doubt, that you have the capacity and the capabilities to rise up to the responsibilities of the position of the Minister for Foreign Affairs. If, and only if, you change your suit of sometimes giving disinformation. And I have 2 references as my basis for making that point, and it's extremely important, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much. The question is overruled. Ask another question.
Mr. Abakwa, some 3-4 years back, he started a crusade. When the ministry was about to purchase a chancellery in Oslo, you came up with all kinds of stories that eventually turned out to be untrue. Eventually, it encouraged a Norwegian lawyer to take Ghana government to court, which eventually ended up in the Supreme Court of Norway. Even though we won it, it cost us a lot of money because of what you did, the information that you put out there, which, like I said, encouraged the Norwegian lawyer to pursue a matter which he had no case. Order. That is number one. Number two, recently,
please, are you asking one question or you are asking two questions at the same time?
No. Mr. Chairman, I am laying the foundation for the question. Please, I'm laying the foundation for the question. Without the foundation, it would be difficult for me to ask the particular question that I want to ask. Now, so the first one was to do with the Norwegian, the purchase of the Norwegian Chancery. The second one, recently, you put out that the ministry has signed up with a company, Access Citizen Ghana Limited, which are supposed to provide front-end premium consular services, just like the services being provided by VFS. And Access Ghana is providing that services to some selected missions abroad. Your accusation was that some corrupted transaction of about $38 million, and that the Ghana government was being shortchanged. There is no truth in this particular matter. Now, in the course of making these allegations, you indicated, and it's constantly something that you've been doing, that you have intercepted. I have intercepted documents. Now, here is the case that you are coming to work in a ministry where you have constantly been saying that you have intercepted, which presupposes that some staff in the ministry has been giving you these documents, or you have been encouraging it. Confidential documents. All the staff in there have signed up to an oath of secrecy and confidentiality. And you are constantly out there saying that you have intercepted. You have intercepted. Putting these officers in very difficult situations. Now that you are coming to work in this particular ministry, how would you take it if documents are leaked and it's being encouraged by, let's say, an outsider?
Honorable Amprachum, what is your question?
I have asked it.
Honorable member, go ahead and answer the question.
No.
Devoid of the aspect of how you are intercepting the documents.
He understands.
Go ahead, answer the questions devoid of how you intercept the documents, because of what I've always been saying, that we have the Whistleblowers Act.
Well, thank you very much, Honorable Chairman. And I see that my good brother, the Honorable Amprechum, is probably aspiring to become the next chief interceptor. Let me, on a more serious note, assure the good people of this country that all I have done in my interceptions, in my oversight, in pursuing parliamentary due diligence has always been...
Honorable members, let me place on record that I don't want any disruption today. If you are not a member of the committee and you can't comport yourself, kindly walk out.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, as I was saying, all the interceptions, the parliamentary oversight, the due diligence I have carried out as MP and ranking member of the Foreign Affairs Committee has been in the national interest. Indeed, many Ghanaians have celebrated me for saving this country's billions of dollars, not cedis, dollars. I can go through a long list of over 100 exposés which have saved this country billions of dollars. And I would have thought that my colleague will be commending me for saving this country billions of dollars. On the specific matters you raise, Oslo Chancery purchase. Again, I should be commended that I saved this country $12.2 million. Remember that you had appeared before us that you were going to purchase that chancery. You brought us the information that you were about to purchase that chancery based on the $50 million facility that the Honorable Hannah Tete secured before she left the ministry. I then decided to carry out due diligence. And in the work that I did, not being an armchair ranking member who is told that we are going to buy a chancery and then I give you approval, blank check, yeah, go ahead, go and buy it. When I did the due diligence, I discovered that the property had been purchased a few months before Ghana was going to buy it for $12.2 million, for $4 million. And I raised alarm. Indeed, the court documents that I have read, and you rightly confirmed that the Norwegian property owner took the government of Ghana to court. The defense of Ghana is that your ministry, the foreign ministry, did not authorize the official who went to commit Ghana. And that is why Ghana then won the case, and that official was chastised that she didn't have the full approval and authorization to go purchase that chancery. So what I put out was not false, it was fact. The court documents confirm it. You yourself told the judges, the Attorney General, Godfrey Dami, represented us in the Norwegian courts and said that that foreign service official did not have your authorization. The court records are there. I can produce them if the chairman wants to see them. So it's a confirmation of what I put out. And I should rather be commended, because but for me, if what you told the court is true, it means you wouldn't have known that your officials in Norway were committing you to this outrageous purchase, which will have cost Ghana money. So please commend me. I saved Ghana money. Then on access, the visa deal. I'm again surprised that you say that that matter is not true. And you see, you can't have it both ways. You can't be complaining about leaks, that people are leaking documents to me from the ministry. And at the same time, you say that I'm just engaged in, putting out a figment of my imagination. I can confirm today that thanks to the oversight that I carried out, the latest information when I was briefed by the directors at the ministry is that that whole transaction did not follow due process. It did not follow the Procurement Act. If it was PPA, if it was a PPP arrangement, it required parliamentary approval. All of that was not followed. So they showed me documents confirming that the ministry has rescinded, has backed out of the deal. And indeed, they've gotten access to write a letter committing that they were no longer going ahead with that agreement. Again, I saved Ghana $38 million. So please, I know that sometimes when we carry out our oversight, it may not be pleasing to you, but we do it not with malice, not because we don't like you. It's just love for country. As I always say, for God and country. It's a tough job. I'm not happy that so some of you will not like me and all of that. But somebody has to do it. Somebody has to step in and save the country money. And that's my only motivation. All the scandals I've put out have been confirmed. Indeed, those who even went to court seeking to take me on, they lost. Check all the court cases, because I make sure that I always secure unimpeachable, irrefutable, and incontrovertible evidence before I put these matters out. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any further questions? Mr. Chairman, I go back to this 38 million. It is not true that you have saved Ghana $38 million, because Ghana was not going.
Honorable member, it is not for you to establish. It is not for you to establish whether it is true or it is not true. If you want to go that tangent, we may not be able to. You have asked a question, the nominee has provided the answer. So how do we create the opportunity for you to say it is not true? He also say it is true. So please take his answer, whether true or not. So proceed to answer. Plus another question.
With all due respect, in that particular transaction, Ghana government was not going to pay any money. That is the point I'm making. So if Ghana government is not going to pay any money, how do you save Ghana government that money? That is the point I'm making.
So is that your question?
That is the point I was just trying to clarify.
You are not here to make a point. You can put that to him as a question, and then you can elicit the answer.
Okay. Mr. Nominee, would you agree with me that the investigation that you did, and you said the briefing that you had from the officers at the ministry, you came to the conclusion that you did save Ghana the 38 million, and that Ghana was going to pay the 38 million. And if that was the case, can you please tell the committee how that payment was going to happen or come about? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Your response, please.
Well, thank you very much, Honorable Chairman. I thought that the former Honorable Deputy Minister will confirm that they have backed out of that agreement since my expose. I think there's a more fundamental point, that if you felt that nothing untoward had happened, that everything was kosher, that it was a good deal, why did you run away from it when I did the expose? So
please, you are not entitled to ask questions.
Yes, Chairman, I appreciate the guidance. So let's be clear. The $38 million is what Access, the company, stood to benefit from that agreement, based on the percentage that will go to that company. If the current arrangement is maintained, where the embassies are allowed to carry out their visa processing, that money comes to Ghana, which is the current arrangement. That is why the head of missions were not happy about this arrangement, because Ghana was going to lose money. You were taking money out of the missions, out of IGF, for a private entity. That was the nature of the transaction. That is why I conclude, based on the conservative analysis we did, that we have saved Ghana $38 billion. And I can make the agreement available, Mr. Chairman, if the committee would want to see it.
Thank you very much. Any further question, or
there are further questions? I don't want to go there again, because I was highly involved in this particular matter that he's spoken about. Mr. Chairman, I want to ask the nominee, Honorable Nominee, in the international multilateral arena, it is changing rapidly. Big alliances are reshaping in a very dynamic ways. How do you plan to champion a strong African representation in the international systems?
Well, thank you very much for this well-informed question. And I wish I had 1 hour to answer this, but I certainly don't. You are right.
Did you say you need 1 hour to answer the question?
I said I certainly don't have that. So please. So, Mr. Chairman, first of all, the changing global dynamics have to be appreciated. We are clearly now in a multipolar world. We've moved from unipolar to bipolar, now we are in multipolar. We are seeing the growing influence of the BRICS countries. Some of our citizens are even beginning to mount pressure that perhaps we should join BRICS, just as Nigeria did a few weeks ago. And we all know that BRICS is now presenting very interesting options. They have the new development bank, which has about $100 billion available in there, a combined GDP of about 27 trillion US dollars, 40% of the world's population, so in terms of market, that is a large market share. And we all know that our biggest trading partner now is China, and China is at the center, is right in there, in this BRICS arrangement. So I think that Africa should really come to this table in a united way. Imagine what we can achieve, as Osajifo said, if we unite. At the UN, for example, the African bloc is the biggest bloc. We have more votes at the UN, but unfortunately we are not united. We don't vote in a particular way. Different, considerations. And it's the same challenge even with trade. Intra-Africa trade is still hovering under 20%. We trade more with Europe and Asia than we trade amongst ourselves. A very, very sad situation. And that's why Kwame Nkrumah mooted the idea of the Africa Continental Free Trade Area in Addis Ababa in 1963. It took more than 40 years for it to now be coming into fruition, albeit in a very slow pace. So my response to you would be that let us unite. And I'm glad that President Mahama has so much goodwill. Look at the number of heads of states who attended his inauguration, and already he has so many invitations. He's just returned from Tanzania, Kenya, and everybody wants to, host him and have a discussion with him. And I think that he has that potential of not only becoming the focal point, a potential AU chairman, to really galvanize Africa and get the African nations to unite, so that together we can have a common position on what the African interests should be. So that would be my approach, going back to the Nkrumah template of Africa must unite. Let's present a common force, and with that, we are talking about a market of about 1.5 billion. If we unite, we will be such a force that nobody can dare mess with us. But the challenge has been disunity, and that is really my philosophical outlook on these matters.
Follow up, Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
You just mentioned the African Continental Free Trade. Yes, Mr. Nominee. Until the NPP government was able to secure the use of Ghana as the base for the AFTA Secretariat, Ghana has been an active member of many multilateral platforms, but hasn't really attracted any significant secretariat comparable to the AU in Addis Ababa, or the UN office in Nairobi, or ECOWAS in Abuja. This is important because the borders are attracting jobs into their countries, or these countries are attracting jobs and opportunities into their countries. As Foreign Minister, how do you plan to leverage this position, Ghana being the Secretariat of AFTA, to attract something tangible into the country?
I mean, certainly I have gone on record in this House to commend your government for securing the Africa Continental Free Trade Area Secretariat. And I added, if you recall in that presentation, that it is a testimony of what we can achieve when we unite. I recall that former President Akufo-Addo reached out to former President Mahama, former President Rawlings, God bless his soul, former President Kufuor, and all of us across the divide and said, look, let's form a joint campaign team and campaign for this secretariat. And that is why we were such a formidable force and we secured it. So I'm a bit disappointed that you have tried to partisan it and you have discounted the contributions that all of these former heads of states, particularly from my side of the political divide, did. And don't forget that the reason why it was also easy for Ghana to win the secretariat is because of Ghana's consistency. Kwame Nkrumah had mooted this idea on 25th May 1963, and then in 2012, January 2012, Professor John Evans Atta Mills, a renowned Nkrumahist, revived the discussion at the 18th ordinary session of the AU. He moved the motion that we must go back to the Africa Continental Free Trade Area. And that is why heads of state said that, look, Ghana's consistency on this matter, you are deserving to host the secretariat. So I think that it's a collective effort, CPP, NDC, MPP, all of us, and it shouldn't be partisan. But having said that, the thrust of your question is how we can leverage this. We need to make sure that we are hosting and winning. So as we host, we are getting more jobs created. Often there are concerns when these secretariats begin to recruit that it doesn't really favor locals and that they bring in a lot of outsiders. And these outsiders often get the top jobs. And then, you know, we are left with jobs that are not that rewarding. I intend to engage with the dynamic Secretary General, Wankele Meni, and I think that we should look at a plan on how we can really leverage on hosting, because we are spending so much money hosting. Some of the staff have also expressed concern about their working conditions and all of that. And I think that these are matters we can discuss in confidence and see how we boost employment opportunities for our people.
Because I overrule your first question, you have your last questions to ask.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Honorable Ablakwa, I do wish you well. And I know you will succeed. My last question. The African Union seems to have a credibility problem among young Africans, in that it is perceived as weak and toothless on the international stage. For example, in matters regarding the overstay of certain African leaders in power, the countless tragic deaths of African migrants crossing Sahara and the Mediterranean, and in the vocal defense of African interest on the global stage, the organization is found wanting. The AU, unlike the EU, appears to be too timid on behalf of its people. What would you, as foreign minister, do to help change this negative perception about the AU?
Well, thank you very much, Honorable former Minister, for your kind wishes. And I must place on record former Deputy Minister, that you prophesied 8 years ago that I will be Minister of Foreign Affairs. So I was quite surprised when in your earlier submissions you sought to take me on. But, Mr. Chairman, on the more serious note, if the Osagefo Dr. Kwame Nkrumah was alive, his response to this, your question, will be, I told you so. Remember that when he led the Casablanca group, he wanted a more integral, united African states, a strong political force. He added that we must have a standby force, military force, we must have a bank, we must have a common currency. We must remove all trade barriers, trade tariffs, artificial borders, which are relics of the Berlin Conference when Otto von Bismarck called his friends in Europe and shared Africa amongst themselves. But unfortunately, the Moravia group prevailed, and they said, let's have a loose union without an Africa standby force, without a bank, and all of these, political structures that the visionary Kwame Nkrumah put forward. So I think at the heart of this perception of the AU is about continental Africa unity and how we must go back to the original Nkrumah blueprint as was espoused by the Casablanca group. And I am glad that already those talks have begun within the AU. There are massive reforms going on. Indeed, some countries have even said that they will not pay their full access contributions unless they see greater reform and see the AU become more, transparent and more, beneficial to the African people. So it's good that those discussions are continuing. President Paul Kagame is leading the reforms, and President Mahama has already struck a very good chord with him, and I'm sure that they will continue to champion those reforms. But ultimately, you may call me an Nkrumahist, but ultimately we must go back to Kwame Nkrumah's vision of the United States of Africa. That really makes the AU strong and thank you very much. More impactful.
I will proceed to give the floor to my follow-up, please.
Your follow-up on this.
My question. This
very
is
well.
my follow-up.
Very well.
Mr. Nominee, let me take you onto social media because you are a key player in that particular area. Social media has become a source of misinformation and disinformation, undermining the ability of leaders in West Africa to mobilize public support for its decisions and development agenda. You are one of the leading politicians who uses social media a lot to get your message and interest across. Looking at the generality of the situation and the concerns across the political divide, what are some of the initiatives that you will promote to overcome this dangerous development?
Well, thank you very much. I take the view that social media is a double-edged sword. It can be a force for good, and then if it's misused, it can be weaponized and used as a destructive element. I think that African leaders should become conscious of the new age, new media, and we should encourage more transparency. My view is that if African leaders and African governments adopt an open governance architecture, if they are more transparent, they are more accountable, then the people will know. Knowledge is power. It will not be easy for the people to be misled. Unfortunately, in Africa, you struggle to get information. If you are not an interceptor general, then God help you, So, Mr. Chairman, I really would say that let's have more open governance. The RTI has been passed in Ghana, but in terms of its success in implementation, there is much to be desired. And then our regulatory bodies should clamp down on those who are misusing social media for disinformation, misinformation. They create fake accounts. And unfortunately, even some governments on the continent are responsible. They have these fake news factories. They pay people to just, put out fake news. Will you believe that on my way to this vetting, few days in the run-up to this vetting, there was fake news all over that I have started deleting my Facebook messages, my Facebook exposés. All over, people were sharing it. And some people believed it, that I'm indeed deleting my Facebook posts. Why will I? I'm not a coward. I'm not one to, I stand by my convictions. I'm a conviction politician. So fake news is a real problem. But I think that as for social media, it's come to stay. Let's encourage more open governance, more transparency, and we should be fine with social media.
Thank you very much. I'll give the floor to Haji Aladi Ayamba, Honorable.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, let me take this opportunity to congratulate Honorable Ablakwa. You've worked hard, right from when I was Deputy National Women Organizer, Europa came, you worked hand in hand with Fifi Kwete and all others. You have never rested on your OS. thanks to the Almighty Allah, we came to Parliament at the same time, and you have always soared high. I like the energy and the way you have always been able to work. And I would say, indeed, His Excellency John Dramani didn't belong to any team that will be doing anything adverse. So far, my observations and what I've seen, it has been good. Because I've listened, I have watched. Now, sooner than later, Oral as a team needs to have a way forward. What is Oral going to do so that all the things that you have done, the time, and now that you are not even being paid, you are just doing a yeoman's job, it wouldn't go waste. We would actually benefit from it. And then, can you tell us also, apart from the way forward, can you tell us also, this particular activity that you have undertaken, how much have you saved Ghanaians from these corrupt activities that has bedeviled the country and taking so much from Ghanaian taxpayers? Thank you.
Honorable member, proceed to ask the question. But because we don't have any evidence of evaluation of how much Oral has been able to save, proceed to answer the question minus that. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you very much, Honorable Chairman, and let me commend my big sister for her question and thank her for her kind words. She's been one of our mothers. We all go to her for advice, and she's always generous with her counseling and guidance. Mr. Chairman, as I said in my introduction, one of the jobs that I am so proud of, and I'll remain ever so proud of, is this sacrificial job to chair Oral, Operation Recover All Loot, which is a major plank in President Mahama's anti-corruption drive. The establishment of Oral is such a master stroke, and President Mahama ought to be commended. I can reveal to you today that since Oral was established, just by the establishment of the team and we receiving information from the general public, we have saved this country 20 bungalows which were going to be demolished. 20. And I can provide the list. Bungalows that were being occupied by staff of recent Department of the Foreign Affairs, the Ministry of Gender, the CSIR. Bulldozers had moved in, but because they called the Oral Secretariat, and we then called National Security to take action, they were able to protect these bungalows. I have not added the Du Bois Center, the NDA lands, which were about to be captured. So President Mahama has saved this country a great deal with the establishment of Oral, and all of us must support Oral. Now we are having an international discussion. Many people forget that Oral has international dimensions. I need not remind our colleagues here that President Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo has been an Oral champion in the international arena. Why do I say that? He has been advocating for reparation, that our colonial masters who looted Africa, they should bring it back, return our monies, our artifacts, return the loot. So I'm so shocked that our friends who started Oral even before President Mahama won the election in the international arena, when they come home, they don't want to hear about Oral. This is quite remarkable. You know, and I would have thought that charity will begin at home. You want the Brits and the French and the Dutch and others to return the loot. But back home, you want looters to go scot-free. Let's not do anything about looting. I find it really contradictory. So let's see some consistency. The other international dimension about oral is that if you check the ECOWAS protocols, the AU Charter, and all the UN charters and all of that, anti-corruption is a major, major plank. According to the World Bank, Africa is losing about $88 billion every year because of corruption. $88 billion, and those are conservative estimates. Imagine what that money, if it stays in the continent, used for the development of the people's welfare, how our continent will look like. So as for oral, all of us must support it. And if you look at what has gone on in this country over the last 8 years, look, I have a tall list of monies that can be retrieved. SkyTrain, we can get our $2.5 million back. Ejapa, we can get our $12 million back. National Cathedral, we can get our $58 million back.
These are projections.
Yes.
Are these projections?
Projections.
Honorable member.
Projections.
Honorable member.
No, but I think that it's important to contextualize so that, you see, when we talk about oral, people discuss oral in abstract terms. This House, Mr. Chairman, and it's unfortunate that the ranking member is not here. Mr. Chairman, if you pardon me.
Honorable member, is there a document that you want to refer to?
Yes, please, and to also table the document.
You need to seek leave to refer to it.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I want to first secure the document, and then I will table it with your permission. Pardon me, I have quite a number of documents here.
Please, just conclude your answer on this, then we can make progress. Honorable member.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman.
We have a very tall list today.
Yeah. Details of what? Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I have found it. It is a report of this House. Your report, Mr. Chairman, with all due respect. A report of the ad hoc committee to investigate the procurement contract between the government of the Republic of Ghana and His Highness Sheikh Ahmed Dalmouk Al Maktoum and SL Global for the supply of Sputnik V COVID-19 vaccines. Mr. Chairman, this document, submitted to Mr. Speaker, adopted by this House, August 2021, signed by the Honorable Alexander K. Afenyo-Markin, Chairman of the ad hoc committee. This was their conclusion, paragraph 12.4. Quote, with your permission, Mr. Chairman. The committee urges the Minister for Finance to take steps to recover the money due to the Republic in respect of the amount of $2,850,000 United States dollars, so $2.85 million. Equivalent at the time to 16,331,640 Ghana cedis, being the cost of the Sputnik V vaccines that were procured wrongly. Adopted by this House. So, Afenyo-Markin, the Honorable Afenyo-Markin, signed this report.
I was part of that committee.
Yes, thank you very much, Honorable Yafo. Yes, I had even forgotten that. So, even as a House, we have been doing oral with the support of Honorable Afenyo-Markin, signing documents, also concerned about monies that have been looted that we cannot find. So why will you fight President Mahama when you have some of these reports that you yourselves have signed, urging retrieval from a finance minister? So as for oral, it has come to stay. The second part of a question about the future of oral. Let me place on record that our job at this point is just to collect the information.
Just limit yourself to the scope of the question.
Yes. She asked about the future of oral. It's important. And many Ghanaians have been asking since my appointment. Many Ghanaians have been asking. The way forward for oral. The way forward for oral is that all the information that have come from patriotic Ghanaians, we will be handing over our report soon in the next few days to His Excellency the President, the appointor. And then he will decide with his Attorney General on the second phase of oral, which is the execution phase, the retrieval phase.
Thank you very much.
So that is the future of oral.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Honorable Nominee, I am a lady from a constituency and an MP that has two countries that border us. That is Burkina Faso to the north and Togo to the east. There are a lot of concerns about the unrest, let me use that word, that especially is coming up from the Burkina side. We have a lot of unapproved roads, and because of where we are coming from, you cannot tell who is who immediately, because we look alike. Basically we speak the same language. We are afraid of spillovers because of the, people will say Boko conflict, and I will say the Kusag conflict, because it entails a whole lot. Will you take it on yourself as a minister, if approved, to make sure that you work hand in hand with the two places, those countries? Although Burkina Faso has opted out from ECOWAS, but we are well aware that there is some leverage that we should work hand in hand with them. Will you work with them to ensure that we bring an end to these issues? Because those who are there and causing these problems, which can readily escalate, are also human beings and need to be listened to. Will you do that? Thank you.
I can assure you, Honorable Hajia Ladi, that that will be pursued. It is a priority of President Mahama. That's why he's appointed a special envoy to the Sahel in the person of Lieutenant Colonel Beflo Latte. And you are close to the challenge, and I'm glad about how eloquently you speak about it. I mean, those who think we should leave them to be on their own. No. I mean, when the violence escalates, we will be the immediate harboring point for refugees, for even some of these, extremists who will come in with weapons. There are small arms and sophisticated weapons that will, be brought into our jurisdiction. And don't forget, we are already having challenges in Boku. So it presents such a toxic mix. And so if we do not help to quench the fires in these neighboring countries, we are at real risk, and there will be no stability. And what we have going for us is our stability. Without peace and stability, nothing else can be achieved. It is so fundamental. And so you have our fullest assurances that my marching orders from President Mahama is to support the special envoy to make sure that we are able to pursue peace and get our three neighboring countries, Burkina Faso, Mali, and Niger, back into the ECOWAS fold, and we remain committed to that.
Thank you. Any further questions?
Thank you, Chairman. I don't have any further questions. I just wish you all the best, and I do my heart off for you. Thank you, and take care.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I will recognize Alasan.
Thank you, Chairman, for the opportunity. Minister Nominee, congratulations, my brother and comrade. I haven't listened to you on your answers regarding the oral. I know how I could tell the selflessness and patriotic ideals and your initial left-centered ideology. So I want to find out how, now that you are a foreign minister or as a foreign minister, how do you intend to marry the two? Because on the resume, you are the chairperson or chairman of oral. And you are also becoming, God's willing, the next foreign minister. How do you intend to marry the two? Thank you.
Well, thank you very much. A very brilliant
Thank you very much, but let me place on record that you are not yet a foreign minister unless you are giving the nod. Thank you. Proceed to answer the question.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. A very brilliant question. And as I indicated earlier, oral's mandate will continue even from this first phase of information gathering into the second phase of actual retrievals, recoveries, prosecutions, when the Attorney General decides that there is basis for that. Now, your brilliant question about how I can also continue to support the process. Within the international arena, we have mechanisms of recovering loot, which have been shipped to various, havens and destinations. If you take, for example, what happened to the Abacha loot in Nigeria, they needed international collaboration, and the World Bank was very supportive to help Nigeria recover hundreds of millions of dollars of the Abacha loot, particularly from Switzerland and other destinations. So I see my role as a role that will help. I'm not going to say the oral is behind me. No, even though the next phase, the Attorney General will be leading the effort. But when he calls on me to bring in the international dimension, facilitate how to work with international organizations to retrieve loot in other jurisdictions, certainly I'll be more than happy. Relying on the Nigerian model, how they use their international partners to retrieve the Abacha loot, I think that we can also use that to retrieve loot that is hiding in all manner of places for the development of our people. Our people need that money for roads, for schools, for hospitals, for good water, and we have to help them retrieve their money.
Thank you. Any further question? Please go ahead.
Thank you, Chairman. I'm satisfied with the answer. My second question is, and this is due to, I don't know how to call it, is it brain drain? Our youth and Ghanaian domestic workers who ran to the Gulf have been abused severally. We see pictures, we see photographs or videos. Want to find out, do you have any plan or what do you intend to do to stop this kind of abuses?
Well, thank you very much. As I indicated earlier, this is one of the priority areas His Excellency President Mahama has asked me to pursue, how to make sure that we use our foreign policy to create jobs, but in creating jobs, we make sure that we have bilateral agreements and ensure that these jobs are safe, properly done. So it's not just some agencies who are exploiting, vulnerable Ghanaians because they want jobs. So be rest assured, we are not only going to be verbally condemning what has happened, but we are going to take concrete steps with a new economic diplomacy outlook that seeks to create jobs for our young people in other jurisdictions. Sign proper contracts, bring all of these people within a regulated space, and make sure that our young people benefit. That is the surest way of ending all of this exploitation and the violation of the human rights of our people.
Chairman, I wish you well. Thank you.
Thank you. I give the floor to Honorable Vincent Asafua.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Let me use this opportunity to congratulate the nominee on his appointment as the Minister for Foreign Affairs. My question to you, Honorable Nominee, is that I will try to give a certain background. On the 4th of September, 2021, you granted an interview on Newsfile, Joy FM. You stated that traveling on a private jet jeopardizes the president's security, and that we need a presidential travel policy to regulate how president of our republic travels. Now, just a few days after the president of the republic was sworn in, specifically on the 17th of January 2025, His Excellency the President Mahama, used a private jet to travel to Gambia. He also used the same private jet to Senegal. Now my question to you is, will you condemn this action of the president, as you have done in previous times when presidents use private jets? And if given the nod to become the Minister for Foreign Affairs, when should we expect the presidential travel policy that you proposed to the people of Ghana?
Thank you very much. The first question is, will you condemn, then when you come to office, the travel policy?
Well, thank you very much. It is important for us to put this matter in the proper context, and let us not compare, apples and, if you like, pepper, because you just can't compare them. My campaign against the non-use of the presidential jet, which this parliament approved $37 million at the time for the purchase in 2008 under the President Kufuor regime, was largely about protecting the public purse, a cost-saving concern is what I had. That why do we have a functioning presidential jet in pristine condition, and we will be spending 20,000 euros an hour renting luxury jets? That is the matter I raised, and I have the Hansard here, the Hansard of 16 June 2021. I filed an urgent question, and Mr. Chairman, if you come to column 012 with your permission, I'm not going to read, I'm just summarizing. I know that time is of the essence. You see here from column 012, the Minister for Defense at the time, the Honorable Netiwo, coming up with all kinds of excuses that you couldn't even shower in our presidential jet and all of that, which we found bizarre. So, put my concerns in proper context. It is about wastage, profligacy, the dissipation of scarce resources. That's the fundamental concern. Now, in the case of President Mahama, President Mahama is using his brother's private jet without paying for it. We are not being charged 20,000 euros an hour by the celebrated entrepreneur and business mogul Ibrahim Mahama. What the presidency has explained is that in the initial days of the presidency, they asked the Ghana Air Force to present a report, conduct an assessment and present a report on whether the presidential jet was fit for purpose. The Ghana Air Force had delayed in their submission, and in the interim, his brother stepped in. We didn't pay for it. There was no financial loss to the state. I can confirm to you that since the Ghana Air Force presented its report, I remember that on the floor of this house, the former Minister for Defense told us that he can confirm that the jet is in great condition. And I found that very revealing, because when I was on this campaign in 2021, he was telling us the jet wasn't fit for purpose. But suddenly, under a different president, it's such a great jet which can be used. So we are glad that there's been a U-turn. The Honorable Netiwo has confirmed that the jet is in good use. And I can confirm that President Mahama has since resumed the use of the Falcon 900 EXE, Ghana's presidential jet. Now, on the second aspect of your question about the travel policy, this is a matter that I feel strongly about. And if given the opportunity to sit at cabinet, I will propose that Ghana formulates a presidential travel policy. If you take the United States, for example, when the president uses Air Force One for campaigns, for private use, he is made to reimburse the American taxpayer. So every campaign, they have an independent committee that monitors. If you use the presidential jet for private business, private fundraising, for campaigns, you pay back the fuel, the cost of using it, and all of that. So, and then they also have clear guidelines on who can use those jets and how it should be maintained and all of that. We don't have that. So it is important to pursue that policy. And I can assure you that I remain committed to it, and I think that it is time for Ghana to have a presidential travel policy.
Any further question? But remember, you asked your own question. Condemnation and have a follow policy.
Have a follow-up.
You have a follow-up?
You have a follow-up.
Very well.
Honorable Nominee, granted that His Excellency the former President Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo engaged in wastage and profligacy, in your own words. On the 29th of March 2021, while you were paying tribute to the former president of Tanzania, President John Magufuli, on the floor of Parliament, you praised him for placing a ban on what you term frivolous foreign travels by government officials. Frivolous foreign travels by government officials. And if my memory serves me right, you made a post on Facebook allegedly saying that President Magufuli was flying in economy, which turned out not to be true. But now, as a foreign affairs minister...
Please, for the record, I've never put out such a post. Never. I only paid tribute to Magufuli in Parliament. I didn't talk about economy travel. Just for the record, Mr. Chairman.
Nominee, that should be your answer. So allow him to finish asking the question.
Honorable Nominee, I'm suggesting to you that you made a Facebook post, and in that Facebook post, you indicated that President Magufuli has been flying in economy, for that matter, other African countries should also learn from him. Now, as a Foreign Affairs Minister, obviously you will be engaged in a number of travels, specifically outside the country. And I am informed that Foreign Affairs Ministers travel on either first class or business class. Now, if you were to make a round trip to New York in the United States of America with Emirates, you will be paying around 250,000 Ghana cedis on first class. Now, if you decide to do business class, you will be paying about 140,000 Ghana cedis. In your own words, His Excellency the President, Nana Akufo-Addo, engaged in wastage, profligacy. If you want to do economy, you'll be doing around 27,000 Ghana cedis. Would you decide to use economy class ticket, or you will do business class?
The first question is, did you make that Facebook post?
No, I did not.
Well,
and
he's making reference to contribution on the floor and a Facebook post. And he interjected to say that the Facebook post, no. Is that not it? So now that you have the opportunity to answer the question, did you make those Facebook posts? What was your contribution on the floor?
So my contribution on the floor was to eulogize President Magufuli, and I stand by it. I think he's one of the greatest African leaders we've had, and it's a shame that he didn't live long. I mean, just like Professor Mills, he could not complete his term, and President Magufuli did a lot of things, a lot of cost-saving measures, including even reviewing how they celebrate their national days and all of that, renegotiating, their agreements in the extractive industry and all of that. Great leader, and I admire such leaders who protect the public purse genuinely, not just by rhetoric. Having said that, I would also want to place on record that when given the nod as foreign minister, I shall never ever rent a 20,000 euros an hour luxury jet. Never ever. I shall never ever do that.
Please, Honorable Asafwa, it is not the answer you want.
So you have my full assurances. Now, on the matter of business class economy, Honorable Chair, I am wondering why members of parliament who fly business class don't want the foreign minister to fly business class. I'm really wondering what this is about, and where they are headed. But I can assure you, Honorable Chairman, that I don't care a hoot which class I travel. If we get into economic difficulties and there is a policy that ministers should travel economy, I am happy to travel economy, because even as MP, there are times that I travel economy when I can, and I don't see it as a big deal. Indeed, when I met the Venerable Dr. Obeda Samwa, he told me that for the first 7 years, in the heady days of the revolution, as foreign minister, he was flying economy. Didn't take anything away from him. So I really don't care if there's a policy that let's fly economy. And don't forget that even about cost-saving measures, sometimes it depends on the airlines. As minister, I'll be interested in cost-saving measures. So if there is a travel, it is not only the class that you travel that you can save money. Even the airlines, can KLM take you there cheaper? Can Africa World or Delta or Kenya Airways or Ethiopian Airlines take you there cheaper? Give me the options, and let's look at what is in the national interest. Then size of delegation. I can assure you that what we saw in the recent past, where more than 300 people can claim to be going for a COP27, President Mahama would not tolerate that. So even size of delegation, you cannot decide to fly economy. But if you pack 1,000 people, 1,000 officials, that you are fly economy, you haven't saved the country anything. You know, so we should be more nuanced about these discussions. It is not as simplistic as is being presented.
I recognize the minority leader on a follow-up question. No, it's okay. Very well, he said it's okay. So, Honorable Safwa, your second question.
I would have wished that I would have another follow-up question, but it's fine. Let me ask my second question. Honorable Nominee, you should be very familiar with the struggles of members of parliament, especially since the inception of the Fourth Republic. The struggles that they go through with many aspects of their work and life, especially with transportation. You and I are not Accra boys. We all came from our various regions and came to Accra. And so obviously, when you are elected as a member of parliament and you get to Accra, there are issues of transportation for members of parliament. Now, in the 8th Parliament, in spite of these glaring difficulties that are faced by members of Parliament,
Honourable Member, your question, please.
Honourable Chairman, with the greatest of respect, just 30 seconds to lay a background. It's not offensive, respectfully. I'm doing so on behalf of the people of Ghana, so I beg you, respectfully. In spite of all these difficulties that colleagues go through, you vehemently oppose the grant of car loans to members of parliament. Now I have in my hand a report by the City Newsroom dated the 10th of July 2021. And that publication, the headline that I have in my hand says that government must stop facilitating MPS car loans. Government must stop facilitating MPS car loans. Now, did you, as a member of parliament at the time, receive a car loan? And if yes, did you purchase a vehicle with that money?
So, Honorable Asafwa, I want to get the question clear. The City News, how is it attributed to the nominee before us? Because the author definitely is City News.
Respectfully, Honorable
document. So you need to first of all
allow him to
find out from him whether he is responsible for making that particular statement. And you proceed to ask your question.
Very much so. So my first question to you, Honorable Nominee, did you make that comment in an interview that you granted to City News? And if yes, did you receive the car loan? And did you also use that money, if indeed you received it, to purchase a car?
Well, thank you very much for that question. I'm very happy that you bring this up. And I have always maintained that we need to review the car loans arrangement for members of parliament. I am not saying that members of parliament should not be entitled to cars provided for by the state. But the model, how it is done, government going for a loan for MPs, which is then deducted from their salaries. Our colleagues in the executive, our colleagues in the judiciary, there's a car pool where you have access to those cars. And then when you are done with your term or you are being moved to another place, it is left behind for the next person. So I was advocating for a different model because this model, this approach, did not sit well with the vast majority of Ghanaians. And that is a position that I still maintain. Why do we have different regimes? Those who serve in the executive, those who serve in the judiciary, they have a different regime. Nobody is going for a low walking. You will be able to walk from. There's a carpool where you can access vehicles for use. And then those in the legislature have a different arrangement. That is what I was opposed to. Now, the second leg of your question. Yes, I received the funds, but I didn't use it for a Land Cruiser. I used it to buy a combined harvester for the rice farmers in my constituency, and the records are there. So you can check that for yourself.
Well, I have a follow-up question.
Any further question?
I have a follow-up question. You were advocating against the model of granting car loans to members of parliament, in your own words. In another breath, you say that you took the funds, you took the car loan, and used it to purchase for a combined harvester. Where is the principle? Something that you advocate against? Something that you advocate against? You go ahead to take it. My question to you, did the farmers pay back that money to you?
Honorable Nominee, the question overruled. Please go ahead and ask another question.
My last question to you, Honorable Nominee. I have had the opportunity to listen to you a number of times, and one of them, I shared a platform with you on TV3. In that interview, you had an opportunity to make a presentation to the people of Ghana, about 30, 40 minutes presentation, where you indicated that there is a supposedly $84 billion. That is a culmination of a number of corruption scandals that in your estimation, you think that oil need to pursue that amount of money, $84 billion. Inclusive of that allegation is a drip component that you mentioned. I was a deputy minister for local government, and there was a contract between DACF and the Plant Pool. Now, as part of the 84 billion, you included in that 84 billion that there is an aspect of it which is a drip component, that you have included it as part of corruption scandals. Now, the contract amount of that drip contract is about $173 million. Now, with that $173 million that you have included in the $84 billion that is supposed to be, as it were, collected, or take that for the people of Ghana, how is that a corruption scandal, or how, in your estimation, how is that termed as corruption in your own definition?
Thank you very much. We'll take a short break for just 5 minutes whilst we remain seated.
And then let me also state that in the work that I did as part of my oversight constitutional mandate into the District Road Improvement Project matter, I discovered a number of infractions. First of all, I discovered that the procurement law was violently breached and mutilated. It was single-sourced under the emergency provisions of the law, which is clear abuse of the law, a clear violation. Then also the pricing. I discovered that the unit price for the drip equipment were outrageously inflated. Because what I did as part of my oversight work was to send an email to the company and to ask for quotations. And when those quotations arrived, it was clear that in some instances, some of the equipment had been doubled, the value of those equipment. So the conservative estimate from the oversight work I did is that Ghana could have obtained those drip equipment if we did it competitively and there was competitive pricing without the inflationary pricing that took place. We could have got them for about $75 million and not the $187 million that we were billed with. And I still maintain that Ghana did not receive value for money so far as the DRIP project is concerned. And finally, let me say that I found the Vice President's conduct in this affair quite problematic. In opposition, he was vehemently opposed to single sourcing, and he did put out consistently posts that single sourcing.
The Vice President.
Yes, the former Vice President. Former. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Former Vice President, Dr. Mahmoud Baumia, who says that he is the drip champion. He says this whole drip thing is his idea. That's what he told the country. And he indeed asked all those who were trying to take credit, including members of parliament, to back off, that it is his idea. In the course of my oversight work, I found his conduct not consistent with what he promised the people of this country, that he will make sure that projects are competitive, that sole sourcing, inflationary pricing will be a thing of the past. It is regrettable, to say the least, that he was not consistent. And when he had the opportunity with this, his flagship DRIP initiative, he departed from what he assured the nation he will do as Vice President. So those are the concerns that I have about DRIP, and I am hoping that Ghana will be able to retrieve some money. Fortunately, only 25% has been paid. Not all the liabilities have been met. So I have encouraged the new Mahama administration to renegotiate the DRIP initiative so that we can save money, because my conservative estimate is that it's been inflated by more than $100 million. And there is a need to save money. $100 million can do so much for an IMF bailout country. There's so much that we can do with $100 million. And I'll encourage my colleague, the Honorable Asifwa, to get close to me. I can share some of the work we have done on this with you. And when you see yourself, I'm sure you'll become an advocate. You will join me that we should renegotiate the DRIP intervention.
Thank you very much.
I have a follow-up question.
You have a follow-up on the $84 billion, as you said, that he is saying it is 18 billion cedis, and the DRIP.
The follow-up stems from the fact that, one, he indicates that the pricing, in his own words,
was outrageous. And it was inflated. And he has done some work, and because of that, in his estimation, the pricing was indeed outrageous. Now, he said he has done some work, and I have also done some work, and I'm happy to share that with you. Honorable Nominee, in my hands here is the contract itself, and maybe I'll go into specifics. Government bought a tipper truck for $78,000. So if you say it was outrageous, inflated, now the big question is, what is the market value for such an amount? Now I will take you to Zonda. Zonda is one of the well-noted agencies who sells tipper trucks.
Honorable Asafwa, with all due respect,
my question is from
he said he has done some work,
and he said it's
and you have done some work.
Yes.
Now, the amount being outrageous was based on the assessment of the work that he has done, but not your own. So the way you are going about the question, that is what is calling for worry.
Honorable
because
Chairman,
the work that you have done is not the same as the work that he has done.
Honorable Chairman,
your indicators may not be the same as his indicators.
Respectfully, I am saying that in the contract, government bought a tipper truck for $78,000. I am also referring the Honorable Nominee to Zonda, an agency that deals in tipper truck. When you go to Zonda today, Zonda sells a tipper truck for about $82,000 or $83,000. And government bought a tipper truck for $78,000. With this background, how do you term this as outrageously inflated contract? Because I don't see it.
Well, I don't know whether Zonda is the cheapest in the world, but I would ask the nominee to provide a question.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, clearly my good friend, the Honorable Asafwa, has to do more work. As for this work he has done, with all due respect, it leaves much to be desired. For Zonda's trucks, they pay duties. You imported your trucks free of duties. I did an RTI request, and I asked the DACF administrator, did you pay duties on the trucks? They said no. Model, which year? What are the specs? So, Mr. Chairman, with all due respect, the oversimplification of matters is not helpful. And I'm willing and ready to submit the work that we did. Procurement breaches, no value for money, inflationary pricing, and it's a fact. I'm so convinced that Ghana could have saved $100 million. And you should stop comparing vehicles that have been imported with duty and those that you are buying without paying duties. It's not helpful, Mr.
Thank
Chairman.
you very much. The questioner said he is also involved. Are you involved?
With the greatest of respect, Chairman, please let me be.
Recognize Honorable Shaibu.
Chairman, let me thank you very much for the opportunity. Sami, congratulations.
Thank you very much, my good brother, who supplies me smokes.
Sami, well-deserved nomination. I wish you very well in this new role. Sami, let's move away from this corruption, oral, and whatever, and get to Pan-Africanism so that you can cool down a bit. A movement that has come today, a movement that has taken the whole world. I note that in the last 2 hours, you have mentioned Dr. Kwame Nkrumah. tell us briefly, don't go to your involvement. What's your motivation on Pan-Africanism? Thank you.
Pan-Africanism is the only way the African continent can be liberated. As the Osagifo Dr. Kwame Nkrumah said, nobody will care about our fortunes and our destinies more than ourselves. The reason why we are the most endowed continent in terms of resources, and yet we are the poorest, is because we have not taken control, the commanding heights of our economy, as President Achampong would say. The Pan-African agenda is for us to take control of our resources, to chart our own path, not to be pawns, not to engage in proxy wars with others. That is the key to our emancipation and our liberation. And I see in President Mahama a leader who believes in Pan-Africanism. And if you look at his priority areas, even the first countries he has visited, as president, he's yet to go to Europe or Asia or anywhere. It should tell you immediately, you know, where his priorities are and how he remains committed to the Pan-African agenda. And to conclude practically, I think that we should take a second look at our negotiation skills and abilities as a people. And it's one area that I'll be seeking the assistance of experts to beef up capacity at the foreign ministry. You look at a lot of agreements that we get into, and it's clear that we could have gotten a better deal if we had really put Pan-Africanism at the center, looked at the continent's interests, and subjected all other secondary interests, you know, out of the window. We can then get better. And I don't want to go into specifics of how sensitive these matters are, but really at the core of our retarded development is the fact that we have not really imbibed, you know, the philosophy of Pan-Africanism, as likes of Du Bois, Kwame Nkrumah, Padmore, and others espouse. And I think that the time has come for us to really trace our roots, you know, to genuine Pan-Africanism.
Thank you very much. Any further question? Then I proceed to give the floor to Honorable Judicial.
Honorable Nominee, congratulations. Very well done. Before asking the question, I've made an observation. I just want to run by you. First of all, I've watched you over the period, and I think you're doing very well. And I also think that people have watched you, and you've done very well for yourself. Save that today, before the process started itself, my observation was that you were a bit upset, and throughout the vetting process, you also used a word like, I don't give a hoot, which I do not think that for a diplomat, you should be seen to be using such words. It's a general observation. And if I don't like you, I won't tell you. Now to my question. I feel that Russia currently has presence in the region, and the strategies Russia use include the social media propaganda and cyber terrorism. Several media houses have reported cyber attacks to their online portals, which were traced to Russia origin. What's Ghana's foreign policy in reference to Russia wanting to have regional control or influence. And especially against the backdrop that my foreign minister nominee has been in Russia recently to help His Excellency the President launch a book on my first coup d'etat.
Well, thank you very much. And your foreign minister nominee has also been to the United States recently, has been to France recently, has been to the United Kingdom recently, has been to Ukraine recently. So let's place all of that on record. And I would like to proceed with caution that I do not think that, looking at how sensitive this role is and how, you know, our foreign policy, which enjoins us to pursue positive neutrality, to be friends of all, enemies to none. I do not want to single out any country in this engagement for condemnation, for obvious reasons. I mean, when it comes from some other people, you know, it depends on how it will be taken. But if it comes from me, even if I'm responding to a question, it can be taken as a position of the new government, and it can create a diplomatic row or a tiff, or even escalate into something else which we do not. So I would plead that, Mr. Chairman, you permit me to stay away from condemning specific countries. If you want me to answer generally, thank you very much.
Any further question? That is my foreign minister nominee, and I like the response. My second question, I actually had the opportunity of asking the same question to the transport minister nominee, and it has to do with the third-class treatment Ghanaian passengers face. It's a situation that for me is worrying. We are made to pay high fares, plane fares. We are giving third-class planes or aircrafts. We are giving terminals that are virtually unused or abandoned. And in fact, we are even served food on planes which one can easily decline taking those. Mr. Foreign Minister nominee, any assurances as to how you are going to ensure that vis-a-vis what the Nigerians use, what the South Africans use, you're going to have Ghanaians use get similar treatment? Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, Honorable Member, for this question. And it's a very important matter. And you will recall, if you go through the Hansard, you will see that this is a matter that I have raised on a number of occasions. And it's a matter we have to address as a country. And it comes back to the earlier point I was making. Our negotiation skills, our negotiation abilities, you know. These airline operators are not doing us favors. They are here for business, to make profit. It's a commercial entity, and it has to be a win-win situation. You see other countries demanding high standards, even the fleet, you know, the quality of the service, you know, and we've had situations where you have airline operators even bringing aircrafts that pose security risk, you know, that are not safe for the use of our passengers. So one of the things we're going to do when given the nod is to collaborate effectively with the various sector ministries. What I like about the foreign service is that we are there for all, we serve everybody, we facilitate everybody's priority and everybody's engagement. So the transport ministry, the various ministries that will be responsible for negotiating some of these terms, including the finance ministry, we will facilitate and help in the coordination. And if we are invited to be part of those meetings, we will state clearly that Ghana deserves better, and we are not going to accept this discrimination. Related to that, another matter I'm very passionate about is how our visa applicants are treated. It's a matter I'm going to address strongly and forcefully. I mean, you apply for visa and you are treated as though you are some slave. Even decent place, a decent area. I mean, I see sometimes senior citizens, distinguished ladies and gentlemen of our country, and they're just abandoned there. You know, the vagaries of the weather, they don't care if it's raining or if the sun is so scorching. You know, nobody cares. These missions don't seem to care. So we will not accept that. And we are going to engage with ambassadors that there ought to be respect for our citizens, for our people. You know, so be rest assured that in all of its, you know, variants and features, we will stand up for Ghana and insist that Ghanaians' rights are protected. And it's going to be a major area that we'll focus on as a ministry. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any further question?
Yes, just a follow-up. I was still going to indicate the issue of visa acquisition. And to still ask, I've seen that you have a broader knowledge of what the issues are, but I didn't see you adduce or give any solutions, because you just behaved like me. I know these are the problems, but what are the solutions? One of which is, are we even considering to expand or extend our visa-free countries?
Yeah, thank you very much. I've been trying to manage, you know, the chairman's restriction of the time and also providing solutions. That is why you may not be hearing a lot more, but I can really espouse, give you greater detail if I will be allowed by the chair. On visa acquisitions, yes, I believe that we should have more visa waiver agreements. I'm an advocate of that so that we can waive visa restrictions. I am also in full support of permitting Africans to travel to Ghana without requiring visas. It's one of the final decisions that President Akufo-Addo took. I can commit that after discussions with President Mahama, it's something that's going to continue, because as a Pan-Africanist, he believes in that. We'll just have to make sure that we look at all the security aspects so that it doesn't become a medium for all kinds of, you know, unwanted elements coming into our society to undermine the peace and stability which we enjoy. So the ministry is currently looking at the implementation, how to make sure that it works in the best interest of our people. So be rest assured that visa waiver agreements, you are going to see more of that. The last time we approved that of Colombia, South Africa, and I know there are quite a number in the works. We are going to work on a lot more visa waiver agreements.
Thank you very much. Any further question? Your last question.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. So, Honorable Nominee, I've listened to you quietly throughout your submissions. One of the things I picked was your consistent conversation on unity, and basically narrowing it down to African unity. But also observed that in the President's release, the EI, there was no consideration for Ministry of Foreign Affairs and regional integration. And against the backdrop that the focus is now to some extent on the Sahelian issues, and I don't know, I'm confused. Do you want to expatiate on why we do not have regional integration? And have you had the opportunity of talking to my very senior sister, Honorable Shelley Ayokuboche, on all of this?
Well, thank you very much. You are right that the new EI simply refers to the ministry as the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. I have inquired, and I have been duly informed that regional integration will remain a priority area. But the thinking is that let's not limit the scope of the ministry. That name suggests as though focus, even though regional integration is important. So we will maintain the Regional Integration Bureau. We are still going to be champions of African integration. Everybody knows that that is Ghana's forte. We are the foremost nation since the days of the Sajefo to advocate for an integrated, united union of African states. So that will remain a priority, but it's just a simple nomenclature issue. On engagement with the Honorable Foreign Minister, you do know, have continued to engage with the Minister and her deputies when I served as ranking member. Sometimes because of the oversight, you will understand that relations may not be as great because of the oversight, and how passionate I have been about protecting the public purse. But it is definitely without malice, and I would put on record that we have great working relations. I have enormous respect for her, and I'm going to support her at the Commonwealth, where she has become the Secretary General. And you do know that our flag bearer at the time, President Mahama, put out a formal statement on our behalf, our collective behalf, celebrating her, celebrating the Honorable Shela Yokoboche on her electoral victory as Commonwealth Secretary General. So I have nothing against the former minister, and we'll work together within the Commonwealth.
Thank you very much. Very well. Yes, I'm excited to know that there is a very good working relationship. I want to find out, flowing from that, if you want to be seen to be pushing for such very enviable positions. The Secretary General, I think I remember Honorable Anatetekura, and Honorable Ibn Chambers, and then now my venerable sister, Honorable Shelley Ayokobuchi, and Kofi Annan. I want to see Honorable Okujeto. Are you going to assure us that it is a path you are going to push?
Honorable member, the question is overruled. You have to determine whether you can do that or not. And it's not a matter that you should be disclosing to the whole world. Thank you very much. To Honorable Roxanne Dahamo.
Chairman. Chairman, ma zamonu popo mada pe gbogbo na ni dupola John Dramani Mahama. Abe ale na otiamiefu. Honorable Samuel Okudjara Black abe na foreign minister na Ghana dukonene. Mio tonto batoto oduko voter regime ni dakpo gbogbo na. Mr. Chairman, I will. Let me land. I'll translate it perfectly for you. Nyababia kwenyabe na scholarship ya na chodu bubu made ali la wena wa camion of you to wit. Congratulations. The entire voter region the Tong citizens, especially the Bato citizens, they are very proud of you. And Togbe Jakle and his entire chieftaincy council, traditional council, they are proud of you. So welcome. Very simple question. How will you make easily available to Ghanaian young men who are desirous of studying, especially postgraduate programs in other countries, scholarships accessible to them? I thank you.
Majiba amashaba na nyaba doya mikata miawe na waja amashaba nu na miaba duplola His Excellency John Dramani Mahama la Ghana toka ta wako jijo ba adwa miawe ye miawe ta akpanao to wait, thanking my brother and assuring the President and the nation that we will work together, we will work hard to make sure that we do not disappoint the country. Scholarships is a very, very important matter. There are many times I've attended diplomatic engagements and I am approached and told that, oh, we had these 200 scholarships, we had these 400 scholarships. You people are not coming up. The window is closing. What is happening? So I think that moving forward, we need to really pay attention to these bilateral scholarships that many countries provide. And I recall as Deputy Minister in charge of special education, I negotiated the Hungarian bilateral scholarship, which every year 100 Ghanaians are accepted in Hungary for postgraduate studies. That is a sure way of reducing the burden on Get Fund, on Scholarship Secretariat, GMPC and others who are struggling with a narrow fiscal space to sponsor scholarships. If we really revamp our bilateral scholarships and we make it available, practically, what I want us to do is to have a dedicated website where all of these scholarships will be published. The criteria will be provided, and we are actually going to have dedicated officers who will assist our citizens to access these scholarships. There are too many of these bilateral scholarships that people don't know about, and by the time they even get to know, the deadline is over. You know, I know that countries like the UK, the US, China, Japan, South Korea, many of these countries, we have bilateral agreements, they have scholarships that often we are not able to take full advantage of. So it's a matter that is going to receive urgent attention. We'll demystify it, have a dedicated website for all of these bilateral scholarships, have dedicated officers who will facilitate the process. And the other innovation that you should also expect is that I want us to look at the passport fee regime again, so that we will create some dispensation which will omit some categories of Ghanaians, particularly brilliant but needy students, from paying passport fees. It should be possible to have them subsidized so that the frequent travelers in the business category, entrepreneurs, the rich applicants, they can pay a little more for expedited service to subsidize the vulnerable, poor visa applicants. I don't understand why that will be part of the package that you receive as a student when you are going on scholarship abroad, because you are classified as brilliant but needy. So why should you be struggling to pay passport fees? I think we can take a second look at the fee structure and exempt our needy students. So these are some of the interventions we will be doing in the area of scholarships.
Thank you. Any further questions?
Yes, Chairman.
Thank you. Any further questions?
Yes, Chairman. and Southern, we have very close relationship. So on behalf of my people in Southern, especially Tongo Germany, they send their gratitude and they wish you all the best. Germany talk at Dubana. Akbar.
Thank you very much. Thank you for taking good care of them. I then proceed to recognize the Deputy Minority Leader and the Deputy Ranking Member of the Committee, Honorable Patricia Apiaye.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I seek to yield to the former Deputy Minister of Foreign Affairs in the person of Honorable Mavis Nkasa Bodo. Thank you.
Honorable Mavis Nkasa Bodo, you have the floor.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. And let me join the other colleagues on congratulating the Honorable Member. Honorable Nominee, let me take you back to the appointment of Lieutenant Colonel Devolate as a special envoy to the Alliance of Sahel States. I want to find out, as the individual earmarked for this ministry, did the President confer with you before making such an appointment?
Very important question, and thank you, Honorable former Deputy Minister, for your question. If you look at the sequencing or the timing, at the time His Excellency the President made the appointment, I had not been named as Foreign Minister. We were all wondering what would happen. I know the President kept his cards close to his chest. We didn't know which ministry we would be serving in, or if we would even be considered for appointments at all. So it was very early, and I wasn't a Foreign Minister designate, so I couldn't have been consulted.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. So that brings me to my question.
Well, then the one you asked, what is it?
Oh no, I was just...
Please, treat that as your question number one. Proceed to question number two.
That would be a follow-up, Honorable Chair. Thank you very much. So then I want to find
out flowing from the answer.
Yes, please.
That at that time,
yes,
he was not...
In regards to his appointment as a special envoy to the Sahel states. Yes, so then, Honorable Nominee, I want to find out from you, can you take us through the step-to-step mission of this special envoy, considering the fact that all these three states are headed by military leaders, and the intervention by ECOWAS, their exit from ECOWAS, and our continuous membership with ECOWAS? Thank you.
If I heard you accurately, is it about his mandate? His mandate. Okay, thank you very much. First of all, Lieutenant Colonel Devolate is a good uncle of mine, and so if you are probably concerned about working relations, I can assure you that we have such a fantastic working relationship. The camaraderie is absolutely phenomenal. When he was National Security Coordinator, I was Deputy Minister for Information, and we worked together. So we have had a long-standing, very cordial and warm working relations. And I can proudly say he's one of the people that I look up to and I admire greatly. In terms of his mandate, as the statement issued by the presidency indicated, he is to help in restoring diplomatic relations, in helping with the efforts by ECOWAS and all of us member countries to bring them back into the fold, and then also to look at the security implications of their breakaway. Remember that Devolate is a security expert, former AU envoy on counterterrorism, and so he brings a lot of expertise to bear to help us, because everybody, all the experts are saying that the terrorism is coming down south from the Sahel, and if we don't act fast to stem the tide, we will be consumed in no time. And that's why under President Akufo-Addo, you initiated the Accra Initiative, to deal with the threat of violent extremism from particularly the Sahel. So his mandate is to open dialogue, and in diplomacy, dialogue is key, is really fundamental, and to help
in bringing them back to the fold, whilst at the same time addressing the security challenges that the Sahel is posing to us as a country. So that's his mandate.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. This will be my second question. Honorable Nominee, let me start by saying that there's no malice intended with this question. I just want you, I'm sure a lot of Ghanaians would want to know. So then, some Ghanaians, the population have described you as someone who's a populist. Some have also said that you're a propagandist. Others have said that you're quick to come out with information without verifying. I want to find out if the international community is supposed to go by this narration of you. What would you do, or what would you say today to put them at ease? Thank you.
Thank you very much for this question. If these are qualities that saves a country billions and billions of dollars, then we should encourage more of these qualities. And I'm sure the international community will be happy to know that there is a potential foreign minister from Ghana who is committed to meeting UN goals, AU goals, the goals of the international community in combating, corruption, waste, state capture, and that integrity, is a quality that we all should really encourage and aspire to. And I can also place on record that in all of the work that we have been doing, we have not injured anybody's reputation. We verify, we make sure we validate. And you know me, that if I have not intercepted the right documents, done the right analysis, I don't put out what is, just imaginary or conjecture. I make sure that it is credible and unimpeachable. So please be rest assured that our foreign policy and the foreign ministry will be well regarded by His Excellency John Dramani Mahama's appointment.
Thank you, Honorable Nominee. So in a nutshell, what you are seeking to tell Ghanaians is that you are taking off a new leaf?
Honorable member, he's answered the question that if that description will fit into his international relations, then it's good for all of us. So it doesn't suggest that he's taking a new leaf.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. You couldn't have put it better.
Okay, so then it's the old Okuja to Ablakwa that we know. All right, so Honorable Chair, that will take me to my last question. What should be to find out from the Honorable Nominee? So then in the past, your predecessor, Honorable Shirley Ayoko Botri, has showcased made in Ghana goods and services and products. I want to find out, and she has done that through diverse ways, and one way is through the bazaar. I'm sure you're very much aware of it as a ranking member of the Foreign Affairs Committee. I want to find out if it's something that you plan on continuing. Thank you.
I can assure you, Honorable Nominee, Honorable MP, pardon me, that this is an area that will be pursued. Cultural diplomacy is really important. Kwame Nkrumah talked about the African personality, that we must be proud of who we are and showcase that to the world. And Ghanaian culture is always talked about in the international arena. When people come to terms with our culture, they are always enamored, always out, and it really projects us positively. So please be rest assured that all of those initiatives and more will be pursued, working in close collaboration with the Ministry of Creative Arts, Culture and Tourism. And I'm glad that Mamaga Jifagomashi herself is here to offer full support, and we have great working relations. We work together to promote cultural diplomacy.
Thank you very much. I will proceed to give the floor to Honorable Kweku Ricket Hagan. You have a follow-up question on whether or not you perceive what the predecessor well, then that is a different question you want to ask. Well, go up with your follow-up. And if it is not a follow-up, you know the consequences.
So, the Honorable, thank you very much for your answer. I wanted to find out, since we are talking about exports and local producers, I want to find out, leveraging on our trade blocks, I want to find out how you promote these exports and also, in turn, bring in foreign exchange. Thank you.
Two pillars will be utilized for this. The Africa Continental Free Trade Area Agreement, I think that we really have to leverage that. And then President Mahama's 24-hour economic policy. You know, he's appointed the Venerable Guzi Kano to coordinate the 24-hour economic vision of the president. And this is aimed at industrialization. And to industrialize, you must add value to what you produce. And so the 24-hour economy and the Africa Continental Free Trade Area, remember that President Mahama has said that he will chair the Africa Continental Free Trade Area objectives himself. And so these will be the two pillars which are used to promote our trade and how we add value and diversify our economy. Thank you. So, Honorable Vice.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Honorable Okujoto Ablakwa, Umbrella, congratulations. I'm so happy that you are going to be doing this work. I got people call me because your work on anti-corruption has earned the admiration of a lot of people, of us, including His Excellency the President. And we believe that it's as a result of that this whole area was created, and you were the one in charge of it. Leader, we don't ask questions like that. And people are beginning to wonder, when you got your new portfolio, that you have become the face of oil and you are going to move on to foreign affairs. But I think you have said something today that I believe people who are listening to you, that the fight for anti-corruption actually has a lot of tentacles, and that there's actually a foreign angle to it. So you are now going to be pressed. Oil is now more or less gone global. You are going to be placed at a position where you will be able to explore the foreign angle of it. In terms of properties outside, people have purchased with ill-gotten wealth. In terms of monies stashed away elsewhere, all these things are going to come, you know, and I think that oil will actually be stronger for the position that you have. You've done a lot of work that I think you should be celebrated. I remember our fight on the sale of SNIT asset. The National Cathedral is one of them, air travels of the executive, and actually purchase. All right, just forget about the distraction. And the purchase of actually properties, you know, for foreign missions outside that obviously did not go the way it should. And I think that we should take this opportunity to actually thank you and celebrate you for the good work that you have done for this country in not only protecting the national purse, but in your case, you're actually saving the national purse. And you must be commended for that. Actually, you know, my sons admire you and they send their congratulations. Now, the first view I want from you is to do with our foreign mission properties outside, and which has a fiscal implication on our budget. Under President Mahama 1, a work was done in basically doing an inventory of all our foreign properties outside, the ones we own outright and the ones we lend or lease. And I think these things will be at the ministry when you get there to see what was done. And that we have a lot of money or properties that we have bought that are very expensive. These things started on Osajifo Dr. Kwame Nkrumah when we gained independence, where our foreign mission properties were actually bought in prime areas. And these properties actually cost millions of dollars. Now, over the years, some countries' activities we do there are not as busy as we do elsewhere. So the question is whether some of our properties elsewhere should actually be sold to buy properties, permanent properties, where we are actually very active. And to be able to save money, because we have a lot of litigations out there where we have properties, Mr. Speaker, as leaders are giving time to, as this is a very important one, because there's a lot of money that is being spent out there that comes from our budget. I mean, on recurrent expenditure, we spend about $1 billion a year, across 71 or so foreign missions. So some properties we rent, and actually we have properties, because I was part of that work that was done on President Mahama 1. Some properties that we have, again, in countries and in prime places that we no longer have an embassy. And the properties are still there, being used by other people. And in some cases, we pay property taxes for those properties. And some properties we rent in some countries. We should actually be buying those properties because the rent we pay there are quite expensive. So I want to ask you, and I know this is there that you will go and find, what is your view on that in terms of making sure that we streamline our portfolio across the world and make sure that the properties we have are used efficiently and in places where we have more activities? So because you have accommodation for people and all that in embassies, some embassies we send so many people there and they need to be accommodated to make sure that we have adequate accommodation for our people on a mission outside. So I want to take your view on that before I continue. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Majority Leader, for your very profuse words of praise and encouragement. I'm really, really encouraged. In recent times, it's as though those of us rather who want to protect the public purse, we are becoming public enemies. People want to come after us, and they've left the looters, to enjoy their loot. So I really want to thank you. This is really not common in our country these days. On the substantive question of inventory and our assets abroad, I am glad that you are part of the team that did that work, and I will be happy to ask for the report and to study it. As ranking member of the Foreign Affairs Committee in the 8th and 7th Parliament, I recall every budget cycle raising on the floor that if you paid regard to how much we were spending on rent, if we had purchased properties, it would have saved the taxpayer. We will have, in terms of the economics, it makes more sense to own rather than be renting. So on the other suggestion of selling the assets. You know my position on state assets. I'm currently promoting a protection of state assets bill. I've brought it back to the 9th Parliament, and there are a number of colleagues on both sides supporting me in that quest. And so I certainly cannot be seen, selling any diplomatic property. I can make a pledge here that under my watch, no diplomatic property will be sold. They will rather be protected. And I think that if you look at the analysis, we need more. There are too many foreign service officials who are renting and are being harassed by landlords across the world. And we have to look at that. You make a genuine observation about countries where we no longer have diplomatic presence, but we have purchased items. The history is that this occurred during the economic crunch in the 1980s, when the Dr. Obedasamwa era under President Rawlings, they did a realignment and to cut down on our expenditure on our missions abroad. But even though we do not have diplomatic presence, we can fashion out a way where those assets are not just allowed to rot. They can be put in good shape and rented, and then it raises money, good IGF for the ministry. So it's just about being innovative. So I would rather that we should, because you see, today you don't have diplomatic presence, but tomorrow, the need will arise. The exigencies of the time will ask you to rethink and re-establish diplomatic ties. So I would say let's keep all our assets. We don't have enough. We need to even build on what we have inherited. But certainly we'll look at the report and then see how we acquire more assets and then reduce the annual expenditure on rentals. It's really killing this country, and it's something we have to deal with. In conclusion, I must also point out that we have observed that there are some of the assets that we have even lost. If you go to the UK, for example, poor record keeping has led to some of our diplomatic assets being lost over the years. And it's one area that I want to pursue strongly to recover what has been lost, even if we have to wage, a strong legal battle to take it back from the encroachers. We need to do that. And as I said earlier, as for selling of these assets, please be rest assured that it's not something I believe in.
Let me follow up on this, and I think I do agree with you, though selling is an option, but I know your position on that. Perhaps what we can do, as it's been done in other places, is to rent the property at the prime place to get something somewhere else in the same country that is cheaper, so that the rent we earn from there can be used to pay for that property and actually get a balance out of that and save money. Now, my next question, as part of the follow-up, is actually to do with our trade attachés. You have defense attaché, trade attaché, and all the others. Now, what happens is that these officials come from their various ministries, like defense, like trade, and they are posted to London, US, and other places to help the mission over there to either promote trade or in the defense, the least say about it, the better, about what they go there and do. We know they do very important work there, but because of the sensitive nature of it, I wouldn't, Now, what happens to them? Because they draw the foreign affairs or the mission draws their salaries, goods, and services from your ministry through the national budget. And these attachés also draw theirs from their various ministries. Now, when they get to London or US, they come under your mission over there. And then many of times they are not looked after properly in terms of looking for a place to stay and all that, or they don't even have adequate budget like you make provision for all that. So I think in the future going forward, we should look at how we can work together to make sure that the people we sent out there, if they don't belong to your mission and they are coming from elsewhere, they are able to fuse them together to make sure that they have adequate resources to do the very important work that will support you as being the ambassador out there to bring investment and trade and all that home. This you can take as an advice. The third one, and that will be my final one, is to do with, as you mentioned, and His Excellency the President. I'm very glad he had made that he's going to take the African continental trade under, his own leadership. The headquarters of the African continental trade sit here. We have done agreements, various agreements that we've signed around the world, but we don't actually prepare, especially in terms of the diplomacy side of things. So we go and sign all these agreements that in the end doesn't benefit us, but it benefits the people we've signed the agreement with. AGOA is one example. African Continental Free Trade, as we have signed and ratified, some countries took their time in ratifying it for the simple reason that they were building themselves up to be able to take advantage. But we have been slow at it because the diplomacy has also been slow. The trade side is there, but the diplomacy should lead everything else. We have some African countries around us, especially our neighbors, who have moved from democracy to military rule after their ratification. Some have recently left ECOWAS, which means that relationship with them needs to be re-energized, and that requires some foreign diplomacy, and that is by yourself when you get the nod, not if. So I want to know from you how you are going to make us a leader through trade diplomacy on the African continent, through the Pan-Africanism that we talk about and the development of Africa. We do about 2 or 3% of trade among ourselves. We have now created a single market, and that single market requires diplomacy to nurture it before the trade actually comes in. So I want to know your view on that, in how you promote the trade diplomacy to be able to feed into this so we can actually take advantage of having the headquarters of the African Continental Free Trade here and lead it to make sure that we build trade. And you know the problems we have in this country, debt is swallowing us, Ghana is almost broke and all that. These are some of the things that we need to do, including, all the other things that we plan to do in 24-hour economy and all that, for us to be able to grow our economy again. But I should end by again congratulating you. God bless you. I know you do a fantastic job, and I know that the international tentacles of ORA will still keep you on the ORA job. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable. Let me state that I've been really impressed with your lecture. It was not a question, it was a lecture. And I'll make a special appeal to His Excellency the President that when we are putting together the Ministerial Advisory Board, if you wouldn't mind serving on the board, I would like you to be close to me so that you can be giving me good advice, because I'm really impressed. Yeah. So, but I agree with you, Honorable Rikitagan, that trade diplomacy must really be at the center of our foreign relations as a country. If you look at how we are struggling currently economically, then if you consider other factors, the ILO, for example, and the IOM have all confirmed that in 2023, we saw the highest rate of deaths on the Mediterranean. Young Africans who crossing over to Europe are dying, about 150,000. And those numbers are, according to the experts, even conservative estimates, because there are many who die and they are not even detected. You know, so we really have to prioritize trade diplomacy. And that's why in the NDC manifesto, we have said that we will make that a priority. There are many of our missions without trade attaches. We have said that we will send them and occupy those positions. But most importantly, we will also retrain them, build capacity. And then earlier I talked about KPIs. They will also be given clear targets. So you are not just posted, you know, and we don't know what you are bringing back home, what we are getting from you. Many people have not averted their mind to the inward-looking policies that we are witnessing now on the global arena. If you take, for example, the recent Donald Trump executive orders, if you begin to quantify the impact on our continent, the last time I was engaging officials of the WHO, they say that it will affect Africa even in terms of our vaccine programs, in terms of even the Global Fund, which has been a major player so far as our health priorities are concerned. The analysis showed that the WHO will lose about $450 to $500 million every year. If every month, I think I was told, if this executive order remains in force. So what that means is that we can no longer continue to be relying on handouts and aid from other countries. We must really take our destinies into our own hands and forge a path that is self-reliant, that will really lift our people out of poverty. And that is where this trade diplomacy comes in. And the literature is clear that over the decades, aid hasn't worked. What we really must promote is trade. Trade, not aid. So these trade attaches will now take a very serious look at it, build capacity, make sure that there are clear KPIs, and within the larger ambit of economic diplomacy, where in our manifesto we talk about formulating a blueprint for the first time in our country's history. We will do all of that with clear targets so that trade diplomacy will work for our people, will help to improve the living conditions of our people and create jobs for our people.
Thank you very much. It's now the turn of Minority Leader.
Honorable Nominee, you took the leave of chair to make some preliminary observation, largely on my press conference, and referred to how you felt about it and how your wife felt about it. I think Chairman largely addressed the issue in another way, which was acceptable to me, because we're only having our own challenges that we couldn't have communicated. But I think the effect of my political statement was to the effect that our side had no proper understanding of yesterday's arrangement. However, let me unconditionally apologize to your wife for how my press statement conference came about. I mean, how she felt about it. I mean, I feel bad if somebody said something about my own wife, and it's fair, all right? These are no ego matters. So I'm sorry to your dear wife, and how my press conference was carried out, you felt. I also say sorry to you. I would have utmost respect for you. I will be the last person to run you down, okay? So I'm sorry, and I'm sorry to your wife one more time. Is that okay?
Yeah, very okay, and we are grateful. Thank you very much.
Very well. That's settled. You have expressed concern about the state of the public purse, the state of the economy, and the need for us as public officers to be mindful of costs. Can you, without prejudice, assure the nation that true to those values you hold dear, you will consistently fly economy, make it a policy at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs to fly economy and nothing more?
In my private capacity, when I'm traveling, I fly business. And so if it is a policy of President Mohammed's government that ministers should now travel economy because of the state of the economy, I am happy to do that. And if I can top up with my own resources, as I have been doing already in my private travels, I do travel business, not first class, business. I'm happy to do that. But as I said earlier, in this discussion, we must be more nuanced about it. I believe we can even achieve more savings with the size of delegations, with frequency of travels, with even the kind of airlines, that we use.
Honorable Nominee, you know, in the past, there's whole perception that leader keeps nominees for a long time. I would try to be very specific. So limit yourself as well so that you don't create more room for follow-ups, which would make your guests uncomfortable and your party members may think I have some personal agenda. So please pay attention and let's have a good conversation. So just to rephrase it, would you want to take a personal decision to fly economy, even if government policy is for you to fly business?
I don't see what that achieves. It's totally unnecessary. I would save costs on travels using other mechanisms. I'll watch the size of delegation. I'll make sure that the kind of airlines would always go for what is competitive, and even per diems and all of those, the kind of hotels and all. There are many ways that we can save money, and those are the matters I will pursue, and we will save even more money for the country. I really don't see where this economy discussion is going to.
No. Please, your question, please. Any other question?
You have become aware that the President of the Republic, our President, recently traveled to Gambia and the Republic of Senegal by using his brother's private jets. You become aware of that, correct?
Yes.
You are aware that as public servants, we are measured by certain standards, which standards you have a strong view on. Do you think that although there is no direct cost on the states, it is inappropriate for the President of the Republic to be flying on official duties with his brother's private jet?
I have long advocated for the need for Ghana to have a presidential travel policy. And I've said that even in cabinet is a matter that I will pursue. And so the ideal situation, if we have a presidential travel policy, in some countries they've even, passed them, enacted them into law, where there are clear guidelines and the do's and don'ts. But now, it doesn't exist, and any day, the good people of Ghana will go for a free, brother trip, as compared to 20,000 euros an hour chartered jet, where the Ghanaian taxpayer suffers.
So you agree with me that though the state did not pay for the president's travel by use of his brother's private jet, it costs his brother money to fund the trip of his brother to Senegal and the Gambia. You agree with me?
Air travel comes with costs, aviation fuel, landing rights, all kinds of fees you have to pay. So yes, it definitely comes at some cost.
In view of that, it is inappropriate for a brother to bear the cost of the president's travel. You would agree with me that it's inappropriate, given the circumstances.
If you can clarify your question, I don't see why you would say it's inappropriate.
I will clarify. Just
Honorable members, the question is whether it is inappropriate for a brother to sponsor a trip. Honorable members, as for a gift from a brother, you can hardly reject. So to ask the appropriateness or otherwise, I have a difficulty about the question myself.
Mr. Chairman, the nominee wanted me to provide clarity. I will provide the clarity to the question. So the foundation is, in your own words, it is not proper for a president to travel on a $20,000 an hour jet. We need a policy to guide presidential travels. But for the time being, there is no policy. According to you again, the president traveled to the Gambia. That is President John Dramani Mahama, our president, traveled to the Gambia and Senegal by using his brother's private jet, which travel came at a cost to his brother. You've given a breakdown: aviation fuel, the cost of landing, all those associated costs, including meals that are served on the aircraft, salary allowances of the pilots, the air hostess, all those who are hosted, not only the president, all those officials in the aircraft. His brother bore that cost on the president's behalf. Me, I have a patience to tolerate. You don't. You don't. You can't accommodate me, but I can. Don't you think that the actions of Mr. President in the circumstance as available to us was inappropriate?
I do not think so.
Respected colleague, you have told this committee that you used your car loan to buy a combined harvester for the farmers in your constituency. First, I want you to be specific to guide us. You had a car loan in 2013, 2017, and 2020. Please share with us which of them you used in buying the combine harvester. Is it the 2013 one, or 2017 one, or 2021? Because each parliament, an MP is giving a car loan. So I want to know from you, which of them you used to buy a combine harvester for your farmers?
I was making specific reference to the 2021.
In fact, the question was specific reference to 2021.
So, may I know from you, the 2021, you see, normally the procedure is this. You will give the name of the automobile company that you intend to buy from. You provide the name to Parliament, and then Parliament will issue the check directly to the automobile company, because the check is not issued in your name. Now, let me ask you, the letter you wrote to Parliament in respect of you drawing this amount for your car loan, how did you draft the letter, and what was the content?
This procedure you talk about is a procedure not known to me. I'm aware that there are a good number of MPs, majority on your side actually, who have used their car loans for other matters. You are aware of the reports under former Speaker Okwe, those who use it to pay their children's school fees, children abroad and all of that. And I don't know how they then drafted their letters to automobile companies when they used those monies for school. So some have used theirs to pay their children's school fees. I use mine to buy a combined harvester for my farmers. I don't really see, and my farmers, my rice farmers are really grateful. So I really don't know about this procedure you're talking about.
Honorable member, and I'm happy that we're having this exercise, and I just want Chairman to pay attention to this. Honorable member, I am being very specific to you. If you say I am aware, at this point I am not on oath. If you say I'm aware some people used their monies for children's school fees and other things on my side, you see, then we'll be getting into a certain arena. People may not appreciate when I want to now delve into it, provide evidence of those people, then they also come and defend themselves. So I would plead with you.
I'll be happy to provide. I have the list.
Okay, that's fine.
I can provide.
That's all right. Then I'll be happy to know. I'll be happy for you to provide. But for the time being, let's deal with you. And then if it pleases you that because you are not the only guilty person and that there are other accomplices, that's fine. Because you are saying that people use it to pay their children's school fees. You use yours to pay for buy a harvester. So blah blah blah. So I am dealing with your situation. I am dealing with your situation. I don't know of others. So I want to know how you procured the combine harvester in Parliament.
Honorable Minority Leader, I will again plead with you. I have a cause to even make an appearance for some members of Parliament before the office of the Special Prosecutor. So if we can veer from this and make progress. It will be in the interest of the entire Parliament of the Republic of Ghana.
Chairman, with respect, I would be very, very firm, and I will not allow any attempt for a scene to be created. I'm very guided. I'll respect you. I know what I am doing. I'll be very respectful. Please allow a process to go on. Honorable nominee answered. I'm not bringing this up. He said that in 2021, he used his car loan to purchase a combine harvester. I'm not vetting any other person apart from him, and I'm limiting myself to him, and I'll show him utmost respect as our chief diplomat. Honorable nominee, this combine harvester that you purchased for your people with your car loan, the fact is that the monies are lodged with Parliament. You will need a correspondence to access that money. Please share with us the process you undertook to access that money.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I'm happy to provide that. You do know that in our offices, our RAs are responsible for all of these administrative enterprises. So, Mr. Chairman, if you will allow me, I'm on oath. I do not want to make statements because I don't have those documents here. But I'm able to retrieve them from the office and submit them later, if Mr. Chairman, you will permit.
Honorable nominee, let us all tread cautiously. Be brief in your answers.
Honorable,
but Mr. Chairman, I'm seeking your your ruling. Am I allowed to submit that later? Because I don't have those letters here.
No, I don't mind.
Yeah.
To make it available to us later.
Because I didn't drop those letters.
That's all right. So, Chairman, can you talk to your people? It would make the thing mad. Can they be quiet? You. Honorable nominee, whilst we give you time to furnish us with the letters that you wrote to the Clerk of Parliament, did you, in the letter, state, to the best of your memory, did you state to the clerk that your money, instead of using it to buy a car, which was why the state granted you that amount, instead of using it to buy, you were going to use it to buy a combine harvester?
I've been very open and transparent about my dealings, and I do not want to engage in guesswork. I have said that I will submit all the necessary documents on this particular transaction. So I will not engage in any guesswork. But I volunteered this information. I've talked about it time without number. Everybody in my constituency knows I have nothing to hide about this matter. So I'll submit the documents to you. But for now, I will not engage in any guesswork because I don't have the documents here.
2013, your car loan, did you access it?
I must have done that.
Can you share with us how you accessed that?
Again, I'll have to retrieve those documents for you.
Chairman, with your leave, I would stay questions on that to enable our respected colleague to bring documents in respect of how we access his 2013 car loan. Meanwhile, in 2013, you were a Deputy Minister of Education, correct?
Yes, I was.
In your work, you had access to an official saloon car and an official four-wheel drive as a Deputy Education Minister, correct?
Yeah, correct.
At the same time, you had a four-wheel drive purchased for you by Parliament, correct?
That's a car loan, so I don't know how you are defining that. It is deducted from our salary, so I think that it has to be, the context has to be,
Yes, Honorable Nominee, don't worry. I would be fair as much as possible. Car loan, that's why I use the word car loan. So the ordinary meaning of a loan is that you will pay back. And we know that the car loans that we access, they deduct from our salary within the 4 years. So I will get to that point. Now, when you served 2013 to 2017 as Deputy Minister of Education, on record, you've told the Ghanaian public that you had access to an official 4-wheel drive, had access to a saloon vehicle, and then on top of it, another 4-wheel drive, which was a car loan from Parliament. Now, when you left office, the saloon car that you used, did you get the opportunity to purchase it?
I didn't put in an application to purchase it. That was available as an option, but I didn't avail myself for it. So I left it behind.
Same with the 4-wheel drive you used at the ministry?
Yes, 4-wheel drives are not covered under this policy.
Emphasis.
So for emphasis, all my official cars were left behind. I didn't apply to buy any of them.
So as at 2017, the only vehicle available to you was your 4-wheel drive that Parliament bought for you, which there was deduction, correct?
Honorable Minority Leader, the nominee keep on saying it is a car loan, and you are using the word Parliament bought for you. Let's not create a different impression in public. So let's restrict ourselves to a car loan before the impression is created in public as if Parliament buys the car for us.
Let's come to 2017. Again, you won election and you came to Parliament. 2017, again, the state made available a car loan to you. Did you access that car loan for your second term in Parliament?
Yes, I did.
Did you buy a 4-wheel drive with it or some other cars?
I stayed within the quantum available. So because I had the Land Cruiser for the previous term, this time I purchased 2 saloon vehicles, but I stayed within the parameters. I didn't exceed, yeah. Because you know that some people do pickups and all of that, yeah, so.
Honorable Member,
yeah, for clarity.
Yes, with respect to you, please help me by limiting it to only yourself. Because when you say other people, that's where Chairman doesn't want me to go there, so that we don't introduce whistleblowers and other people's rights. So it's you now for the time being. Is that okay?
No, it cannot be okay. It's important to put things in proper context. People must know that there are these options available to all of us. People are taking different decisions. Some are doing a pickup or 2 pickups, or a pickup and a Land Cruiser or a saloon car and all of that. So it is important to put things in proper context so that the wrong impression is not created.
So for 2017, you used your car loan to buy 2 saloon vehicles. You've just told us that.
Yeah, absolutely.
Which saloon vehicles are you referring to?
A salon vehicle is a salon vehicle. I can provide the details and my CAN number, but I don't want to do that publicly. So I can provide that.
So are you able to provide us with the letters you wrote to Parliament? Which letters you use in accessing those funds to the automobile company where you bought them? You'll be able to provide us?
My RA keeps very good records, and I'm sure all of that.
Let me straighten the record.
Yeah.
That we've all been beneficiaries of the car loan. Sometimes the automobile company will bring a list or will have a paper, and all those who want to procure the vehicle from that automobile company would indicate their names. So it is not necessarily you writing a letter to that effect. We've all used the procedure. You see, and this is including leadership.
Yeah, so Chairman, if you, I'm willing to follow your direction, Chairman, but I'm happy to provide all of these documents. My RA is a good record keeper.
Honorable nominee, do you know Rukayatu Al-Hassan, a chartered accountant who works with the Controller and Accountant General's Department?
No, the name doesn't ring a bell.
Honorable member, do you know of Louisa Osei, who works at the Department of Public Invested Lands Management Division at the Lands Commission?
No, I don't think I know them.
You'll be surprised if these individuals say they have a close relationship with you?
I'll be very surprised.
Now let's come to Ora. And you indicated, I'm bringing you there because on your CV, sometimes people may not appreciate why we're asking certain questions. If you come to page 1 of your own CV, you stated profile, Member of Parliament for Norton, 4th term. Then you come to summary. Under it, you have chairman, Operation Recover All Loot. So it's on the basis of what you have put on your CV that I'm mounting my questions. So now, share with us. I know it was publicly announced that the respected Domlevo is a member of your committee. The respected Kofi Boachi is a member. And then Mr. Martin Pegu, a respected lawyer. Sometimes people may have their own disagreement with him, but he's also playing his role in our democracy, and I respect him for what he's doing for his country. We can't always agree. Now, tell us, in very clear terms, what the mandate of this ORA has been.
Our mandate is exactly what Article 41F of the 1992 Constitution speaks of. And Mr. Chairman, with your permission, I'll read Article 41F. Article 41F provides,
please do,
the exercise and enjoyment of rights and freedoms is inseparable from the performance of duties and obligations. And accordingly, it shall be the duty of every citizen, F, to protect and preserve public property and expose and combat misuse and waste of public funds and property, unquote. So our mandate is to really be patriotic citizens. And I'm so proud that His Excellency President John Dramani Mahama found me worthy to chair this eminent committee, which has the eminent patriots you have listed. Our mandate is simply to serve as a vehicle of information gathering. We've put out hotlines, we've put out emails, we have a website, and we are receiving information which we are compiling in a comprehensive document. We also carry out field visitations, because we don't want to be an armchair committee that just, puts together a report that we cannot verify, which we cannot validate, which is not credible. So we carry out field visits. We've been to a number of places across the country to be sure that the information that people are giving us are indeed accurate, so that we can present a credible, comprehensive report to His Excellency President John Dramani Mahama. So that is what we have been doing, making sure that we prevent the looting, the misuse, the abuse of public property.
Now, you mentioned that earlier that people have been coming to your secretariat with information. So where is the secretariat?
The secretariat, which is really a makeshift secretariat, and we have to express our gratitude using this platform to Her Excellency the Vice President, Professor Nana Jenopoku-Agyeman. We share her office with her. She generously, because she also believes, so passionately in oral, in protecting looting and protecting public assets. She very graciously allowed us to use her office for this work. So that's the secretariat we are using.
You mean her office at Jubilee House?
No, her private office.
Where is this office?
In Cantonment.
Cantonment, okay.
Yes.
Now, this her private office in Cantonment, is it an office that she, because cantonment lands are state lands. So now, this is a private office in Cantonment. Is it an office that she owns or she has rented? Is it something that you know?
Honorable member, the question is overruled. The essence is that she is not the owner. The place was made available. The person who made the place available has been mentioned. How would he, the user, be able to know whether the place is owned or it was rented?
Mr. Chair.
Well, Chair, I can Chair, if you don't mind, just make your work simple, because I have information.
I'm very mindful.
I have information.
My mind.
It's rented. She doesn't own it. It's rented. So, Chairman, if you don't mind, so that we don't even create any unfair impression in the minds of Ghanaians, because I work closely with her, and I know
the person, Professor Nana Opoku-Agyeman, is the tenant.
Yes,
she is the tenant.
Absolutely.
Okay, because that place is a dollar-rated area. So, I mean, yes, cantonment properties, you pay dollars. We know that as a fact. So, I'm happy to hear that the Vice President is able to afford a dollar, rent in cantonment. It means that we can't. We being in public service doesn't mean that we should be poor. That's fine. Anyway,
well, so Chairman, I'm also happy to observe that the Honorable Minority Leader is aware that cantonment lands are dollar rated. So when some of his colleagues are paying 42,000 cedis for a plot of land in cantonments, he must join my crusade against state capture. So I'm very happy. I'm happy you are introducing dollars into this discussion. Very, very happy about it.
My respected colleague, Not to worry. We would go there gradually. We'll go there gradually. Now, the land in cantonment, you are telling us that some people have been paying 42,000, whatever you call it. Have you been able to find out from the Lands Commission whether they have a standard pricing regime for lands that they sell to the public? Have you found out?
Honorable Minority Leader, if you can expatiate your question. Standard regime how?
So, to enable one to determine whether a land is being sold at a very low price or a high price, one must pay attention to valuation. So the entity in question, whether it has set its own pricing ceiling, so you pay grounds rent, the actual lease, so, and if so, per acre or per plot, how is that determined? I just want to know from you whether as part of your work, you've been able to find out from the Lands Commission whether state lands that they sell, they have their own standard pricing for it.
What I've discovered in the course of my work is that it varies depending on the area. So cantonments varies, range varies. I'm even looking into your own acquisition in Winneba. I have the document here. It also varies. So it varies all over. I have documents from Tamale as well, which vary. So I don't think there's a standard rate. It varies depending on the place.
Honorable Nominee, because you have brought me in, I'm able to find out from you about my properties in Winneba that you know. I want you to share with the public.
This specific one is a lease between you and the government of Ghana on 22nd March 2023. The name Alexander Afenyo Markins for 99 years. This is in Winneba. Yeah, so official Lands Commission document, yeah.
Honourable Member, did you say 99 years? Yes. Because I know as a fact that government land, the lease will not go beyond 50 years. By law.
If I can read verbatim, and this is signed by Justice A. Asanguna, Principal Lands Officer in Winneba, and the official search certificate indicates that the search applied for against the land edged red on the plan attached has been made with the following results. 1, the site is not a state land, but vested by virtue of LI 206, dated 21st November 1961. 2, the site also is covered by a lease dated 22nd March 2023 between the government of Ghana on one part and Alexander Afenyo Markin on the other part for a term of 99 years. So that is what the search certificate states.
Honorable Nominee, just by way of public information, because you provided the LI, now I'll give you a background to Winneba and Gomwa. Winneba and Gomwa have had a long period of land disputes. It went all the way to the Gold Coast Supreme Court. So the entire Winneba land, Kwame Nkrumah, just to bring peace between the people of Winneba and the people of Gomwa, came up with this executive instrument there are two instruments. So in Winneba, every land is vested. All the villages and the Gomua enclave as well. So I'm happy that you read. The states. Yes. Oh, come on. But the person read, Roxanne, we are doing a serious exercise. I mean, if you guys want us to go the path of partisan politics, we would go there. No. I have been very gentle and respectful. Chairman, you need to talk to your people.
Let's have some order.
Because when we react, then they will take offense.
I beg you, let's have some order.
We have a lot of things to do. I've been calm, quiet, gentle, respectful. They've been doing, I've been keeping quiet. Please, I have patience, but not to a point that a man cannot tolerate. So, Honorable Nominee, I am happy that sitting there, you've gone digging me, and I'm happy that you brought it here, that Winneba, I want to provide information, Winneba and Gomua enclave, the chiefs, their lands were all annexed, and they are vested lands. So I'm happy that you read it, and even when the Asafo companies, the Asafo own that area called Ponkwechi, that's Dentifo Asafo, and the Trafo also own the Komfwa Kojobedu areas, and some chiefs own their lands. But because of the Kwame Nkrumah EI, even if you buy from the chief, and the chief gives you an indenture, you can't register at Lands Commission because of that EI. So everybody in Winneba would have to go and register through a lease with the state. So I'm happy you brought it up, and then I've just explained to you. Now let us go back to your oral work. You have indicated that you are seeking to recover state lands that have been wrongly appropriated. You call it loot. Now, are you looking at all state lands that were appropriated by individuals since 1992, or you are going way down to the 80s, 70s, or you are limiting yourself to recent years? Can you share some light on your mandate? Because you are seeking to recover, which is very patriotic.
Honourable Member, I believe this will be in the mandate of
so you should share with us.
ORA. The nominee before us is being vetted for a position of a foreign minister. So,
Chairman,
how relevant is the mandate of ORA to the position that the nominee is being vetted for?
Chairman, don't start. I hold you.
We are ready. They can go ahead and call you.
Chairman, you have, the nominee himself spoke about ORA. The nominee himself stated in his CV, and I'm asking him questions about it. Then you say it is not relevant. Chairman, I'm pleading with you. I'm according you every respect. Let's have a smooth inquisition. Honorable nominee, your work aimed at recovering state assets, lands that have been looted, etc. Which period are you looking at?
That is okay. His Excellency the President has made clear that looting is looting, and it doesn't matter when it occurred. Once information emerges that it was an unconscionable transaction, we should document it. Remember that I have said that our work is with phase 1, information gathering. When we have presented our report to the President, phase 2 will kick in. That's where the Attorney General will take control, and we'll be looking at the recoveries, the actual retrievals, and if there has to be even prosecution. Because remember that oral's work is not only about properties. We also have the financial aspect, the causing financial loss to the state. So it's a more broader concept than often it is made to look.
Now, let's leave oral for a moment and come back to your CV. Page 1 of your CV. You provided your address, PO Box AD45, at Abraka, Accra. Is the address owned by you? Is it your own postal address, or is a family postal address that you are using?
It's a family postal address.
And how long have you been using this family postal address?
About 10 years.
Now, you've also indicated you have 2 email addresses, correct?
Yeah, correct.
Then you have indicated home address, number 1, Wilshire Boulevard, Airport Hills. This property at Airport Hills, how long have you been living at Airport Hills?
About 8 years.
Is it your own property?
No, I am renting. I'm a tenant.
Airport Hills is dollar rented zone. Are you aware?
Honorable Member, can we have a clarification of dollar rented? Because in Ghana, we use cedi. So I don't understand a dollar rented property. Does it mean you pay the rent in dollars?
Not necessarily.
I mean...
Okay. Okay, Honorable Member. So your rent, do you pay it monthly or you pay it annually?
Well, it depends. And Chair, I don't know if you want me to share the tenancy agreement with you, even though I will have to seek the permission of my dear wife, because we do it together.
Don't proceed. It is not in the interest of the company to be demanding for your tenancy agreement, let alone determining how much you pay as rent.
Okay. Well, I mean,
that is personal.
I like to be transparent, so.
But that is personal.
But I respect your ruling, Mr. Chairman.
Chairman, you see, we are in this public enterprise together. This is a nominee who, desirous of protecting the public purse, holding people accountable, is able to inquire into how people earn their salaries, especially public officers, how people acquire properties and all. I think that it is only fair. For instance, in this inquisition, at least he came as prepared as possible with my own land that I have owned for over 25 years, which is good.
And that's not only what I have, by the way.
No, provide, honorable member, I am happy. I'm happy for you to share with the public all that you have on me. Read them aloud. No, please read them aloud. Honorable members, I want you, because you brought it up, I want you to share with the public all the properties that I have that you have uncovered, including my bank account. Share with the public. I'm happy for you to share. No, I want you to share because I want it to disclose. I am right here. No, I am right here. I am right here. I want you to disclose to the public all the properties that I own that you have.
Honorable Minority Leader, remember I am the chair of the committee. If you ask a question that relates to that, fine. I can even overrule the question. So please, you are not allowed to mention the others unless the need arose. Proceed.
Honorable member, as part of your inquisition on me, did you discover some other properties that I own apart from what you have already mentioned? Which search result you shared? Are there others that you were able to uncover?
Is there inquisition in the first place, or you just gather information?
Don't worry, I will put it right if I should use gathered information.
Well, Mr. Chairman, I will disclose what I have at the right time. We are all following our strategy. You have a strategy, I have my strategy. So let's stick to our strategies.
Oh, good. So, Honorable Nominee, as part of the information you've gathered thus far, the ones that you have gathered about me, can you disclose them to the public apart from what you have discovered?
I cannot at this point.
Honorable Nominee, this property at the Airport Hills that you say you rent, and you've been renting it for 8 years, do you pay in cedis or you pay in dollars? Your rent, your tenant rent, do you pay in cedis or you pay in dollars?
In cedis. We always pay the cedi equivalent.
Do you deduct withholding tax from your rent at source? Because every rent, there's a withholding tax element, and then you give the receipts to the landlord. Do you deduct at source and pay to GRA, or you just pay your rent and it doesn't matter how the landlord goes about it?
Honorable members, this is a legal question. It's in two ways. The landlord can choose to pay the rent, and the landlord can agree with the tenant for the tenant to also pay it. And it depends the duration.
So he's opening it up for clarity. So choose the part you would want to answer.
I'm not allowing you to answer that question.
Chairman, please say so for the records. I didn't get that you have
question overruled.
That's okay, no problem. Honorable member, on your CV, you have indicated on page 2 P2, are you there with me? We have former managing director, Savvy Solutions. Now share with us when you registered this company.
Yeah. This was in April 2018.
Are you the sole shareholder of this company, please?
Yes, I am, but it's defunct.
Honorable member, the fact that you are a managing director of a company does not suggest that you are even a shareholder.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Let alone being the sole shareholder.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So the question is overruled.
Are you a shareholder of the company?
The company is defunct, so I'm no longer working or operating this company.
were you a shareholder of the company?
Sole shareholder.
From which year to which year did you operate this company?
It was just about a year. It was short-lived.
What was the nature of the business of the company?
So it was a communications and PR firm, and because I was appointed Deputy Minister for Information, I saw that there will be potential conflict, and so I decided to wind down to avoid a conflict of interest situation.
Honorable Member, you served as a Deputy Minister of Information between 2009 to 2013. A moment ago, you said the company was registered in 2018. Please, can you bring clarity? Because you said 2018.
No, I meant 2008. Thanks for the 2008. So let the record be corrected. April 2008.
Please kindly take the leave of chair.
So, Mr. Chairman, with your leave. 2008, not 2018. Yeah, 2008.
Now, you do not own any other company, correct?
I'm a director in one company which is yet to take off. It's a farming arrangement that we are working on. I and a number of people, but it's just been registered, but we haven't fully taken off. We haven't fully started operations. And that's if Mr. Chairman, you want me to provide the name, that's Volta Clenam Farms. We're going to go into massive cassava production. We want to produce starch from cassava, but it's still in the gestation period. We haven't taken off yet. So we've just registered a company, and we're still holding talks with potential interest parties.
So if you say you've just registered the company, you mean you've registered it as a Registrar General's Department, correct?
Absolutely.
And you are the sole shareholder, correct?
No, I'm not. There are others. I don't think I have their permission to go public with the identity.
Okay, so you agree with me that to go public with information related to people, you necessarily will need their privacy, correct?
It depends on the context and the circumstances. Yeah, it
yes,
depends.
that's. Can you?
Because these are private individuals. They are not public officials.
That's the point. So I just needed clarity. So you have drawn the distinction that if these individuals are in the public service, their consent and permission is not needed because it will be in the public interest, correct?
Yeah, absolutely.
But if they are private individuals, putting out their names will require their consent and authorization, correct?
If they are not politically exposed, sometimes you're going to have politically exposed private individuals. So that's why I say it depends on the circumstances. I mean, in these matters, you have to look at all. You have to look at all the parameters.
Okay, so what I'm saying is that, so let me rely on your word. So you're saying that if these people are politically exposed, there is no such requirement for their consent before you put out their names, if I got you right.
I have stated that it depends on the circumstances. So case by case, you make a determination.
But you are aware that per the Companies Act and then the anti-money laundering law that we passed, we amended to Act 824 something, yes, Act 824. These individuals that you jointly own shares with in this company are politically exposed by virtue of the association with you. You'd agree with me?
Honorable member, the question is overruled. This is purely a legal question, but the statement is not correct.
Now, you say you are going into cassava production in commercial quantities. You have acquired the land already?
It will be a cooperative, so we will not acquire the land. We've discussed an interesting concept where the community owns, say, the community will contribute land, the youth will be involved. It's part of next initiatives I want to introduce as a member of parliament in Northton, you know, so it's all geared towards job creation and, you know, promoting agriculture amongst the youth. So that's the kind of concept we are looking at, more of, you know, a communal approach where families who own land will, you know, bring it, young people will volunteer, and then the proceeds will be shared amongst those who sign up for the cooperative program. So it's quite an interesting concept. That's what we are looking at. So we haven't bought any land at this point.
So, Honorable Foreign Minister Designate, in your constituency, do you own any property there? Like the way I own a property in my constituency, do you also own a property in your constituency?
Yes, I do.
With us, how long you've owned this property?
It's a property that I use about 10 years to build. Simple 4-bedroom, 1 kitchen, no boys' quarters, no swimming pool, no tennis court. It's a simple structure. I've seen a lot of propaganda out there that I own a $3 million mansion in my constituency, largely fueled by propagandists in your party. But I don't own $3 million in Aveime. I mean, absolutely preposterous and ridiculous. I mean, those who attended my dad's funeral saw the property. Very simple property, built over a 10-year period. So if you want descriptions, that's what I can give you.
The land, how did you acquire the land? So, example, in my case, I buy it from the chiefs and the Asafo, but I still would have to go and pay again at the Lands Commission because their title, their document they give, you can't register because of vested land. Do you have a similar situation in your area?
No, mine family land. So, and because I'm member of parliament, they were very, very generous. It was largely a donation, just a little token to show appreciation. You know how people are very happy to reward people who are serving them diligently in their communities. So it was within that spirit.
So, like you're saying that it's a family land, but it was given to you. You are saying that the land upon which you built was a gift to you from a family because of your hard work as a member of parliament?
That's not what I said. I said it belongs to a family. It's not a government land. It's owned by a family. And I'm saying that they didn't really let me pay a commercial value. I mean, I have to be grateful to them, and that's all I'm doing. So a little token, a little appreciation, really, but nothing significant.
So you have a lease to the land? You have a lease?
Not yet, not yet.
So, as far as you are concerned, that simple property, as you've described it, in your constituency is the only property you own, correct? or you own some other properties?
Mr. Chairman, I think the Vice Chairman is engaging Mr. Chairman, so. Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I'll need your guidance on that question on the properties I own. Because I've declared my assets, so if you want to get a copy of my asset declaration from the Auditor General, but leave it in your hands.
Referring to the Assets Declaration Act, it is for a stated reason that you file it and the envelope is not even open. So in that vein, I would disallow the question.
Okay, Chairman, so let me get clarity. So on this table, what you are saying is that the nominee is not obliged to disclose the properties that he has. I mean, just so that I'm guided, if you're saying that a nominee getting into public service, who is a public-spirited individual, who gathers information as to what people own in public life, how politicians live their lives, in this case, he's not obliged to disclose, I'm fine. That's okay.
Let's do what the law requires from us. The law requires that you file your asset declaration.
Man, I'm not talking about the law. I never went into asset declaration. I asked a very simple question. He said at the Airport Hills, based on the information here, he says that he's a tenant at Airport Hills. He's lived there as a tenant for 8 years. Then he himself disclosed that people have been making all manner of propaganda. He owns this, he owns that. However, in his constituency, just as I do, he has a simple house, and that simple house has 4-bedroom, no boys' quarters, no swimming pool. I have a swimming pool in Winneba. In fact, I have two. My beachfront and my White House. I have 2 big swimming pools. I have them. I have a boys' quarters, yes, and I have had them for years, which is different from you. Yeah. Well, the fact. So I want to know from you whether you have other properties.
His disclosure clearly is a voluntary disclosure. But what you are seeking to do is for him to disclose his assets publicly. The law says that you declare it, they keep the envelope, they don't even open it. As to whether that is right or not, that is apparently the law.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I've placed on record that I'm happy for the committee to engage with the Auditor General to have a copy of my asset declaration, if you so wish. I mean, I'm not opposed to that, but I can state on the record that I have never purchased a government land, if that is what is of interest to the minority leader. I've never bought a government land, if that is, or a public land or a state land, if that is where he's headed.
Well, sorry for the interruption. That's an issue we have to deal with.
Now, Honorable Chairman, Mr. Chairman, I just want us to put this matter to a peaceful rest so that we are all clear I understand that as a requirement of law and by law, we are to make an asset declaration sealed in an envelope deposited with the Auditor General. Are you therefore saying that in view of that law, nominees that appear before us are not obliged to make a disclosure of properties that they own? If so, I will respect it. I just want clarity as to your ruling.
Yes, by imperative of that law, you cannot publicly ask anybody to publicly disclose his assets. That is why the disclosure of the access in the wisdom of the framers of the law is confidential.
Honorable nominee, let us deal with this combine harvester that you used your car loan to acquire for your constituents. So the use of the combine harvester, do the farmers pay for the use of it?
So the Aveyeme rice farmers have a cooperative, and they make it's heavily subsidized. So they make a little contribution which they use to service the combine harvester, to buy fuel and all of that. So it's their internal arrangement for servicing and buying fuel.
So, honorable nominee, are they in the process paying back the facility?
No, they are not to pay back.
Information on WhatsApp. Somebody send me WhatsApp messages to us.
So, my respected colleague, let's go to April 8th. You publicly demanded on Twitter that former President Akufo-Addo should submit an annual presidential staffers report. And I'm quoting you. We demand the annual report now. Unquote. However, official records show that this report had already been submitted by the presidency to Parliament on the March 25th, 2024, and formally acknowledged by the Speaker's office on March 28th, 2024, nearly 2 weeks before your demand. As someone who is being nominated as our chief diplomat, this office requires meticulous attention to facts and careful verification before making public statement. Can you explain, one, what steps you took to verify your information before making your demand public? That's the first one.
The Clerk of Parliament, Mr. Jethro, will confirm to you that I called him to find out if the presidential staffers list had been submitted, and he responded that it had not been submitted. And you need to recall that consistently over the 8-year period is one of the items my caucus asked me to specialize in. And consistently, I have had to, it's been really a difficult struggle to get the presidency to comply with that act. And you know that most often it is submitted after the March deadline. In April 2018, I thought that consistent with that track record, they had also missed the mark. And indeed, I did verify from the clerk at table, Mr. Jethro, before I put out that tweet.
But you subsequently became aware that indeed the presidency had submitted the search information ahead of your publication, correct?
So I saw a tweet, an ex post by counsel to the president responding to my post that they had submitted it earlier. So I took steps to follow up from the Speaker's office. And I can't place on record that I have been pursuing that document since. Strangely, I haven't seen it, despite my pursuit. And it's not been laid in the House, which is really strange. I don't know what happened to that document in transit, but we don't have copies. No MP has been given a copy, which I find really strange.
The fact is that the Speaker's office confirmed receipt of the said document way ahead of your publication.
I wouldn't know that. President, Speaker communicating, writing letters to each other directly, they don't copy MPs. So I wouldn't. I did my check, diligent check at the table office. Mr. Jethro told me it had not been submitted. And I then reminded the president that he has to comply. And if you check consistently,
well, for me, I believe that the recipient of said communication is the Speaker's office. And to be fair to the president and all presidents, not only Akufo-Addo, our current president, once the communication is delivered to the Speaker's office, I believe that it would only be fair that even if our initial diligence search could not reveal the delivery of such, once we become aware, it is only fair that we acknowledge same and take note. I think, in all fairness to President Akufo-Addo, he did not break the law. But if you don't want to acknowledge that fact, I wouldn't press you on that. I will just move to my next question. But the fact is that at the time you put out your information, the document has already been ferried to the Speaker's office 2 weeks earlier, and you can always verify. Let me move to the next question. In March 2021, you resigned from the appointment committee, citing personal and principled reasons. You chose to act independently rather than to align with the collective decision process of your caucus. Now, as Minister of Foreign Affairs, that is when approved, you will be required to represent and defend Ghana's collective cabinet positions, even when they might differ from your personal views. Now, how do you reconcile your past actions with this fundamental requirement of cabinet collective responsibility, and what assures this committee that you would uphold this principle if confirmed as minister?
Well, thank you very much. I am a conviction politician. I have certain principles and certain standards. And the principle of collective cabinet responsibility, inherent in that principle, is that if there's a cabinet position you don't agree with, you resign. If you stay on, then you must defend that cabinet position. So if it's a matter I feel strongly about, I'm not one who finds it difficult to walk away, to preserve my convictions and my philosophies.
Thank you. Thank you. I refer you to a publication by graphic.com.gh on 12 September 2017, where former Attorney General, Mr. Martin Amidu, documented several instances where you allegedly engaged in confrontational exchanges with senior political figures, including your interactions with him on Isofoton case. Now, let's hear from you. Did you engage the former AG with a view to facilitating the payment due Isofoton at the time?
Well, thank you very much. At the time, I was Deputy Minister for Information, and I received a petition, came to the ministry, and I'm glad that former Ministers of Information are here. I see the Honorable Mahama Ayariga. It is key to the mandate of the Ministry of Information to receive feedback and ferry that information to the relevant quarters. So in this case, there was a petition from the director of Isofoton, and all I did was to forward that. And if you, Mr. Chair, you give me the permission to read from the current Ministry of Information's website. I have a printout here, a statement introducing the ministry, signed by the former Minister for Information, the Honorable Fatima Abubakar. And she states here, and Ghanaians who are watching can log onto the website of the Ministry of Information, which is appears to be now defunct, by the way. The Honorable Fatima Abubakar writes, quote, "Our goal as a ministry is to empower the citizens of Ghana through information dissemination, to ensure transparency and accountability in public policy cycles. The mandate of the Ministry of Information is to facilitate the gathering of feedback for the executive branch of government," unquote. This is President Akufo-Addo's Minister for Information. And that's all I was doing in the Isofoton matter.
Okay, so if so, why then would he describe you, I mean, from what you are saying, public office holder, you received a petition, you have forwarded it to his office. First of all, let me understand you. Did you forward the petition requesting for payment through your ministry by a letter? Did you write to his office?
No, I was not requesting for payment. I was only serving as a conveyor belt. This has been brought to the Ministry of Information. We collect feedback for various government agencies. So please receive this. That was all. I didn't pass any judgment. I'm not the Attorney General. I mean, how dare you dictate to the Attorney General on what to do? So.
Now, members, let's make progress.
So, if you only ferried the the letter to him, why would he therefore describe you as uncouth and somebody who has been insulting elders? Because he stated so. I mean, if there was no verbal engagement, but just a letter you wrote, how would he give you such a description?
Well, first of all, I would like to see that publication because
it on the 12th September 2017. It's still online, so you can peruse it. That's why I wanted clarity, that what was the mode of interaction. And you have said it was through a formal letter you sent to his office regarding the petition you received from Isofoton, meaning you didn't phone him to talk to him. So if you didn't do so, how he gave you this description is why I want to know your view on it.
I mean, fortunately, I've been
Honorable member.
I've been in the public space.
Honorable member, hold it. The question is a bit nebulous. How somebody have a view about you, you may not have control over it. So the question is either rephrased or overruled.
Chairman, you reserve the sole right on admissibility. I will respect that, always. Honorable Nominee, I'm sure you've become aware that the new President of the United States, through some executive orders, has been very tough on immigration and all. Obviously, without being hypothetical, there may be Ghanaians in the United States who don't have documents. How prepared are you for possible mass deportations, considering the situation we find ourselves? Share with us some strategies you intend to put in place to warmly see our compatriots safely back to Ghana.
This is a matter that is of concern to a lot of Ghanaians. And since my nomination, I have diligently inquired from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs what the status is. There have been publications that about 6,200 Ghanaians will be affected. But from the brief that has been shared with me from the officials at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, they allay fears that the numbers are not that high, and that currently the official communication the ministry has received from Washington is 156, not 6,200, 156 Ghanaians who face imminent deportation. And indeed, they indicate that about 40 of them have been asked to be, they've asked our mission in Washington to process those people expeditedly to be deported. It's clear that President Trump is really serious about this, his executive order. If you follow what happened to the Colombians, when the Colombian president refused to accept Colombians who were being deported, we saw that immediately President Trump announced trade sanctions, and Colombia has had to retreat. So I think that the strategy that we should deploy as a country is to ensure that our missions abroad extend consular services to all of these persons. They are our compatriots. we must be concerned about their welfare. And if we have to give them legal assistance, that's why earlier I talked about the consular fund. We need to quickly populate that fund. And I'm happy that the distinguished Minister of Finance is here as we work on the 2025 budget. It is a line item I will really be appealing to his ministry to approve, so that we will have a consular fund for the first time, so that that fund will be available, legal support, consular assistance. At least let's do our best, so that if they have a case to remain in those countries, they stay. And then if they have to be received by us, it is also done in a humane way that respects their rights. So we are not going to leave them there to struggle on their own. We will let them feel and know that the government of Ghana, the people of Ghana, care about their plight, and that we are doing our best to extend to them consular assistance.
Chairman, with your leave, I want to apply for a post-trade break, 5-minute post-trade break.
Leave humbly granted.
Hi. Now let me tell you about
my next question to you, I'll come there. My next question to you has to do with my next question to you has to do with your tax. Now, Yes, honorable member. Now, pay attention to the details thereon. Your 2023 and 2024 tax clearance certificate. Now, on your CV, you indicate that you haven't had any gainful employment in the private sector since you left school, from the CV you provided. The CV you provided, you've done any private work, you've not been in any employment outside of your political appointment. Do you maintain that?
It's not factual. I'm wondering if you have the right CV. Do you have my 10-page CV? Because
let's do step by step, please.
So that is not factual.
Okay, please don't worry. Kindly, since you have perhaps the correct one before you, let's go. Take us to the gainful employment component of your CV.
If you come with me to page 7 of my CV, you see that as a student at the University of Ghana, I was the campus manager of Carrera Computers Resource Center at the University of Ghana. It was above the Kwafu Hall, JCR, and my mates know that I did employ some of them as a campus manager. This was a campus job. And before that job as well, I taught computers at Cosmopolitan Computer Systems in Koko. Some of my students are here doing national service. I meet them every day. And then we talked earlier about service solutions. So it is not accurate to say that I've never worked in the private sector.
Thank you very much. So the campus job, you were a full-time student at Legon, correct?
Yes, I was.
This job you were doing on campus was a part-time job, correct?
Yes, I mean, I've always loved to work. Yes, I believe in the dignity of work. And let me also add that during vacations, I took on vacation jobs. My mates will tell you that I was part of the work abroad squad on summer holidays, typically in the United States during summer holidays. So I've always believed in the dignity of work.
Okay, work abroad squad. So share with us the periods that you went to America, did you take that J1 visa that allowed you to work as a student during that short period? Was that the visa you were on?
I want to believe so because I was allowed to work and I had no issues.
We would want to give you the benefit of sharing that visa with us. We know you don't have it here.
Yes, I'm happy to share that.
Since you consider you were
very happy
work
to share
abroad,
that. Yes,
you'll be sharing that with us.
Absolutely.
Okay, can you share with us the various works you did abroad, the work abroad, what specifically you did?
Yeah, quite a number of jobs. One in a hotel called Doyle. I also worked in the dollar shop, and then I also worked in CS. Depends on the year and what openings are available.
Now, in Nkoko, you say you taught at Nkoko for your national service. National service cannot be described as gainful employment. It's not employment, it's national service.
I never said national service. So Nkoko was the 2-year break between secondary school and university. I thought that I made good use of the time. So I joined an uncle who was running a computer firm in Quorum International School. I'm very proud of that job I took as I must have been, 19 or 18.
Which year did you take up?
This must be between 1999. I left Presec in 99. So between 1999 and 2001.
So you mean this was before university?
Absolutely. I've always worked. That's why when I hear people say I've never worked before, I laugh at them.
Sir Blakwa, please pay attention.
No, it's
about what somebody has said.
No, it's
that is not why we, please.
I believe that's what's informing some of these questions.
Mr. Chairman.
Because that's what happened my CV. You said
Mr.
that I've
Chairman,
never worked.
The nominee must learn to reciprocate respect.
Honorable nominee.
You should learn to reciprocate
Honorable
respect.
Minority Leader.
Respect.
If the nominee in his answer indicated clearly that the gap between SS and university, so clearly that will be before going to university. So the question whether it is before going to university for me is unwarranted.
And absolute respect to you, can you withdraw the word unwarranted? Please. Chairman.
Then let me substitute it to say that it's not needed, because the answer has been provided that I did that work between my SS and the university. So it cannot be that he completes university before doing that particular work. It is stated in the answer.
Honorable nominee, you referred to page 7 of your CV. Is that where the Nkoko school is stated?
When I referred to page 7, I was talking about Carrera Computers at the University of Ghana. That's what I said.
But this one that you said you worked between 1999 and 2000, you said the 2 years prior to going to university, you did some work, gainful employment. Do you have it on your CV?
No, I didn't think that I should add that.
So I wasn't wrong when I said it was on your CV, and you said...
No. You said I've never worked in the private sector. Carrera Computers is not owned by the government.
Yes, in your...
With all due respect.
In your answer, you brought in this Nkoko school.
Yeah, and work abroad.
Which
is all not here.
Yes. So you would agree with me that I am dealing with what is before me, and I can't speculate.
Except that you are not dealing with what is before you properly. You didn't see Carrera Computers and concluded that I had no private sector work experience, which was unfair to me.
Honorable nominee, You said that the work you did, which you did not document in your CV, was gainful employment. My question was anchored on gainful employment. You are saying that you did some work 2 years before going to university, gainful employment. Let us stay there for a while. Let's stay there for a while. This gainful employment, were you being paid salary month on month?
For the record, there have been many gainful employments that are listed here, and so it's important to set the record straight. Yes, I was being paid monthly.
Were you contributing taxes?
My employer was.
Was there SNIT contribution?
I believe so.
Given the opportunity, would you be able to furnish us with those details of taxes that were deducted at source and your SNIT contribution for that period?
Very happy to do that.
Would you take the leave of chairman to amend your CV to include the employment details you just spoke about?
That is, if the nominee he decides that he wants to do that. If there is a need, but if there is no need, as a result of which he didn't put it on the CV, so be it. Let me also place on record that for the purposes of taxes, we have the tax clearance of the nominee before us.
Honorable nominee, Savvy, the company that you said you registered and you were the sole shareholder, you said you did some work. You had some contracts, and when those contracts terminated, you decided to fold it up. It became defunct, you said. Now, for the period that the company worked, you executed some jobs. Did you pay taxes to the state?
Yes, I did.
Did you have employees apart from you?
Yes, 3.
Did you pay their SNIT contributions?
Yes, I did.
Did you pay their taxes?
Absolutely.
Given the opportunity, can you furnish this committee with all those details?
I'm happy to do that.
Thank you. Now, between 2013 and now, have you done any work apart from your politics? Have you done any work, and I'll break it down, as in consultancy work that has earned you an income, or engage in some other business that you've earned some income apart from the politics?
Full-time politician.
So you have no other source of income apart from your earnings as a member of parliament?
Well, apart from little savings, investments, and the support of my dearest lawyer wife, as I call her.
Thank you very much. I recognize Honorable Mahama Ayarga, a leader, majority leader, for a follow-up question.
Mr. Nominee, is there a job such as a politician?
Well, it's public service, and we receive little compensation for it. So it's more of public service.
So you've been a public servant, serving in specific publicly established offices.
Yes, please.
Can you name some of those offices?
The Deputy Minister for Information, office I occupied. Deputy Minister for Education, office I occupied. Member of Parliament for 4 terms. So these are some of the public offices I have occupied over the period.
Established under the Constitution?
Rightly so, Majority Leader.
So there's no such thing as a politician, working as a politician?
We work as public servants. I mean, we use it loosely that we are all politicians, but I follow your guidance, Majority Leader.
Yeah.
You know, anyway, fair enough. So, Honorable Nominee, on your CV, where did you stay? Where did you write you were born? So you'll be surprised for anybody to suggest that you were born in Aveyeme Bato.
No, that's yeah, I'll be surprised. That's my hometown, but I was born in Accra, in Kolebu.
Now, Chairman, let me, with your leave, Nominee, please, respectfully, this has nothing to do with you. I just want to bring a matter to the attention of the chair of the committee and to all of us. Mr. Chair, the rules of the House provides in order 2171. 2171. And I read, the appointment committee comprises the first deputy speaker as chairperson, minority leader as ranking member, the deputy majority leader as vice chairperson, and the following other members. A, deputy minority leader. B, majority chief whip. C, minority chief whip.
But it's the same thing.
Wait.
Order.
Mr. Chair, we are standing orders, there are 2 prints. So the one you are holding with this color, that's fine. Fortunately, I also have the same thing here. The appointment committee comprises the first deputy speaker as chairperson, the minority leader as ranking member. It's the same, don't mind them. It's the same, don't mind them.
Please proceed.
If you are not firm, they will confuse you. I've been in this game for long. You can't confuse me on rules. The deputy majority leader as vice chairperson, the deputy minority leader as deputy ranking member, and the following other members. Majority chief whip. B, minority chief whip. And 5 other members selected based on the numerical strength of the parties in Parliament. Two, the chairperson and the ranking member and 2 other members of the relevant subject standing or select committee shall join the members of the appointment committee to consider persons nominated by the president for appointment. Those follows, and I will read them as Chief Justice and Justice of the Supreme Court, Ministers of State, Deputy Ministers, the Administrator of the Judicial Assembly's Common Fund, the Special Prosecutor, and other persons specified under the Constitution or any other enactment. Mr. Chair, I have been informed that a moment ago, Mr. Speaker has made certain orders to the effect that this committee has to be reconstituted. I would want to bring such orders of Mr. Speaker to your attention in view of certain developments on the House floor. I do not know whether such development has come to your attention too. But since Mr. Speaker has made consequential orders and it has just been brought to my attention, I believe that we may have to be guided by the orders of Mr. Speaker. And he went further to say that we should proceed according to my first deputy whip. He is further directed that we appear before him in his office. So I'm just bringing this to your attention, and he, with emphasis, according to the first deputy whip, that leadership should come to him so that this appointment committee is reconstituted. I believe that when we appear before him, he would give the directives as to how this can be done in accordance with our rules. So I'm just bringing this to your attention, for your guidance. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much for bringing it to my attention. I will give the floor to Honorable Mahama Yariga, the Majority Leader. Then I will make categorical pronouncement.
Chairman, the Minority Leader started reading Order 217. The Minority Leader started reading Order 217. But he didn't conclude on why he was reading Order 217. I don't know if he was reading Order 217 with a view to raising the question of quorum, or he just enjoys reading Order 217. So can you tell us why you read Order 217?
Okay, Chairman, Leader, thank you very much. The reason I referred to Order 217 was that the information from the first deputy whip was to the effect that Mr. Speaker has made certain orders at the plenary, and he consequentially added that this committee, as presently constituted, must be reconstituted. 1. And 2, that this committee leadership of this committee should meet him in his office. I did not go into details as to the orders, but I only had to refer to the 217, because we know from what the first deputy whip just told me that there are certain developments at the plenary. So, and I felt that I should bring that to the attention of chair.
Thank you. Yes, I was at plenary when the speaker made a formal communication to the House. In the speaker's communication, he did not suspend the sitting of the Appointments Committee. He did not suspend the sitting of the Appointments Committee. What the speaker said is that the chief whip of the minority and the chief whip of the majority, who are members of the Appointments Committee pursuant to Order 217, 1A and B, have been suspended from the House for 10 days. You know the quorum. Sorry, 2 weeks, not 10 days, 2 weeks. You know the provisions relating to quorum. And when you read the composition of the Appointments Committee, I thought that you probably were entertaining a view that if the majority chief whip and the minority chief whip are suspended, then we will not have quorum to do business. But if you look at the numbers involved, clearly, even if you take out the majority chief whip and the minority chief whip, just 2 people, you will still have 9 members, and so you will have quorum. Even if the minority walks out, you need just 4 to form a quorum. And I'm assuring you that you will get the 4 to constitute the quorum, to transact business. If you break the microphone, you will also be suspended for 2 weeks. So that's the first thing. That's the first thing. Then the second thing that the speaker said is that the Committee on Selection, he doesn't say the leadership of this Appointments Committee. He said the Committee on Selection should meet him immediately after adjournment for us to reconsider the constitution of the Appointments Committee, including the rules of the Appointments Committee. When he was leaving the chamber headed to his office, I followed him and said it will be difficult to meet now. So he rescheduled the meeting to Monday, 11 a.m. So the speaker is not expecting you in his office because he's not even in the building. He has gone to send his wife to the airport. She's traveling, and he actually told us his wife is traveling, and the speaker loves his wife. So he went to send his wife to the airport. So there's no problem. The speaker is not requesting for your presence at any meeting now. And the speaker has not suspended the proceedings of this committee. He's spoken about the reconstitution of the committee, and he's spoken about the consideration of the rules of the committee. So this committee is properly constituted, and this committee should continue working.
Chairman, thank you. I was in the chamber with the respected majority leader and the leader of the House. The speaker, to quote him, he said that the committee of selection need to meet immediately to reconstitute the appointment committee. So what he is saying, Chairman, with your permission, I have the speaker voice. I can play it here to say exactly what he said. This is what the speaker said.
Selection today.
Please,
Please.
Today.
I disallow you playing that.
To reconstitute
please.
The appointment committee.
Please. Is disallowed. Appointment committee doesn't constitute the committees of parliament.
No, he said the selection committee to reconstitute the appointment committee today. That's what I've just played. That's what he said. And I've brought that to your attention. So if we move forward, it means that we are obeying the orders of the speaker. I just want to draw that to your attention.
Honourable members, let me place on record that the deputy whip is not a conduit through which speaker will communicate to the appointment committee. Article 102 of the Constitution of the Republic of Ghana is very clear regarding quorum. And this is a parliamentary business. Let me read. A quorum of parliament, apart from the person presiding, shall be 1/3 of all members of parliament. If you relate that to this particular committee, a quorum will be 4 out of 11. 2, Article 104 is clear on decision making, and you need 50%. So therefore, if 2 people, 50% of the members of the committee, if 2 members are suspended out of a membership of 11, we have 9 members of the committee. We form quorum, we can do business, and can as well take decision. So, honorable members, we are not going to countenance any attempt to delay the proceedings of this House. With due deference to the deputy whip, I think it is in the interest of Ghanaians that we proceed to conduct the proceedings of the committee without any interruption in any manner whatsoever. This is my ruling. I will proceed to give the floor to the minority leader to ask his questions.
Chairman, I understand your ruling. I just want to draw your attention to one thing, then you can proceed. Chairman, I want to draw your attention to Order 217, and then to emphasize on 2171 A and B. They said the appointment committee comprises, and I'm emphasizing on A and B, that says the majority chief whip, the minority chief whip, and C says 5 other members. Chairman, the A and B does not refer to a member, but a portfolio. Majority chief whip, minority chief whip. In this sense, if the minority and the majority chief whip are suspended and their name is mentioned under this order, so who is in this committee as minority chief whip and majority chief whip?
Indirectly, in your own wisdom, you are telling us that parliamentary proceedings will not go on because the majority chief whip and the minority chief whip are suspended for 2 weeks, because they are also members of parliament and they hold those respective positions. I beg to differ, and I'll submit on record that that would rather amount to having a blurred view of the law. Can we make progress? Honourable members, I won't recognize any non-member of the committee.
We leave.
Honorable Minority Leader, if you are done, then we can proceed.
Chairman, thank you. Honorable Nominee, do you know about the company Volta Clenham Farms and Industries Limited?
Yes, I talked about it earlier.
You said the shareholders include some other private persons, correct?
Yeah, I said that there are other persons in this arrangement, and yeah, 2 other persons are in this arrangement.
So I just want to be specific so that we can get specific answers. If you say there are 2 other persons in this arrangement, now, is it the directorship you are referring to or the shareholding?
The directorship.
Okay, so now let's come to the shareholding. Are you the sole shareholder of this entity?
Yes, I am.
But if it's the same company, you had earlier, unless you want to amend your answer, in your earlier response to this very company, you had indicated that there are other shareholders. That is where Chairman said that because they are not here and they are private persons, you are exempt from mentioning their names. So I want you to bring clarity to that.
Well, I'll be happy to see the verbatim report, but for the record, I am a sole shareholder and there are other directors.
Mr. Chairman, at this point, you know, my inclination is to exercise utmost respect. We are in leadership. If I disrespect you, then I'm disrespecting myself. But I need to make the point very firmly. From what has come to my attention from the Deputy Whip, I think that it was very clear in the language of Mr. Speaker on the need for us to immediately get to the committee of selection to proceed to reconstitute the appointment committee. I will repeat it to your attention that let us err on the side of caution so that we do the right thing. At least if you had even suspended sitting the hearing for even a minute to enable you to listen to the speaker's voice, private, I'm sure you will be able to at least appreciate the situation in a different light, or possibly call Mr. Speaker himself. We can suspend for just a minute to enable you call the speaker, but in the Honorable Majority Leader, just a second. Honorable Alassane Umar, please, the call is on all of us to show deference. If I talk, you talk, it doesn't help. So I would want to respectfully say that with what I know now, I would want to recuse myself in order not to be in breach of Mr. Speaker's orders. I can't force speak, Chairman. Chairman has his discretion, and I need to respect that. So I leave it at that to you, and then I'm sure we can take up other matters. Thank you so much, sir.
Honorable members, the information is clear from the Majority Leader that owing to the circumstances, the Speaker has rescheduled a meeting to Monday, at 11. We are proceeding with the vetting. Any member who wants to recuse himself is free to do so. After all, we are living in a free and a democratic dispensation. So, please, let's proceed.
Chairman, with respect, I am extending to you all courtesies. My language in the application was done in utmost good faith and with respect to you. If you use phrases like democratic state and freedom of whatever, I don't think that it helps the situation. I refer to Speaker. No, Chairman. I will continuously express my views and show you respect. I'm pleading with you to be measured in the language you use. I will not do anything to hurt you in terms of language use. The language you just use is in bad taste, and I believe it's unacceptable. If it pleases you, you may withdraw. If you say you are the chairman and what you say is final, it's fine, but at least I've made my point to you.
Honorable members, unless the minority leader has been able to point exactly to free or how free and democratic dispensation will be unparliamentary, I will be glad to withdraw it. But this is a phrase that we always use even on the floor of Parliament, and by our own standing order. It's not in bad taste, it is not unparliamentary, it is not insulting. So clearly, I do not know why we are even going on this tangent. So, honorable members, I beg, let's make progress. But from the indication of the minority leader, he has finished asking the questions. Then I will proceed to acknowledge our guests and consequentially discharge the witness. Honourable members, we have Mrs. Nuhila Sedu Nuela. Then those who are typing the spouse of the nominee. Then we have Togbiga Patamia Jokli, President of Bato Traditional Council. But honorable members, it may interest you to know that because I know Bato, what is written here is Bata. I promoted myself. Honorable members, we have Mamaga Asieku, Paramount Queen Mother of Bato Traditional Council. We have Dr. Anana Edusei Etwiniwa Ampin, the first, President of Tepa Traditional Council. We have Chief Damana Nafia Mustafa alias Nyaba and friends from Salaga. We have Mama Agbovi, Paramount Queen Mother of Dofo Traditional Area. We also have Togwi Ababio, Acting President of Volo Traditional Area. We have Togbi Misrobi III, Mankralo of Fojoku Traditional Area. We have Mama Aku Seme, Queen Mother of Mepe Traditional Area. We have Ambassador Ekuya Dansoa, former Member of Parliament and former Ambassador to Germany. We have Honorable Daniel Yao Domolovu and the rest of oral team members. We have Ambassador Clement Ramses, Chief Director, Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and the rest of the Foreign Affairs staff. You are welcome. Honorable nominee, Honorable Dr. Obeda Samoa, former Attorney General and Minister of State. You are highly welcome. Honorable nominee, thank you so much for attending upon the committee. You hear from the committee, you are hereby discharged. The next nominee should take his seat.
Power 97.9 FM. So veteran yes abre ekoso e wo memra shebedwa fie no e na yeguso a ye twa ho emfoni e de emamo na ye bobi ema adehye na wonso etie bie na panyin na wosi adwamo e ye osofo ya wo ba behwe ye foreign affairs so wonya for Samuel oku jeto ablakwa ene empanifo atwene pa wo veti committee no ase na enye asem kuma sanse be ye wiabu prem tobremu a wotena ase ya mpanifo hya ase toto na no no wotena mu a bedru empempenso ya utimu se ensemisane de dodo no a na wom eto emane ni titru ene majority leader orumanyafo Alexander Afenyo Maken oni ni mienu enyasam keto akra ya dodo no ano wuti bie na wo hwe bie ewo wani so no na wo hwe orumanyafo samokuja to blakwa sede anototo no ekoye no a questions ahodo anasensem bisa ahodo a ma no ni nyina no otimi nya ho abotre e de hu nyia no ni nyina etumi ema empanifo a na kyerɛ sɛ akɔyɛ ani kasɛm dodoɔ no a ɛna wɔbobɔ so ebi ni sɛ ɔman Ghana yɛne amahodo a atwi ɛho ahyia sɛ ne bɛyɛ a yɛne ɔmo ntam ayɔnkofadie no da ne da ebetimi agya ne naso yie ebi nso so no ɛwɔ mpanifo bisa no sɛ wohwɛ ambassador ahodo a abre no aban bi abɛtena so a wɔpa a wɔm yɛtimi pa opani bi sɛ kɔne kɔsi yɛnam ɛwɔ man wei ɛsoɔ ɛno nso so ho hyehyɛyɛ no wɔse wɔba a wɔbɛhwɛ sɛ wɔbɛtimi aboa ama agina ne naso no wahyɛ mu kene kɔbasa bi a yɛ pawo sɛ kɔsi yɛnam ɛwɔ man bi mu a unkonko di agro na emom no wobɛkɔyɛ adwuma na yɛnya esusunso papa ɛwɔ yamamuo no emu eti ni nyina yɛ nhya hodoɔ bi a wɔse wɔba wɔde ebegu akwamu ahwɛ ama ɔman Ghana yɛne amahodoɔ ɛntɛm no na mpo ambassadors ahodoɔ no eniema atimi akɔnkan ɛno akyi no mabuna ahodoɔ ne adehye ahodoɔ bi ada ne da wɔn firi ɔman mu ɛkwama ahodoɔ so sɛ wɔn kɔ akɔpa adwuma yɛ no ɛno no yɛde bɛfa kwampa so ɛnkɔnkɔyɛ human trafficking abribia na nipa bi apa wɔn yɛsɛ yɛde wo kwamo no ne amwa kwakoyɛ adwuma bɛkɔ wi akyire no na kwayɛ ɔhaw kɛseɛ pa onkrata sɛm nyɛ behuo ne yɛsan abɔ waba wunchi ne nyina no wɔso ɔba sɛ yɛbɛbie nnwuma yɛne ama hodoɔ no bɛka ntoma yɛntoma ba kyire mu na yɛtimi anya nnwuma hodoɔ bi te sɛ doctors a wɔmokɔ nurses a wɔmokɔ na wɔmakwakoyɛ adwuma kyerɛkyerɛfoɔ ne nyina no wɔn de bɛgu akwan mu ahwɛ ama bibia atimi agya ne naso afenso so no yɛkasa bia mampanyi etu kwan akomonone a eno nso so policy ye presidential travel policy wode beba enkoba se bia mampanyi no otu kwan akoye ono ankasa ne private business na obo manyika na presidential jet no no wode nam saanom ne ade wo se da be san se ukọ oman bi ti sa America se mampanyi oteso de eye oman no private jet no na se oman no wiem hyen no etu kwan akoye bibi na enye oman ne dwumadie no okokodi a eno ho ka ne nyina no sa mampani no oba wo hwe se obese atua se na be ye oman ne betinya konkan enti ne nyina ye nhya hodo bia ode ba oman mu se ne be ya se mampani wusi wutu kwan no do oman yi ye wiem hyen no na ekode a ye presidential jet no na se enye oman dwumadie na okokodi no wankasa dwumadie na okokodi a eno ho so eka ne nyina wo se oba wo hwe na wodi hyem se ne be ya eka bia entimi emmene yen ewo man emu enti ansam ne de dodo no a na wode de to dwa wo matutu ne sra ni abasa ne yenka hunu se okomra hyebedwa mu so asabre no emra hyebedwa mu chia me pani ormonyafo abanso mana Kingsford Bagben wajina ne mudie so ama sabre mra hyebedwafo makomako beye 9 watwe wo masensen anase bia wa suspend wo mse de beka na obrofo kasamo na watwe makomako mienu na mpanifo yi baako efreye minority ni mu anase mpo minority chief whip no waka ho na fenso majority chief whip no so eka ho na wo ene Yera Roxon Nelson Dafia Mepo na fenso no nyamfo Frank Anodompre uyo no sinchenya Alhassan Suleiman Tampuli ene Jerry Ahmed Shaib sampanifo makomako nanye na sabre Speaker of Parliament on monyamfo abansoma na Kingsford Bagben watwe wo masense ni nyina ye nra de see ye Vetting Committee wase ye nyina nim sanda da se enra breya wonyamfo sam okudde to black abet na adwamu no mentimi ho CBC ye dom kuma na kire se da bi ebrekọ enti nkabeya chairman ye wote adwamu wonyamfo ye Bernard Ahiafo nhwe se nka wo bekwajo mahome nanka ne no wo maba betoa so nanso na akoye twema mentwi pinche kwa wi akire ene enema wo se no e wo Vetting no ase no microphones ahodo na se fododo no a na wom ese na ne nyina ekokọ ye ohaw kese pa enti sa abrai de se de ye kan panifo 9 no speaker atwe mu asensan a wahye se sa committee Vetting committee na wo se ye gunu na ye constitute foforo na etimi boa emo djubadie no etimi ekonka na gina so ma sa abrai panifo apagye omu a wo esan abato Vetting no eso na sa dwumadi a ye de eba wakwam nyina hye no so se enyumaku adawroma enyumaku bi adawroma na wo maso yasna ye de eba wakwam edu hebafo wo mu aso yasne ya sa abre no enu papa wo de abadwaman so SMBTS ye dra ebo ma mema mo mesem no etimi ekonkan eti boru pharmacy shop biebo okwa benya SMBTS ni bia to ye mankesim ba fikrom oba odoko official town ye kwashi ahianku street no so a ekwo so behu wo machi kwan anasa obefre 0201 044221 0201 044221 fra empanifo ebeje so Little George Health Shop for say one more tema community 5 in between Presbyterian Church any PV or being runabout no and manimu ya kowa mesha na pe Dominion eba powder and now vitamins ahodo Little George for say one more bio maprum twen said manimu ya bre na beje wo de obunro no so de papa pa okon wa yo akwanya obefra homan na wajimu enchemo 0243 140213 0243 140213 fra Little George for ebeje so Power Specialist Herbal Hospital Womo bini ye enti animanimu ya kaba so body ne dia omaji bebre ya dia bi say hepatitis B C A na se for nyina Power Specialist for eso go betu ase liver ya dia fatty liver ana bema prostate no hawa ba mu ulcer fibroid kidney ni nyina no fakodan Power Specialist for na wom entu ase emfa emam omachi kwan no nye na me ahodo kokuma se fe ya so bankran so a kwa benya ACP kwantempo ne so wom ebutu honom afei takrade anaje estate wom ebe hantaman bank no anasa obefre 0244 544424 na fe 0200383831 0555797878 Ostic Real Estate say open dine papa nasa sase edi so dwuma de eni ya fa bada wo mesanse wo monsa ase no maso twa bia ni ho kwana kwaje ode se wododo wa yekuma se bi do yu mafienya do wenya nase sha hills no ne bo so da form se bokoko benya nkrata ya edimu a wonu obia enkonkotwe ho manso edifre Ostic Real Estate for CCA 0244 684069 and afa 0240 933748 0266101406 Ruta Natural Products no yenupa Ruta Mesha Malaria Fever Ruta Titanic and so Typhoid Fever Ruta Live and also Buama yafru na ayakese na nasisrade no adokro wono eboa etuase Ruta Nrai Pharmacy shops are atwe ho ahia Ghana ba bia no obenya bia to ne mo pendodo mu dia obefre 0244 503443 0244 503443 na edu heba ye dikaka ho asemacho SMBTS no pebinanom ebetinya boa Solar Natural Clinic so like for say wo ba be ma wo pa wo na wachi wunya bia wo de bra won be ma oba bia to sere so kidney yade na etete wo anase bia ho no na se atatai wo da wuntimi na anase wo jo so twa no ha aba ho a fa kodan solar natural clinic for won be boa atu asiama won ro ni nyina ye natural ka bia nim eti se wo no bia eboa etu yade no asententem wo mo ye laboratory test ahodo ni nyina bi wo mo nkra ha ya kokomlemle Harvard Senior High School no wo mo ebe ni pe eti ji ahoma no na oni solar for any enkomo 0553 932631 0553 932631 ofra solar for ebejo so 3p garlic mixture we no 100% garlic and natural say wo ma so a wo mo dia ye droshon kon natural plant juice it is onya 3p garlic mixture na sa ono no dia ba beboa ama honam aye dene wa poso joint no a abiribia woto wa yaw ewobo no 3p garlic mixture yi ene bedi wa kagiramu anu achi no wo hono na na say otitriti anase waya kese amro so a 3p garlic mixture na nomwe vitamins ahodo ni nyina bi wo minerals ahodo ni nyina bi wo mte wo no na esan eboa ema wonya ahoden adupa yi enya na pharmacy shops ahodo na say wo dia frepi work natural health food na agimu chechemu bia aka 0248 928224 0201 000021 ofra 3p for ebejo sana pi work for ebejo so Spanish garlic mixture and then the capsules no droshon kwa wa onasia tata Johnson tentem wa kese bro so cholesterol na ajo aboso wa babu nsa woto ya arthritis halitosis na ha wo gastric ulcer and etete wono Spanish garlic mixture and then the capsules see and na ebetimi aboa wadupa nya na wo pharmacy shops ahodo no mitu betimi afre 0266 114111 0266114111 from 24 bejo so Medimosis Clinic and Prostate Center mema josom and hoye bema wotimi nkasa bre o prostate no o hawa bamu a fakoda Medimosis fo san say wo mo do beto aduro so anasa fidie so ayo ni padua no hwemu no mahunu yade na so ye ansa no hu aduro a wonfa emaw enmanim ya fakoda wo mo esan say emfinsha bebro aduasanie ya Medimosis fo ba ye etie kapomudin dia wo mo esum entakrache na eno achinyade wa hodo bi etete wo ewo ni padua no o de koda Medimosis fo a wo mbeboa asaw yade scanner hodo ni nyina so wo mo etwa bi wo mo dental barrier woni post station no ene di hwene mo kuma se ahene makokobe nso a wo mo ebutu ofre 0244 068447 0244 068447 Haxa Mesha and then the capsules no droshon kon stomach ulcer ulcer tamfo and Haxa Mesha and the capsules no ono mesha no na me the capsules no yafu ya de stomach ulcer na wosunsan so bebre woni padua no so wo ho na wo so te anase bia wanum atu ntimi di anase yafunu no ya na ye kese aduane to yam a wote wo ya ho ya basabasa ni nyina no stomach ulcer na ebo nka yesa no eti kwana koto Haxa Mesha and the capsules ni bia ebeboa to stomach ulcer no ase ediama Ghana had ye pharmacy shop be a bewo Haxa Mesha and the capsules no obenya biato na emo mo pe ne dodo mo anan chechemu bia no a obefre human 0240 238310 and afa 0203 822855 ofra empany ebejo so let's talk educational consult Madam Time Bomb NFA wasi nei wo yo wofo ope baby papa do ba akwa gentete onwoma suam dia fa ne bra let's talk educational consult esanse wo gi preschool no admission no egusu a ekoso bosomi nsia kopem fie nsia Saturday school no so ekoso entrepreneurship reading writing any personality development IT ni nyina wom ekere and what no training creativity any ho keka ho ni nyina no let's talk educational consult so ba ne be gentete e be wie no na wa ye opabene ankasa Teshinungwa Estate Oben Mango Street no anase Teshinungwa Estate no wo ye Mango Street Oben Lojokuku Municipal Hospital no eti ya na wahye ne so Lojokuku Municipal Assembly no ya na wahye ne so pay ye anasa wo de obefra homan na wo ne madam time bomb atoa enkomodie eso 0249 069821 and afe 0249 069821 ofra wobeje so Sabasha Ball Center La Paz New Market Kwantempo ne so na Sabashifo ebutu abibidro krogen na Sabashifo editu yade ase eti yade nse sexual weakness mema no ene ma ni nyina wa opa wo hepatitis B sexual infections no ni nyina wo tu ase na owadrobu honma ye fense Sabash ko bi tesoti ko no a na chese ko ni ayemtim etu ase enten sisi ade etu ase eti boru pharmacy shop bia Sabash ko bi tes no ubenya biato anasa ube first Sabasha Bar Center for 0500 064000 and afe 0500 064001 fra wamo ebeje so nenei e wose wo wini big pa mega cash esanse o ho na sesika nu botomu a utimi yare by force enti upese o gina national brebia wani mu yesere ye dia fa wo hye mega cash nim emu ube wini big ube live large e wo Power FM so enimani mu ya no fa mobile phone no dial *426*5# star 426*5# network bia so ene ubowura mu a ube wini akasa anase obeko internet no eso na wabo www.megacashluckybox.com www.megacashluckybox.com neno so wakwako di agro hodmo basa no a ubewini bega kopem 500,000 Ghana cedis wenye sika kuma 500,000 Ghana cedis emu odrankasa mega cash lucky boss no eti dial *426*5# network biaso wonso ubedi nkuma abiri biaso wo fie wo office adwam ho no hwese wo ne Power FM abiri bia bedi kasubom na wasie na mega cash lucky boss no wonso watimi awini cash no ebi na hye no so se wunya murumfrinhia edunwatwe a wonka ho na emomo no NLA efo edom stamp atimu so eti wenya kwancha gro eniedie empani edom stamp no atimu so se epenyan enti awi adehima ma nwumakoi na so yasena ye de vetin no bro na ye sign akọ eyemra hyebedwafio sanse vetin no sign ehihye so biewa animanimu ya no ye hwe sede ebesibi akọ na ansa na ye bekomra hyebedwam ye ntwa ye ho mratew ye bapa ye besan de ani akyeremu mra hyebedwam na vetin sede ye kọ no ya to so ede amamu
Maminchia arefo ni
chia omo
yefem na kwa me taxi driver na enkane na misisi eso misisi ama kame na ato na twetweme bi na 3p garlic misa no aboa me pa
machines ahodo a ye de be hwe testosterone no I produce hormones ni ahwe yade no fare ba de ntia o de premature ejaculation no entumi nko na hemorrhoid na make asa ukoko bu pie no eno so etimi cause sa problem no premature yi papa enti numbers no na say obetumi afre me e was 0241 75 and Accra 0282 and Kumasi 0553 41 77 52 0553 41 77 52 Kumasi 0553 41 77 52 and at Tema 0557 40 2696. You want only say no man has an expiring date. Because chow mo amobe friend mo bisa say doctor me this 70 80 80 na me me dey make ho. Because chow agbozo herbal clinic say eba sexual issues no man has an expiring date, age a number. Because chow ya diabetes high blood pressure how diabetes how any nyina tv ma wo ye mre wo mpem. When you say a DB na ama o sexual life ay basa when you sue be man and pacho to an amount bra agbozu herbal clinic ye be boa wi papa the whole Ghana baby a me free bia no men ka se kwan no wat to an amount na bra be jo 3 points na ya de bia me ka se 7 previous wa boka no akoyo ba ho ade na edu anaju na wontumi ene ne nyɛ wo so ne ne yɛ there's a orthographic way who can be a becam. Yadia to be some and erectile dysfunction and I come mema when we go when you are 7 previous 60 74 na Mukase ye beman in the Biamicase Obama who I was saying could see you na say yen see no ye that's so a team and that's a team when you need to be at the same bema I then it's you know me pacho ube to me after me and also book appointment one meeting 1-on-1 Accra 0241 75 0282 position be a clue be me pacho a bas sexual life ono yirika wo dem position e kura obi ano se wonya de wo mpem wo e ni peni so enti se oye MP oye minister o oye hwana otime nka na o memma sem nyiya me pacho frag bozu e ba clinic to bia wo oye ohene ana bibi nko ya book appointment na chia Dr. Agbozu na sexual life is very very important obetumi ama me WhatsApp message nso e was 0241 75 0282 and I say over tema 0557 402696 and Kumasi 0553 417752 you share you must 7 o'clock a.m. Manapa na ya pon 5 p.m. from Monday up to Saturdays. Sundays also after church. Me pa cho u get me book appointment we be 1-on-1. Be nyina so e wo ho. Na ye share na ye nya kwara shop kama de biara nso ye wo ho betimi aye walk in eno nso ye wo ho Dr. Agbozu me twa so beba na masan yade. Awo sam no e low sperm count no. Ni nyina ye be pa cho o ba nso a ene wo yere emra. No power a man o bebema and obano ko into anamo bubi enu nyina muntu anamo na mumra na yenye test ahodo no mo mi nyina mo hu na ye hu se sabi problem no e bia ye obano sperm sabi bema no sperm count no e na enye ana se obano ewo na womb no ye infertile e bia sabi yade bi ewo awodie no ye be ma duro e be cleaning nyina free awodie no na sabi prediasa wo so watumi enya ho wo afa oba enti baby a wo hwe me anasa wo tie me afibia no Dr. Agbozu me ka kire se wo ba me nchen ko ade a sexual problems awo asem infectious ahodo hemorrhoid wo jaw nan na sabi okokobu pie wo de ade pia koshim me pa cho me se eno me no to bet wo se Fabra Agbozu na kan nyankopon adum eni ni tu nti ye wo ho adru pa I would introduce to a week no ebeko ama kokobunu uhuni biu so ya korawo se oye pehu fane Bra Agbozu he ba clinic ye babua wi papa me pa cho the American memfa eni agro prostate Johnson o Johnson kitin ota Johnson kitin obi wonu kra do anadwa Johnson to me na oso tia na eti ebu na nye prostitute ni nko na ma o Johnson se o kidney kranya problem a enu so timi ma o Johnson adaju yi papa e bia wanya urinary tract infections UTI enu so timi ma o Johnson enu ti na gbozo say brad doc clinic ho no na yenye test ni ehu yade no ye de ehu na se ehu yade no se yade ye be mu wadru e be wo chef ni pedrum ama why then what agbozo ye kasa bebre na mo actions na ye dey adwuma no enti bra na utu anamo na ba ye clinic on ma nyankopon adunti me pa cho ebeto premature ejaculation, erectile dysfunction, waist problem, infertility. How do you know? Yes, a typhoid fever. How? Nina Fabra, Dozo Heba Clinic. You bet to me a bro, papa. Typhoid, no, any malaria essay. Intimate, say, when you're treatment, come, a bassa into winko. Typhoid, a bit to me a more fly, Nina, ya dear, a dreamy papa. You bet bro, papa. Oh, Namia problem. Unai baako eduana joana etititi announcer ningina no poor blood circulations a etumi na obubu egu wono mokrama eyeyi etini also tu anamo na humra dozo heba clinic ebra me gusu amene wo kase yi me pa cho bia na ebe bia wo bia oye position bia wo bia me sexual life nya wan kasa kro na mokra uti nimwa etino frame anasa book appointment on this number 0241 any akra 0241 75 0282 Accra 0241 75 0282 ye ben Kwashiman Chiefs Palace Accra had me ben Kwashiman Chiefs Palace we are adjacent Kwashiman Chiefs Palace Kumasi Discharged Main 5 Old Insurance Junction Kumasi Main 5 Old Insurance Junction eno yeni airport runabout to Krana se mention enwa Kumasi Discharged Old Insurance Junction Kumasi a Gina frame honum 0553 41 77 52 0553 41 77 52 to anamo tsoma nyame adoma tututu nabra na abeji ayare se Kumasi e na wotema dowe nya kwan no so 0557 40 2696 0557 40 2696 oh by spam count test and patch unko amema ono yire no nyina mutumi aba mubu nya kwan a mumu yebu nyina mu ma se awo asem a mumu yebu nyina mutu amamo a anka ebeboa mu papa na se ebia mo test ni bi dadanso na ye kire so oba na wo problem o de mo oba na mra ana se wo be ma na wo problem a wo be ma no de wo betumi aba na unya nye test ni bi na munya nye test hu ni pakra enam ne so awo no tumi ma no de wo se mumu yebu nyina ena muntu amamo na wo ba ye nche ya mepacha bozo we ba clinic de ya yare ya yentumi nsa no yenka enti de ya boso bia wa hanu no eno ena yesa quick start master e de wo no ye mema no oba quick start de ya wode kwa kwatwa bia wanya game bi shishishi gidi oba quick start agbozo he ba clinic e ye adwuma dindindin ufie ne di same me pacho age number ya de ni nyina yesa edu anaje Johnson sem ni nyina yesa high blood sugar high blood pressure how ama member sem nyina e basa me pacho ya tiwase bra agbozo why masturbation ene watinka kora ni nyina tiko be me bi woni atinka ni nyina bra oba besia fibroid abeda wonyim me pacho why operation kwa na ba me pacho to anamo na bra yenchen na nyankopo be na me yeso asaw ya de me pacho me be no ya ye be me pacho ba me fa numbers ni ntubia ebi oba enkra ha number ni 0241 75 0282 0241 75 0282 and Kumasi 0553 41 77 52 and Tema 0557 40 269 Edinia AGBOZO Agbozo Herbal Clinic. Yes, no man has expired it. Same time next week. Yeah, essentially. Mamin chia reform.
Every human body mass should have at least 60% water for optimal performance in any physical or mental exercise. We can help you maintain it naturally For bulk purchase, call 0596-273-546 or 0596-273-547. This advert is FDA approved.
Missy Menano, a group
As for me, I take very good care of my grandkids. Ye dear grow, na yes, sir. Do maybe crana, me banoti me de, or maybe kumisu.
Education and support to the girl child and to the parents to support the girl child continue with education. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Obviously, by the grace of God, we will work together to give that massive support because it's a policy of the NDC government and His Excellency John Dramani Mahama. Net enrollment ratio is always a challenge as you move higher, but they are also dependent on several other customary and other allied factors, one of which is the ability of the peasant farmer to be able to afford the education, and therefore the farmer would prefer to invest in the boy child, thinking that the boy child will not leave him, but the girl child may. But the practical experience is that even our women, when they get better education, they take care more of their parents than even we, the men. This is the practical reality. So the education will go deeper and our people will appreciate it the most. And there are demonstrable examples that we can use. Haja Zuera is here as my MP, a woman MP who has risen to the top for Savannah. And she's a shining example for a woman in Savannah, and we can use her as one.
Thank you very much. I appreciate, and I am really happy to have heard those responses. And don't forget, when I come and I'm talking about my land, don't tell me that I didn't say it. That's why I said it in public. I would come for farming, very big one.
We would absolutely give. Thankfully, you are not a Kasana or a Sisala.
No.
Because they are playmates. For them, we would definitely settle it in the Yagbawes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. I proceed to recognize Honorable Alassane Umar.
Thank you, Chairman. Alhaji Swalisu, congratulations.
Thank you, Chairman.
It's not yet Alhaji, just like me. Don't worry, we'll soon go there. I'm happy for you. I know you've worked for the party. We were in the big northern region together. I'm happy for you. I know you've worked for the party. We were in the big northern region together, and we supported your success, which you took to Savannah. I have a simple question relating to your former job, which is the district chief executive. As a district chief executive, you probably came across conflict between the district chief and the regional minister vis-a-vis your MPs. How are you going to transfer that kind of knowledge to be able to bring solution and friendship between yourself and your MPs as well as your DCs?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Conflicts are a natural part of human behavior. And in many instances,
when you identify the source or the cause of the conflict, it is easy to resolve them. And my attention is to identify what is creating this conflict. Some of the conflicts which exist are nothing but communication gap between the member of parliament for that area with whom the people voted and are always and all the time contacting. Then an appointed DC who might not have participated actively in even the decision-making process in getting the government and the MP elected, but yet administering the district. This, when you get that synergy, you can always see how best you can resolve them. But I can tell you that it is not always a problem of the MP or a problem of the DC. Sometimes even their supporters can create some kind of conflict without their knowledge, knowing very well that some of them will benefit from the conflict between the DC and the MP. So analysis of the conflict is a pure way to get the best solution for it. At the end of the day, we must work together as one party, one government, and ensure that the people get the best of the all development. This is a principal objective, and I will ensure that we will do that. More so, with my background in alternative dispute resolution, I would obviously be at the helm of affairs, by the grace of God.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I'm satisfied, and thank you. I wish you well.
It's now the turn of Honorable Mahama Shaibu.
Mr. Chairman, I'm exceedingly grateful. Honorable Nominee, congratulations.
Thank you.
New region, diverse cultures, slow pace of development. Just tell us how you combine these three in accelerating the development of the region. Thank you.
In fact, it is true. We have in excess of indigenous ethnic groups in the area called Savannah, over 21 of them who are indigenous, and they are principally have no other place but Savannah. And I can tell you that they've lived together peacefully for all these years. Now that we've got a region, there are people who are now trying to infuse in other people some ownership that hitherto they were not exercising. You hear some people trying to create a paramountcy to which they don't usually, customers have a paramountcy, but by the nature of things, they are bringing those issues up. Others are also claiming land rights to which they were not having. All this must be documented and see to it being done appropriately, and the necessary advice and institutions will be made to do that. But if it is that of Savannah, I can tell you the people of Savannah are disappointed. We called for a region to be created, not a name change. We wanted development. Unfortunately, we have seen nothing of that. It's just in the bottle, but the same wine. And that is the reality. We will make sure that we get the best. For example, in educational development, we are last in the country. In power, we are last in the country. In human resource development and governance, we are last in the country. A lot of the indicators are not giving us a good picture. And this is the 2024 report that indeed this level report is indicating to us. And this is a challenge for all of us to be able to see how best we can improve the lives of the people of Savannah. And together, we shall succeed.
Thank you so much. My advice, work closely with your MPs, and then you will be successful. Thank you so much, and I wish you all the best.
Most grateful, Chairman.
I will now call on Honorable George Kweku Ricketts Hagan.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Nominee, Honorable Salifu, congratulations.
Thank you, Chairman.
I just have a couple of questions here for you. First one, and then I'll do a follow-up on it. I'll give the whole question to you. Do you have boundary disputes between the districts in the Savannah region?
Chairman, yes, there are.
Okay, so would you tell me tell me those ones, and then tell me how you resolve them?
Mr. Chairman, it is true that as a country, after the 1988 district creations, there has not been a conscious effort to name the various electoral areas and communities which form a district. What we do have is to mention an electoral area. And the interesting aspect of it is that there is that challenge of people
trying to assume that customary jurisdiction is coterminous with administrative boundaries, and this is creating a problem. In the creation of Savannah region, indeed the LI came, but there's no boundary demarcation of the Savannah region. So there's a tendency of people to live at some other jurisdiction and think that they are not part of the Savannah region or they are part of Savannah region. And a typical example is that of Daboya. We have a community in Daboya where there's a principal speaking Mampule population who are on Gonja land and have been in the territory of the North Gonja district. Some are claiming that they will not even want to be part of North Gonja district, but they claim their part that they settle is not part of the West Gonja, but that of Northeast, which obviously is a cause of the fact that there's no clear-cut demarcation. We have Boundaries Commission, and we have got Cadastral Mapping and Survey Department of the Lands Commission. If we engage them, we can appropriately delineate the various district boundaries. If need be, we can go back to a lap 1 or lap 2. The Lands Commission used to operate to get customary areas, delineate properly their customary boundaries. And with that, we can get a long-lasting solution to the issue of boundary disputes.
Thank you. My second question, I realize that revenue generation, by your district assemblies are quite low. So, as a regional minister, what would you do to actually support the assemblies to improve on their revenue generation? Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairman. It is true that if you don't have a proper identification of the revenue basis of your district, you record low revenue generation. If you also employ people who are seeing the revenue generation for a district assembly as not something that they ought to account properly as public funds, that in itself can get people collecting it. And we have instances whereby, indeed, people who claim to be party people or some other people have got their own camps collecting money somewhere and they are not accounting to the assembly. We have also got some leakages which exist in trying to account properly for the revenue so generated. So my solution is to make sure that we leverage IT and make sure that the collection of the revenue is proper and duly accounted for. The second is to see other revenue generating measures. Remember that assemblies are not only to go and levy levies or taxes, they can also invest in productive businesses through which they can yield the dividends for the assembly. This is part of the issues that I'll put out to my assembly people and for them to adapt.
Mike. Mr. Nominee, welcome to the club of regional ministers past and present. I wish you all the best. God bless you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, honorable members. Honorable Nominee, are you called to the bar?
Mr. Chairman, I'm called to the bar.
Which year?
2022.
Ghana bar is what I'm talking about. He understands.
Senior understands. People are saying Pito bar. This is Ghana bar.
Very well, very well. We have a senior Ayariga here, so I won't mention my age at the bar. Honorable Nominee, thank you very much for attending upon the committee and providing answers to questions asked. You've answered the questions very eloquently, and it is my belief that you will work very creditably and reliably for the responsibilities that are ahead of you. May I proceed to recognize your invited guests. First on my list is Seydou Kelly, Damango Urana, Damango Ura, Mankpaura Jakpa, the first, Mr. Adams, Young Rice linguist, Alhaji Seydou Imoro, Regional Chairman, Lawyer Salma Adams, spouse of the deceased. Spouse of the nominee. Chairman, how's that like?
Are you interested?
Statement withdrawn. Statement withdrawn. Spouse of the nominee. Spouse of the nominee. All members, we have Soku Yahuza, regional organizer. Ali Babakari Kasim, regional treasurer. Kansa Urache, Queen Mother. Oliver Hawa Yaya, lawyer Muhammad Amin, Bunjalan Youth President, L.A. Jalil, Regional Communication Officer. Honorable members, forgive me, I just went through a letter of administration to be moved by my junior lawyers. So sorry. You are welcome. Thank you very much. You are discharged. You will hear from the committee. Most grateful, Chairman.
I'm from called New Yakase. I completed middle school and I went to Asenkigwa Secondary School. From there, I passed the O-level and then went to the Ghana Secondary Technical School, GSTS. I completed there and later went to the University of Science and Technology School of Mines at Takwa, where I trained as a mine surveyor. There I worked with the Ghana Cocoa Board initially. In fact, before coming to the university, after sixth form, I worked. But I came to the university, went back and taught in the Dwabosu Senior Secondary School. And in the process, I stood elections and won as an assemblyman. And while I was working as an assemblyman, I had a privilege to serve on a number of subcommittees, including a work subcommittee where I was the chairman, and automatically by the statute, I became the the chairman of the technical evaluation team. I also served on environmental subcommittee and also member of the statutory planning committee. Mr. Chairman, I later went to do my MSc when the school now changed to University of Mines and Technology. After that, I had the privilege to work with the Ghana Minerals Commission as a staff in the small-scale mining department. After working for some time, I left and joined an international organization called Solidaridad. From there, I had opportunity to work, in fact, on global platforms because we attended seminars and workshops on artisanal small-scale mining. Mr. Chairman, on the side of the party, I've done quite a lot of job. And in the 2020, I was the chairman of the Manifesto Committee in the Western North region, a job I think I performed with excellence. I was also a member of the campaign team and was in charge of security. I was the secretary to the security for the elections. So in a brief, that's what I have to say about myself. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
I'll give the floor to Honorable Mama Erga.
Let me congratulate you on your nomination to the post, if you are approved by this House, of Regional Minister. Western North, Western Region, the Forest Belt generally, our major challenge now is how to deal with illegal mining activities, especially in forest areas, forest reserves. Can you tell us your appreciation of the problem? What is causing this urge to mine in forest areas or forest reserves? Why are we unable to deal with this problem? Or do you think that we can deal with this problem? And what are your proposals, since you are going to be a regional minister and that whole territory will be under you? And President John Dramani Mahama has made a clear commitment to deal with the problem of illegal mining, especially illegal mining in forest reserves.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I think as a country, we're not doing so well on managing small-scale mining activities. And I want to say here that our failure is not because we have not been able to stop artisanal small-scale mining, but our failure is the fact that we have not been able to manage it well. Mr. Chairman, artisanal small-scale mining contributes to the economy very well. And from where I sit, if I want to talk about the type of mining that has benefited Ghanaians, I would say is a small-scale mining. Small-scale mining contributes about 30% of the all gold that is produced in Ghana. Unfortunately, as a country, coming to your question, we've not been able to solve the small-scale mining problem because I think we don't understand them. And it is important we understand them, sit down with them, and they themselves can come out with the solution. Mr. Chairman, I don't want to be misquoted as countenancing the illegality in the mining sector. We have all come to agree that...
Mr. Nominee, you are from the Western North region. You've lived there most of your life, I believe. You have related to or with people in the small-scale mining industry. You say we don't understand. Do you understand? Do you understand them? And if you understand them, can you help us understand them?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Small-scale mining or artisanal small-scale mining is a livelihood issue. And in tackling them, we need to be a bit tactical. That's all what I'm saying. Once you understand somebody, you can sit down with him and they'll be part of the solution. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Do you understand the regime that covers small-scale mining? Is there a legal pathway to doing small-scale mining legally? Is there a legal pathway? Is it possible for small-scale mining to be done legally? Is it possible to register, to get a license, a permit, and then to mine under the supervision of the EPA? Is small-scale mining allowed legally in this country?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, it's allowed.
So why do you think the young people are not doing legally allowed small-scale mining?
I think that, Mr. Chairman, there should be incentive to the formalization and legalizations of the operations.
What kind of incentives do you think we should have?
For instance, in the previous regime, I'm not being sounding political here, but if you place a blanket ban on small-scale mining without recognizing those who have registered and are indeed doing well, what will be the motivation for others to follow? So we should make formalization or legalization less expensive. That will attract people to actually legalize or formalize their operations. There is a law to that. The Small Scale Mining Act 2006, Act 703, spells out, the modalities for the acquisition of mining licenses. And through the Minerals Commission, the same, statute require them to provide extension services to, the small-scale miners. Mr. Chairman, if you allow me, let me say one thing. That as a former employee of the Minerals Commission, in our extension service provided, we had nothing to do with the illegal miners. But they are the major people causing the problems.
So is it your view that the supervising authorities, let's say Minerals Commission extension officers and EPA officers, should deal with all mining activities on the ground, irrespective of whether they are registered or not, so that at least, at the barest minimum, we can ensure that they are mining according to the standards of mining, whether they are registered or not? Is that something that you think is a wise decision?
Mr. Chairman, that is what I will recommend, because they are causing the most of devastation. Let me draw your mind to something. In the trading,
so we should separate questions of legality and title to the land where you are mining from the question of whether or not you are mining properly using the proper processes. We should separate those, and Mineral Commission supervisors, EPA officers on the ground should be blind to the question of whether or not you properly have title to the place and focus on anybody who is mining and ensure that they mine according to accepted standard. Do you think that that is a smart thing to do?
That I'm looking at a stepwise approach to get rid of the illegal miners. So we deal with them and then find the best way to get them out. You see? That's what I'm saying, Mr. Chairman.
So what I understand you to be saying is that one of the faults in our system is that Minerals Commission is blind to people actually on the ground mining simply because they don't have proper licenses to mine. EPA officials on the ground in a district will see people engage in small-scale mining, and they will not guide them to mine properly based on appropriate environmental standards, simply because those people don't have licenses to mine their sites. So if we had a regime where any of them, Minerals Commission or even EPA, could step in and supervise them to mine properly, at least we will be ensuring that they mine according to environmentally appropriate standards. Is that a position that you share?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, exactly what I'm saying.
Now, what do you think is the major challenge of these young people to access land? Because I was a Minister for Environment, and I toured the country. And I found out that many of these people that we say are engaged in illegal mining actually want to have permits to mine at the sites where they mine. Is that something you discovered yourself also?
Yes, I think there are limitations to where they can actually acquire licenses to mine.
I'm not saying that, I'm not asking, do they have a desire to have permits to mine the areas that they
yes, please, Mr. Chairman.
Also discover that if they had easy access to permits, that they will mine in an environmentally appropriate manner. Do you discover that?
Yes, please, Mr. Chairman.
Do you also discover that they are happy to invest in their site if they had proper permits to mine at those?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
But what is causing them not to have access to permits to those sites? Is it because there are no officers for the Minerals Commission in those locations? Or is it that people at the Minerals Commission have already mapped out all those sites and plotted the names of companies, and when these young people go there and they want permits, they are told that the site is occupied, and then they also then decide to resort to illegal, so-called illegal mining? Is that something that you found out?
Yes, actually, the Minerals Commission, Mr. Chairman, have blocked out areas for small-scale mining. And most of these miners go outside the blocked out areas. And that is what brings about the illegality in the first place.
Do the Minerals Commission people carry out prospecting to ascertain the existence of adequate deposits in the area that they have blocked out? Because if you go and block out a forest that is full of rocks that don't have minerals and say I should go there, and then I see another location where people are mining and obtaining a lot of gold, you think I'll go to where you have blocked out that has nothing, and then I will not go to where people have been mining and getting gold?
Mr. Chairman, the Minerals Commission doesn't take up that responsibility because I think of the risk that you're talking about.
So Minerals Commission just blocks out places and say you can go here, irrespective of whether there's gold there or not.
They require you to submit a site of your area of interest. So how that place becomes your area of interest is left to you, the miner. And I think the miners have ways of doing their quick, checks to see whether it is mineable or not.
So the Minerals Commission blocks out areas and says small-scale miners, you can go here, isn't it?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
But they haven't done any studies to determine whether there's gold where they are directing them to go.
Not at all, Mr. Chairman.
And then the miners then discover that there's gold somewhere. And when they go there, they tell them that those areas have been blocked for large-scale miners.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, that happens.
What will be your own natural tendency? Will you go to the place that doesn't have gold, or you go to where there's evidence that there's gold?
Of course, I'll go to where there's evidence, Mr. Chairman.
So do you think this observation gives you a clue how to resolve the issue of so-called illegal mining and galamsey?
Mr. Chairman, to begin with, I think to curb this small-scale or illegal small-scale mining menace, we need to get the miners organized and then work with their leadership. I think to an extent that will solve the problem. And then we can lead them to assess areas that are of, potential in terms of mineralization.
The point I want to make is, do you think that any effort to solve the problem of small-scale miners and encourage them to go to a site must necessarily involve the state investing in some basic recognizance prospecting to establish the existence of deposit there before you direct them to that location?
Yes, I think, Mr. Chairman, that will be of help. Because if we get state-of-the-art equipment to determine where mineralization is, and you put the small-scale miners there, it will go a long way to help us solve the problem.
Then the investments that we make in soldiers to go around and then be chasing these young boys up and down, the investment that we make, that investment, do you think that if we devoted a fraction of that investment into buying some of the equipment that will actually help them determine the existence of deposits at sites that we are directing them, do you think that that would be a more appropriate use of state resources instead of investing in soldiers to be chasing them?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, that's a very good step.
After all these discussions that we have had, when you are regional minister, briefly tell me what you will do about small-scale mining.
What I will do about small-scale mining is, in the first place, assess the level of illegal mining in the area. And then based on the various localities that I find them, I will work with stakeholders to actually come out with a roadmap. Mind you, all the areas may not have the same problems. They have site-specific issues that can be dealt with. I've been galvanizing all the experience and knowledge using the Minerals Commission, the EPA, and then as a regional minister, facilitating a process. I think we will go a long way to minimize the bad effect of illegal mining.
Thank you very much. Any further question, or I should take the floor and ask him questions? Honorable nominee, I will ask you just 2 questions. What will you consider to be the responsibilities of a regional minister? A position that you are designated, and if approved, you will be occupying.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The regional minister has a number of responsibilities. First of all, the regional minister, you serve as the link between the central government and then the region that you lead. You also have administrative responsibility because you have to coordinate, monitor and evaluate the performance of all the district assemblies under your jurisdiction. You are also in charge of security. For example, as you're talking about, small-scale mining is gradually becoming a national security issue. So you have a responsibility in terms of security. You also have a responsibility to ensure that district assembly's development plan are aligned to that of the national government. You also have a responsibility to ensure that emergencies, are responded to. And what, as a regional minister, I will do is to have an emergency preparedness or emergency plan so that we see how we can manage them in the first place before they even arrive.
Thank you very much. My second question has got to do with some perennial problems between the MCEs or DCEs and the MPs in every region over the use of what is called the MP's share of the common fund, which is 4.5%. The MP is the one who is to authorize the use to which that money is supposed to be put. However, the MP is not a signatory to the account. And many a time, they would do the authorization, but the MCE would refuse to sign the disbursement form, leading to the DCD and MFO writing the check. How do you intend to solve that problem in your region when given the nod?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Our performance at the regional and the district assembly levels should be measured by the people. I mean, and that is saying through elections. So if you are a DC and you are not supporting your MP to implement projects through his common fund, and the DC comes to tell me, sorry, the MP comes to tell me that you are sabotaging him, then I think that is something that is worth looking at. Because you are, DC or MC, you have to make sure you collaborate very well with your MP. Because at the end of the day, if we are doing well, it will be measured by the resource percentages that we have in elections. So I will not countenance that. And what I will also advise is that the MPs should have good rapport with their MCs or the DCs. And I think if that is done, I'm sure with my able supervision and sometimes advice, this thing will not happen in the Western North region.
Thank you very much for displaying your knowledge. We are grateful for you attending upon the committee and answering questions. You will hear from the committee, but before I discharge you, let me have the pleasure to introduce Mr. Michael Edu, NDC Regional Chairman, Western North Region. Mrs. Esther Ejapoma Brentum, spouse of the Regional Minister Nominee. Beima Tando Ben Buem II, our win Mahini. Oko Ahiko Kojo Mpan Ababio, Konti Hini of Chirano Traditional Council, Western North. Nana Enoku Penny III, Chief of New Yakesi. Mr. David Kwa, Regional Vice Chairman, Western North Region. Comfort Nyako, Regional Women's Organizer, Western North Region. Nana Opompenyi III, Chief of Omampi Divisional Area, Omape Divisional Area, and Tufuhini of our Win Traditional Area. Nana Tano Kaba II, Chief of Kwewu and Ekwamuhini of our Win Divisional Council. Dr. Joseph Yensu, Regional Executive and Senior Lecturer, Kumasi Technical University. You are welcome. Honorable Nominee, you are hereby discharged.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Kwai Akwaboa. I was born on the 4th of October 1982 in Wamfie. I had my basic education at Gengene, RC, Primary and JSS, and completed in 1998. I then proceeded to the Doma Secondary School and had my secondary school education there and completed in the year 2000. I proceeded to Sunyan Polytechnic and had my HND in accountancy in 2004. From there, I proceeded to the University of Education and I had my Bachelor of Science Administration in accounting. Then I proceeded to the Kwame Nkrumah University of Science and Technology in the year 2009 and did my Bachelor of Laws and completed in the year 2013. Then I entered the Ghana School of Law and had my professional education, and I was called to the bar on the 2nd of October 2015. I then came to Sunyane and practiced law at Asempa Chambers. Then from there, I had lecturing work at the Sunyane Technical University. And then, whilst I was lecturing, I furthered my education. I went back to the Kwame Nkrumah University of Science and Technology, and I had my Master of Laws and completed in the year 2022. Then after the completion of my Master of Education, Master of Laws, I proceeded to do my PhD, which I am now 3 years on that course. I teach at the Law Faculty, Greenfield, in Sunyane, and as I've already said, I'm also a lecturer at the Sunyane Technical University, and I've practiced law for almost 10 years now. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much. Is your senior Tuan Yeboah?
In fact, he is my people master. He taught me law at the chambers.
Thank you very much. Tuan Yeboah is my classmate.
Wow.
We were in the same class for 5 years, from University of Ghana to Ghana School of Law. I reserve the right to ask you a question, and I will want to start.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
What measures will you put in place to ensure that the Sunyani town roads, particularly the ring roads, otherwise known as Alaska roads, abandoned by the previous government, are completed?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Fortunately for me, I have my house situated at Old Abisim, and I always pride that road to my house. So I know the difficulties people living around that area is going through. Now, if I'm giving the nod, I will sit with the agencies responsible for construction of roads and link up with the ministry. We will look at the contract and see the reason why the roads have been abandoned. We will look at all this and then see how we are going to construct the road. It is dear to my heart because we have the inner roads and the outer roads. The outer roads start from the Fiapre roundabout to the Poly roundabout, and the inner roads start from Alaska Junction to New Doma. Mr. Chairman, if I'm giving the nod, we are going to review the contracts, look at why the roads have been left to deteriorate, and then we find solutions to it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. You know, Bono region is known to be a cashew hub. If given the nod, what will you do to support cashew farmers?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yes, Bono has 12 districts, and out of these 12 districts, 8 are producing cashew. But what we are interested in the cashew is the cashew nut, and then we forget about the cashew apple. But there are a whole lot of potentials in the cashew apple. But farmers are always interested in the cashew nut and leave the cashew apple to rot. When I'm giving the nod, I am going to work hard, collaborate with investors to have some small-scale factories around these districts so that the cashew apple does not go waste. We'll have a way of using the cashew apple to create employment for the youth and the people of Bono region. Because if you take the cashew apple, Mr. Chairman, it can be used to produce beverages. In fact, even through my research, it can be used as garden eggs to produce soup. It can also be used, in fact, it has so many potentials, but because we don't know, we don't have the factories, we leave them to go waste. I can assure you, Mr. Chairman, if I'm giving the nod, I am going to work hard, collaborate with some investors so that we'll have these small-scale factories where we'll take that battle and then we try to explore and make good use of the cashew apple and thereby creating employment for the people of Bono region. Thank you.
My last question for you before I open the floor. What will you consider to be the responsibility of a regional minister?
Mr. Chairman, thank you very much. You see, the office of the regional minister was created by Article 256 of the 1992 Constitution, and it gives the regional minister 2 responsibilities. The first responsibility is to represent the president in the region. The second responsibility is to coordinate, harmonize, and supervise the districts in the region and the agencies working in the region so that their activities can be coordinated and to develop the region for and on behalf of the president. So I think that my basic responsibility is to coordinate the district assembly, harmonize their activities, and also supervise the activities of the district assemblies and the agencies operating in the region. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Well done. I will now open the floor.
Thank you very much. I believe that you are familiar with the terrain in your region.
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
To what extent is chieftaincy and chieftaincy conflict a challenge?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As we sit here, we have about 27 chieftaincy petitions pending before the Regional House of Chiefs. So chieftaincy is a little bit problem in the Bono region.
A serious problem or a little bit of a problem?
Mr. Chairman, I will not say we have a serious problem of chieftaincy matters. Once there are petitions pending at the Regional House of Chiefs, I believe that people want peace. That is why petitions have been filed at the Regional House of Chiefs for solution or resolution. Thank you.
And how is that affecting development in the region?
In fact, I would say that it hasn't affected the region economically, with the exception of, let's say, one particular chieftaincy. Other than that, the rest of the chieftaincy matters have not affected the economic situation of the region. Thank you.
So how will you treat these matters that are before the Regional House of Chiefs? Are you in any way interested in helping to facilitate mediation, or do you have an attitude of hands-off any chieftaincy matter? It's not the domain of the regional minister, and let them sort themselves out at the Regional House of Chiefs.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, what I would say is that...
Do you have an attitude of hands-off any chieftaincy matter? It's not the domain of the regional minister, and let them sort themselves out at the Regional House of Chiefs.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, what I would say is that even the Constitution of this country has given jurisdiction in matters affecting chieftaincy to the Regional House of Chiefs, National House of Chiefs, and the Supreme Court. You see, if you try as a regional minister to meddle with chieftaincy matters in your region, you are going to create problem for yourself. So what I will do is that I will urge the houses of chiefs to pursue matters before them and bring solutions to them. When the chief has been declared by the House of Chiefs as the chief for a particular area, I am going to give him all my support to be the chief of that area. I am not going to meddle in chieftaincy matters, even though in practice I have led some chiefs from the Houses of Chiefs, National House of Chiefs to the Supreme Court, but I will not meddle in chieftaincy matters as a regional minister, because I want peace in my region so that I can pursue the development agenda of the region. Thank you.
And you don't think promoting...
That is the alternative dispute resolution. And now that is what we are promoting. In a situation where mediation or settlement or whatever will be appropriate, I can assure this committee that I will explore that step to resolve the matter. But as I've said, I will not meddle in Nanamo affairs. But if there is problem, once I'm the head of the explore that step to resolve the matter. But as I've said, I will not meddle in Nanamo affairs. But if there is problem, once I'm the head of the RESEC, I will make sure that there is peace. And the Houses of Chiefs should resolve their issues. Because even the courts, apart from the Supreme Court, do not have jurisdiction in matters affecting chieftaincies. So me as a regional minister, if I'm giving the nod, I will only make sure that there is peace by using the RESEC, and where I can mediate, I will do that, but I will not go deep, because I've handled Nananum and I know how. Mr. Chairman, thank you.
Is your real reason for not wanting to engage in mediation a fear that you will deprive lawyers of income from litigation?
Mr. Chairman, you are our seniors, and you know that always the bar must prosper. So even though I will not encourage litigation, but if they come, lawyers should prosper and get good money out of it. Because I have made money out of chieftaincy litigations.
So thank you very much. That definitely is good caution that you are giving to ministers.
Bono is region. Bono region. I'll be coming to Bono.
You're welcome.
My favorite food is ato.
What is this list?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You get a lot of ato when you come.
Thank you, with pleasure. I welcome everybody behind you, traveling all along from Bono to Accra to come and give you moral support. Our revered chiefs and queen mothers, you are mostly welcome. Party executives, regional and constituency executives, as well as the branch executives, you are warmly welcome to Parliament. Your nominee will hear from the committee. With that, I'll proceed to discharging. So you are.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Well, I've now received the list, so remain in silence. Odenevo Dr. Afram.
Yeah.
Bono Regional House of Chiefs. Nana Ya Koko Sechiwa Doma.
What is this? Anko.
Anko Biahini. Anko Biahima. You see, the handwriting is very terrible. I should have avoided reading it. Osajifo Ampem. Anye Tabrako III. Bono Regional House of Chiefs. Wenchi Manhini. Nanaya Ansua, President of Bono something association. You are welcome.
It's not well written.
Nana Akosua Enum, the fourth from Drobo.
It's okay.
Cool. And all the rest, you are welcome.
Yeah.
I recognize my classmate and former Deputy Attorney General Minister for Justice, Honorable Alfred Tuyaebua. You are welcome. Honorable Kojo Mafu, Nyamiche Mafu, I recognize you. You are most welcome. Clerk, proceed to administer.
Oath of a witness. I,
Francis Osu Antwi,
do in the name of the Almighty God swear.
Do in the name of the Almighty God swear.
That the evidence I shall give before this committee.
That the evidence I shall give before this committee.
Touching the matter in issue.
Touching the matter in issue.
Shall be the truth.
Shall be the truth.
The whole truth.
The whole truth.
And nothing but the truth.
And nothing but the truth.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Briefly tell us about yourself.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My name is Francis Osu Antwi, a native of Atibubu in the Bono East region. I was born on 6th March 1979. Mr. Chairman, I'm married with 5 children. I started my educational career at Atibubu Anglican. After taking my late entrance, I proceeded to Atibubu Secondary School. From there, Mr. Chairman, I advanced to Kwadaso Agricultural College. And from there, at Valley View University, Techiman. Mr. Chairman, I advanced in education by pursuing my MBA at Valley View Techiman campus. I am a Catholic, and Mr. Chairman, with the greatest of respect, this is all I can say about myself. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I proceed to give the floor to Honorable Muhammad Shaibu.
Mr. Chairman, thank you so very much. Honorable Nominee, congratulations. Thank you, Chairman. Yeah. New region, vast potential. One of the busiest markets you will find in Ghana. In recent times, market fires have been the troubling issue. Please tell us how you deal with market fires in your region. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm aware of the recent market fire at Techiman. We know the extent fire can cause havoc. Mr. Chairman, if given the nod, I will make sure all the market centers in the region are provided with CCTV cameras. Secondly, Mr. Chairman, I will also make sure that fire service will provide services together with police administration to make sure they provide security. Lastly, Mr. Chairman, I will make sure education is given to our people so that they will appreciate and understand the extent fire can cause danger to our prosperity. Thank you.
Any further question?
Very much so, Mr. Chairman. Linked to this market fires, the victims are normally our market women, the very hardworking women of this country. And the NGC manifesto has promised a women development bank. The women in Bono East region are watching you. Tell them how you will leverage on the Women Development Bank to help the market women to advance in their activities. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, one important thing that will help our women to be in business is credit. Once per our manifesto, there will be Women's Bank. When given the nod, I will make sure our women are trained so that they will have access to credit and how best they can manage their credit to maximize their profit. Thank you, Chairman.
Chairman, one more on agri.
Please go ahead.
Agri mechanization. Farmers in your region who have moved away from the women who form a... One more on agri.
Please go ahead.
Agri mechanization. Farmers in your region who have moved away from the women who form a very critical part of your economy in the region. Farming, it's one other important area. Mechanization centers have been promised in our manifesto. Tell us how you will leverage on the district mechanization centers to help our farmers to advance in their farming activities.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As you rightly said, it is in the manifesto. If given the mandate by this honorable committee, I'm humbled to share with you that this model of agriculture is going to help my people by getting access to seeds and other farm input together with plowing services, so that these people, if they don't have capital, they will have access to raw materials to farm. Then at the end of the season, they pay back what they've invested. Thank you.
Finally, Chairman. Finally, Chairman.
My brother, you are asking the fourth question.
Very well,
please go ahead.
Finally, Chairman. I wish the nominee the very best in your new region. I pray that you lift it to a level that the chiefs and people will applaud you. Thank you so much.
I'm so grateful, Chairman.
Thank you very much, Honorable Hajia Ladi Ayamba.
Thank you, Chairman. Congratulations, Mr. Nominee.
Thank you, Chairman.
I've known Akandoh to be a very big food basket, especially in the production of maize. In the bumper harvest time, you could buy a bag of maize that would, even if you want to put it, let's say that you divide it into the 50 kilograms this bag, two being put as one. You realize that women at that time will be running around and doing business, but they don't have the resources. Will you consider supporting the women, whether the bank comes on time or not? I know the bank will come, inshallah. By the time we have the bank, will you support the women to enable them purchase the maize or food stuff, store them, and be able to make better profit when it's in the lean season? That's my first question.
Thank you, Chairman. Chairman, when giving the nod, this is exactly under the value chain approach. The value chain approach, Mr. Chairman, has to do with, at the time the maize are supposed to be bought at their cheapest price, if they don't have the capital, you can give them credit education so that they can visit the available institutions in the region to go for a loan, buy the produce and store, awaiting price increase before they pay back. So, Mr. Chairman, this is what I can share with you. Thank you.
Thank you. That is a laudable idea. My second question is, when you go into especially the regions where there is a lot of food production, and you go into hinterlands, many times there are no schools. And where the closest schools are, the one who suffers mostly is the girl child. And I have realized that most of our brothers and sisters who migrate to such areas, they come back without any education to their children. What will you do to support them to enable these children get to school, and those that have dropped out or are not in school gain skills such that they don't become dependable on things that we even cannot think about? Excuse me, like maybe running after men when even they are not ready because they'll be young and they are compelled to take care of themselves and what have you. What will you do to support them so that they can get education or skills? And if you respond to that, I will just say, I wish you all the best, and that we need more maize to ensure that our Kenke and Banku and TZ is always available and on table. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. Chairman, if you give me the nod, I'm going to make sure community engagement is prevailed. We have to educate our people on the need for people to be educated. If you give them the benefit of education, Mr. Chairman, I think they will buy into it and implement it. On the other side, youth empowerment, Mr. Chairman, it boils down to the same education. So we are going to educate them, meet all the stakeholders, tell them the benefit that education can bring to their people. Thank you.
Any further questions? Thank you very much, Honorable Minister Designate for Bono East Region. I will proceed to acknowledge our revered chiefs, opinion leaders, and executives behind. First on my list is Nana Ohimpom, Dr. Yabua Esiama, President Atebubu Traditional Council. Nana Owusu-Sechi, the third, President Bono East Regional House of Chiefs. Nana Krutechi, Vice President Bono East Regional House of Chiefs. Nana Kwakujan Ufuman Mahini Ohineba Efriye Benkumhini Atebubu Traditional Area. Honorable Unas Owusu, Bono East Regional NDC Chairman. Honorable Isaac Adesa, Regional Secretary, NDC, Bono East Region. Mr. Prince Opoku Mensah, Regional NDC Organizer. Mrs. Magdalene Edusa Entry, spouse of the Minister Nominee. Osu Ansan Thomas, NDC Council of Elders, Secretary. Gapson Kofi Raphael, Regional NDC Treasurer. Nana Daina Abrokwa, Council of Elders, NDC. Dufelu Moro Osman, Atebubu Zongo Chief. Reverend Father Eric, Parish Priest, Atebubu Catholic Church. You are most welcome, and I thank the nominee for attending upon the committee and answering questions. You are accordingly discharged, but you will thereafter hear from the committee.
Thank you, Chairman.
Honorable Kwachi Fosu Felix is next. Of the century.
I, Felix Kwachi Ofosu,
do in the name of the Almighty God swear
do in the name of the Almighty God swear
that the evidence I shall give before this committee touching the matter in issue shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help me God.
Honorable Nominee.
Yeah.
You are welcome.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Can you please, in 2 minutes, tell us about yourself, please?
All right. My name is Felix Kwachi Ofosu. I was born on the 10th of May, 1982, at a place called Dakuman, right here in Accra. I had most of my basic education at the Hanson Road SDA School in Accra. I followed on then to Wesley Grammar School, also in Accra, and then to the Quorum University of Science and Technology for a bachelor's degree in chemistry, Bachelor of Science in Chemistry. After which I proceeded to the University of Dundee in Scotland for an MSc in International Oil and Gas Management. I've worked variously in government, first as a Deputy Minister for Information, and then later as a Deputy Minister for Communications. I'm currently the acting spokesperson to His Excellency President John Dramani Mahama. So that, in a nutshell, would be an introduction of myself. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mami. I'll bring Mr. Chairman in to start.
Honorable.
Thank you, Mami. I'll bring Mr. Chairman in to start.
Honorable Felix Ofosu Kwachi.
Mr. Chairman, it is Felix Kwachi Ofosu.
Felix Kwachi Ofosu.
Yes.
I am going to ask you 4 questions.
All right.
1. What is the difference between your designation as a Minister of State, Government Communication, and the erstwhile Minister of Information?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. It is an important question. It's one that I've had to contend with ever since my nomination was made public. In terms of function and outputs, the two are one and the same. But in terms of structure and approach and the vehicle that is to be used, there's a substantial difference. In the case of the Information Ministry, where I've had the privilege to work under the Honorable Majority Leader when he was Information Minister, there's a whole ministerial setup involving all manner of directors and agencies that work under it. It has been the view of His Excellency the President that government's communication machinery can be managed effectively and efficiently without having an entire system run along ministerial lines. So we would recall that sometime in June 2014, we woke up one day, and by the stroke of his green pen, he had merged the Ministries of Communication and Information. That is how come I became Deputy Minister for Communication. This time round, he believes that the Ministry of Information should be collapsed as a ministry, and their functions and operations put under the office of the President. However, he believes that for purposes of putting weight and gravitas on what emerges out of government's information machinery or communication machinery, there has to be a minister who will lead a lean and mean team to coordinate, manage, and disseminate government's information effectively. So if you ask me, this in summary is the difference between the two arrangements.
A follow-up question. Does your mandate ends with the communication for the president and the presidency, or it extends to other areas? Because the designation is government communication.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Currently, I'm the acting spokesperson to the president. Eventually, when I'm confirmed as minister, I will take on the role of substantive spokesperson to the president. In addition to that portfolio, I would have responsibility for managing all of government's communication, as I used to do previously in my role as Deputy Minister for Information. As I've tried to explain, the only difference is that a different vehicle is being used. One that is more cost efficient and does not burden the taxpayer as it was the case in the past. So the president has spoken to me, he has told me clearly that he wants me to manage the entire government communication machinery in addition to speaking for him as his spokesperson.
Thank you very much. I am worried and I need some assurance from you. What would happen to the staff of the agencies under the information ministry?
Yeah, this is also another important question, Mr. Chairman, because since the designation was announced, I've been bombarded with concerns and queries from people who work within the information ministry ecosystem. Some are harboring fears that they may perhaps be sent home. I wish to use this opportunity to assure all of them and the people of Ghana that no such thing will happen. The staff of the agencies under the ministry, by and large, would be maintained. In terms of the civil servants, it is the political appointees within that framework that no longer are able to work within the system as we speak. But what will happen over time is that substantial cuts are going to be made with a view to achieving efficiency. For instance, if you go to the Information Service Department, which has the highest number of employees within the ministry, as I speak to you, there are over 200 or so district information officers who work within the Digital Assembly structure as spokespersons for the assemblies. In the various ministries are PROs who also speak for these ministries. There are agencies that also have some of these people deployed. What my understanding is that over time, there may not be additional recruitment as used to be the case. But those who are there now will remain until they reach retirement age. The purpose of that is to have a much smaller, much more efficient unit that handles government communication. Because President Mahama believes strongly that all of the work that the Ministry of Information used to do, I beg your pardon, can be done by a smaller number of people. There are also other agencies like the GNA, Ghana News Agency, which by virtue of its credibility and reliability in terms of news reportage, is widely accepted as one of the most important news outlets that government has. The president has a vision at some points of merging that entity with the ISD and rebranding it and calling it, say, the Government Communication Office, for instance, so that they can deploy modern technology and they can be in tune with the times. In the past, if I wanted to issue a press statement, for instance, I needed to type it out, print it out, and roam the streets of Accra and elsewhere and hand hard copies of the statements over to the various stations. A time came when now you could do it via email, so we needed a tall list of email addresses, and at the click of a button, you send it. But now, one tweet or one post on Facebook reaches millions of people, and that is even much faster than the system we have. So what has become apparent, what has become clear, is that the approaches that have been adopted over the period are no longer fit for purpose. The ISD, for instance, used to have cinema vans. Now nobody will show up if you brought a cinema van to their community, even in rural communities. It means that things have to change, and we have to keep pace with the rate at which technology is revolutionizing information dissemination. So Mr. President has a vision of transforming the ISD and GNE, merging them into the Government Communication Office so that they will be able to deliver much better services at a more efficient rate. There are also other agencies like the Ghana Publishing Company, for instance, which is one of the foremost printing houses in Ghana. Unfortunately, things have not gone as they should, and so in terms of business dealings, they have been overtaken by other private entities. The vision is to transform them, restructure them, and make them competitive so that they can take on more jobs that would then generate significant revenue into the government coffers. For budgetary purposes, entities like the Ghana Broadcasting Corporation, Graphic Communications Group, even though specifically speaking, are under the aegis of the National Media Commission, go through the Ministry of Information to have their budgets defended. And I have come to Parliament on a number of occasions in my previous guise as Deputy Information Minister to defend their budgets. All of these organizations need some form of restructuring and reforms to make them more efficient and more productive going forward. So if I were to sum up and give you a concrete answer, nobody is going to suffer any job losses, but over time we will reduce the numbers, and these agencies will be made much more efficient going forward. But they will be under my supervision, under the office of the President, instead of being under a whole ministry.
Thank you very much. Probably my last question.
Sure.
Depending upon the answer, I will see whether I can have a follow-up question for you.
All right.
The Information Service Department was very instrumental and active in the dissemination of government information. But they have become a pale shadow of themselves. Do you intend to revive it? And how are you going to revive that important agencies?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. The ISD, or Information Service Department, is perhaps the most effective instrument at the disposal of government to disseminate its information. Unfortunately, in recent years, they have fallen on hard times. And so a combination of a lack of investment and proper policy making has ensured that their effectiveness has, as it were, reduced substantially. But they serve a very useful purpose. Indeed, when I was Deputy Information Minister, I learned to my pleasant surprise that they are an important feedback mechanism for government. On 2 occasions, based on reports that I received from information officers in some districts, we were able to avert potential bloody clashes in some communities where chieftaincy disputes were raging. I passed this information on to national security, and they were able to avert it. And it was because of the way that the information officers had embedded themselves in the community and integrated themselves and built some rapport with the community. So they were able to pick up some of the things that the regular security forces miss in their day-to-day operation. But as I indicated, times have gone past them, and therefore we need to ensure that they modernize. So I am still in discussion with the President. At some point, they will be merged with the Ghana News Agency to form the Government Communication Office. And we believe that with the right kind of investments and the right level of human resource recruitments, we will be able to turn them around into an efficient government information dissemination vehicle.
Thank you very much. Once again, congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. It will now be the turn of Honorable Hama Yerga.
Thank you very much, Felix. Congratulations.
Thank you.
You've come very far from your days as my deputy at the Ministry of Information. Essentially, you are becoming the Minister of Information. Well done.
Thank you.
President John Dramani Mahama is setting up government. Do you have a sense of the appointments made so far?
Yes, thank you very much. And I must indicate that it was a real pleasure working with you as my boss at the Information Ministry. You gave me opportunities that have led to my growth, and I'm eternally grateful for that. And I think that for some reason, a lot has fallen on me to announce most of the president's nominations. And as I have listened to him and engaged him and looked at the various lists that he has given me, I see a clear pattern. What is clear is that the president is determined to ensure the right balance in his government. He is determined to ensure that there is a generational mix. So you find that there are very experienced hands that he has appointed. And then there are also young techs who, despite their relative youth, have shown capacity to deliver in their previous fields of endeavor. And by and large, the president's nominations have been well received. The president has also ensured that the age-old criticism leveled against Ghanaian governments over limited rules for females is addressed. In fact, only yesterday he swore in 14 new ministers, and he indicated in his speech that if you look at the office of the president, so far, apart from the fact that he has made substantial cuts to the numbers there, there is quite some equitable representation of both genders. He's made 27 appointments to the office of the president as we speak. That is including the office of the vice president. Out of that number, 13 are women. That represents 48%. It is the highest number we've had at the presidency. As of last week, if you look at the appointments that he had made, 27% of them, that is in terms of ministerial appointments, appointments to committees or commissions, CEOs of state organizations, and other such appointments, there was 27% representation of women. And he has indicated that so far he has made 42 ministerial appointments. There are 18 more to go. If you look at the specific promise that he made to appoint 60 ministers, and that he will use the opportunity of appointing those 18 to, as it were, tilt the scale in favor of women. And he has made that commitment clear. But this is a man who showed clear intent at the very onset when he nominated a woman to serve as his running mate. And for that reason, Ghana has its first ever female vice president. In fact, at the office of the vice president, out of a staff strength of 10, 6 are women. That is 60% women work within the outfits of the vice president. If you look at the list of appointments, every single region in Ghana is represented in government. Beyond that, he has been careful to ensure that a substantial number of people who belong to the National Democratic Congress, who subscribe to the social democratic ideology, who subscribe to the vision that he sold to the people of Ghana, find their way into government. At the same time, he has also appointed people with technocratic background who are not necessarily NDC. If you look at the Constitution Review Commission, for instance, almost all of them are people who are well known in civil society, academia, or other such fields, who are not necessarily NDC. Indeed, I dare say that some of them were fierce critics of President Mahama in his previous guise as president between 2013 and 2017, but the president has had no difficulty appointing them. In the last few days, other appointments have been made which reflect a certain thinking, that it is not only hardcore members of the NDC who are going to be part of the government. But to the extent that he identifies specific talent and capacity in individuals who may not necessarily be partisan, he is willing to give them opportunity. He has even gone further to ensure ethnic balance in his government. There is Zongo representation in his government. It could have been argued that it was sufficient to remain at regional or even ethnic level. But he has gone down further to appoint people from certain communities in order to indicate that he is one who is willing to work with all. So I would say that so far the appointments have been impressive. And if the trend is anything to go by, we are going to have perhaps Ghana's most representative government ever, in addition to the fact that it will be the leanest government under the Fourth Republic. Thank you very much.
Do you think that going forward, before he finalizes his appointments, the diaspora of the NDC as a political party will gain some favor?
Well, at this stage, I cannot second guess the president, but given what he has shown so far, I will not be surprised that members of the NDC diaspora, or the Ghanaian diaspora for that matter, to the extent that they show capacity and competence, may find some place in his government. I think that he has broken every glass ceiling there is. There's hardly any section of society that has not found representation in his government. So I would not be surprised if it happens, except that I'm unable to state categorically that that will happen. I will leave that to the president. And once he does that, I'm sure I'll have the distinct honor of announcing it to the people of Ghana in my role as his spokesperson.
Does he regret promising to appoint only 60 ministers of state?
No, he doesn't. President Mahama campaigned strongly on experience. And that's why he has proven that experience comes. He remains unfazed. He's not ruffled by what he's met. He has remained stoic and has gone about his appointments in a manner that reflects a man who knows what he is about. He meant every word when he promised to have 60 minutes. He didn't say it in jest, or he did not say it to carry favor with the Ghanaian electorate. He meant what he said. In addition to having a lean government, he has also indicated that he is going to enforce discipline and proper conduct. Yesterday, he sent out a strong message that no member of his government will be permitted to engage in any form of small-scale mining. So forget about whether it is illegal or legal. No member of his government is permitted to engage in small-scale mining. He has cautioned us strongly that he will not countenance disrespect and arrogance and misconduct, and that we should always bear in mind that it is the Ghanaian people who employ us. He has indicated that modesty and prudence must be the watchword for every appointee. There are other restrictions that he has placed that he hasn't made public yet, but I'm sure when you find out, you will be pleasantly surprised. He intends to crack the whip and rein in deviant elements who may pop up within his government, for the sole reason that he believes that the mandates of the people of Ghana must be respected. It is not that we in the NDC are exceptional human beings, or we have extraordinary knowledge or expertise. It is just that the people of Ghana thought that the vision we sold found favor with them, and that they did not think that in the last 8 years the country has been governed properly. So the mandate has fallen on us. President Mahama does not intend to abuse it. He intends to use it judiciously to address the most pressing concerns of Ghanaians, so that in the end, some significant progress would have been made by the time that his 4-year mandate comes to an end. So he does not regret making that. But there are more stringent commitments that in the fullness of time he will roll out to show that he meant what he told the people of Ghana. Because he is also wary of politicians making vacuous promises. He is fully aware that at a point, the Ghanaian electorate had lost confidence in real politicians because of what they perceive to be deceptive politically over the years. He wants to lay down the marker that there are yet conscientious and scrupulous politicians around. And these are people who will keep their word to every extent possible. Thank you very much.
So in your role, will you have an attitude of defending everything that is NDC and government, or you'll be capable of being independent-minded, fair, and acknowledge mistakes when they occur, whilst you also defend the rightful position of government in certain matters?
Thank you very much. Having been my boss in the past at the Information Ministry, I'm sure you are aware of that wall that has so many photographs of past information ministers displayed on it. And it is a constant reminder that that position is essentially a revolving door, and that people go in and out of it. One of the reasons for that is that in this position, if you are not careful to conduct yourself in a manner that elicits the belief and confidence of the people, you are unlikely to do your government any good. So it is necessary that in this role, I be as honest and as principled as possible. I have a duty to sell the president's vision, explain the position of government on various matters. One can do that without necessarily being dishonest and untruthful and just towing party lines. Fortunately, I happen to work for a man who has demonstrated through his actions that he is not overtly partisan, despite being a bona fide NDC member and having gone through the mill. He still has the capacity to do what is right. There have been agitations by NDC members, some well-meaning, because they want the government to succeed. They don't want people who they perceive to be suspicious characters to find their way into government. And they have protested. Some have gone a bit overboard. But the president has stood his ground and insisted that in some agencies, some technocratic capacity is needed. He has not flinched. Even as he has given opportunity to an overwhelming number of NDC people, he has also been willing to tap people from outside the NDC. But he has not gone back on those actions simply because people within his party have protested. Again, he has a track record of taking punitive action against members of his own government. People you can describe as his close friends. He has taken punitive action against them. So it makes my job a lot easier. I'm not going to have to defend the indefensible because I trust the man I work for to, and indeed if you read his inauguration address, there's a line in there that perhaps you lost sight of, but which is profound. He said that as president, he will exercise sound judgment and make the right calls at the right time. That simply means that he is prepared to do good by the people of Ghana. There's a man who has seen it all. And perhaps you would have thought he would walk into the sunset, having given decades of service to the people of Ghana. But he has thrown his heart into the ring and has come back. He is on a mission to sanitize governance and ensure that government is run in a way that meets the aspirations of the people. Personally, I'm also a conviction politician. When I take positions, I consider them carefully. So once I take them, unless I'm shown verifiable evidence that I'm wrong, I stick to it. And often it may rankle a few people. It may rub off negatively or wrongly on some people. But to the extent that I believe that it is the right thing to do, I will stick to it. There are times when I have publicly voiced opposition to things that have been done by the NDC. Sometimes you face a backlash, but I believe that we all have to learn to put principle above everything. At the end of the day, what binds us is our collective desire to see Ghana progress. We should be bold enough to point out when things go wrong. Only last week I was on TV and I made it clear that I believe that all of us have to serve with a clean heart. We have to do good by the people of Ghana. We only are fortunate that amongst the millions of Ghanaians, we are the few who have been chosen to serve. It is a position of service. It is not one in which we are supposed to lord it over the people and show superiority of intellect or of knowledge of whatever it is that we think we have. But we have to be humble whilst remaining principled. So yes, I am not going to be an outlet for churning out disinformation to deceive the people.
In the last 1 week, you've been responding to questions relating to the president's use of private jet belonging to his brother's company. Can you give us some background to that and the reason why the president used his brother's private jet?
Thank you very much. I think it's an important opportunity to clarify this matter. What it is that in the past, the concerns that the people of Ghana have had in relation to presidential travel are costs and propriety. Cost in terms of how much it is costing the state and whether or not there are cheaper alternatives. And then propriety in terms of the decision itself to choose a certain means of travel. These have been the two issues. President Mahama has been concerned about both. In opposition, we criticized President Akufo-Addo's lavish display, where he rented an aircraft costing millions of Ghana cedis to the taxpayer. As Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces, when he became president, one of the first things he did was to ask about the status of the Armed Forces. In the Air Force, there's a unit called the Communications Squadron, which handles presidential aircrafts, led by the Air Force Commander himself. The president asked them for an update on the status of the presidential aircraft because one of the ways that the MPP sought to defend what we deem to be waste of taxpayers' money on rentals of expensive jets was that the presidential aircraft was not in good shape. I think it is fair that on assumption of office, the president seeks to find out the state of the aircraft. In the last week or so, he has received an update. And that is why in the recent travel to Angola, Tanzania, and Kenya, he used the presidential aircraft. I happen to have been on it. I can tell you that it's in pristine condition and it is okay. Once President Mahama knows that it is okay, he will do so. But before then, the option left to him would have been to either rent a replacement aircraft or fly commercial. Both alternatives were going to cost us money. He decided that in the very recent past, during his campaign, his brother happened to have 2 aircrafts, which he made available to him to the extent that he needed to travel. He has been using it. So using it for a week more at no cost to the taxpayer was the best option out of the 3 that he had. And I, as a taxpayer, take me out of the equation as a member of this government. As a taxpayer, I would have no concern if the president makes a choice that costs me nothing, especially when we know the source of the aircraft and its record. Now let me put it on record that President Mahama is not one who is given to flamboyance and ostentation. I've had the distinct pleasure of traveling with him a couple of times. There was a day that we were supposed to join a commercial aircraft. So can I if you make yes, just 1 minute. He was willing to go onto that aircraft that had only 2 seats left without any of his aides, he and his wife. We had to meet up with him later. Another president would have insisted that because we were not finding space, he will rent an aircraft. I have also been with him in an aircraft that had only economy seats from Frankfurt to Accra. He sat in it as president without complaining. So he is not someone, he could have, as President Akufo-Addo did, rented expensive aircraft to ensure his comfort. But he chose to fly economy because that is what was available. So this is a man who will not waste taxpayers' money only so that his creature comfort is met. So I can assure the people of Ghana that once it has been certified and we have felt it, that the presidential aircraft is in good shape, this debate will be over. He will use it every single time that he has to travel, unless, of course, some circumstance makes it impossible. Even then, he will choose the cheapest option available to the extent that it is safe and can take him to wherever he has to go.
The use of the aircraft belonging to his brother, will the office of the president treat it as a gift to the office of the president, or will it be recorded as a gift to John Mahama himself, President Mahama himself?
In the immediate aftermath of the transition, there were many things that were not in place for presidential. For instance, we are supposed to work at the office of the president. But for the first few days, we had to basically hang around because the place was not in the best of shapes. The president didn't mind. He operated from his private office in Cantonments. In fact, on the first, second, and third days, he had to sit in some crucial meetings to take important decisions relating to sustainable power supply, relating to resolving challenges with feeding school children and what have you. He had to hold meetings at the Accra International Conference Center, pending some security sweep at the Flagstaff House and what have you. In that period, it became necessary to make some of these adjustments. Rather than go and rent an aircraft that will cost us or go commercial that will cost us, he decided to use the same means that he had been traveling with. Again, mind you, these aircraft belong to his brother, who has a long-standing reputation as one of Ghana's most prominent businessmen. He didn't become who he is because his brother was president. So it's not as though overnight his brother has come into some wealth and he is trying to use his aircraft. Again, if it were the case that President Mahama rented his brother's aircraft at state expense, then perhaps there could be an issue. At this stage, I think that in view of the lapses in the transition and some of the shortfalls in our arrangements, the arrangement he made was the best in terms of protecting the public purse. It was never intended to be a permanent solution to anything. It was a stopgap measure that was to fill in for the difficulty that existed at the time. But as I speak to you, it has been rectified and there will be no problems going forward.
I perfectly understand that. I haven't adverted my mind to our policy on gifts. That's why I asked you, will it be treated in the records of the presidency as a gift? Because I think that there's something that has been gifted to the government of Ghana, because we received somebody's aircraft to use it for official trip, and we haven't paid for it. So in effect, it's a gift. Is it a gift to John Mahama or is it a gift to the office of the president? In which case, legally, they receive different treatments. If it's a gift to John Mahama, President John Mahama, as a person, it has different tax implications. If it's a gift to the office of the president, it has different tax implications. So how will you treat what has happened?
I think that
going forward in the future, working at the office of the president.
Well, I would have to receive specific briefing on how to, but I'm certain, beyond any doubt, that whatever obligations arise out of any classification that is given to it will be met by the president. I don't think he has any difficulty at all doing that, but it is safe to say that it was the most viable option at the time. To the extent that the aircraft was safe and did not endanger him in any way. It didn't cost us anything. I, as a Ghanaian, would prefer that arrangement to what President Akufo-Addo was doing, to be fair. But as for the classification, I'm sure that the President has a legal counsel, so I'm sure that she can help in determining the classification. But if it is classified, then any obligation arises, the President will have no difficulty meeting it, knowing the kind of person that he is.
So, if you listen to Ghanaians who spoke extensively about the matter, one of the things that, or an undertone, was a question of improper influence. Is that okay? That will, providing such a facility to the president, position the brother of the president in such a way that he would have improper influence over the president.
Well, thank you very much. I think that President Mahama's track record is pretty clear. His brother's track record is also quite clear. As I indicated in the earlier answer, he is a man who has established, indeed, if I'm not mistaken, Mr. Ibrahim Mahama had been a prominent businessman for over a decade and a half before his brother became president, even in his previous guys in 2013 and 2016. He is a well-known businessman. He is a man who owns cement factories and all that on his own volition, without having to rely on government. I do not think that the mere fact that he has assisted his brother with travel, and I must point out that this is an aircraft that the president has been using since his days in opposition. Immediately he was elected. He had not been sworn in, so he had not become president. He made some trips to some African countries. It was the same aircraft that he used. So he only borrowed it for 1 more week, if you like, to use for his travels. I do not think that merely on account of that, Mr. Ibrahim Mahama will wield some overbearing influence on his brother. If there's any influence, the mere fact of being his brother would suffice. He doesn't need to go over and above. And President Mahama is not one given to nepotism, at least of the sorts that we saw under President Akufo-Addo. He has not been minded to appoint relatives en masse. I don't think he will ever do that. He was president for a long time, and he didn't do that. He's not going to start doing that. So the people of Ghana can have the firmest of assurances that nepotism will not find its way into President Mahama's government. He only means to improve the lot of the average Ghanaian, improve our institutions, and ensure that governance itself is reformed. And he has set in motion the processes to do that. But as I indicated, any obligation that arises out of using the aircraft will be met. But no influence whatsoever can be peddled on the back of this particular arrangement.
Is there going to be a relationship between government communication infrastructure and party communication infrastructure? Will you draw a line between the two?
I think that the two are distinct entities. Government is government. The NDC will outlast the NDC government, as has been the case all this while. So the NDC as a political party has the right to decide to throw its weight behind government in terms of the way that it pushes the message out. And I believe that all of us have that duty. Once we wage the campaign on the ticket of the NDC, we are all bound by the desire for the NDC to succeed in government. But we are not going to blur the lines. Government officials remain government officials. They have a responsibility to ensure transparency. One of the ways of doing that is opening up and engaging the people through communication channels. The NDC party still has to carry on its politicking. And the way that it can sustain itself in power is to show that the government that it formed has met the needs of the people. So the communicators of the party would invariably be involved in disseminating this information, but they will do so under the structure of the National Democratic Congress, which is distinct from those who will speak. I am a spokesperson to the president, a spokesperson for government. I have a deputy who will assist me to do that. All the ministries, departments, and agencies have PROs and have management who also perform communication functions. So government has an entire machinery that it can use to put out information concerning its activities, and does not need to, as it were, rope in members of the NDC in their role as communicators to do that. But the NDC itself, as I've indicated, must be interested in selling the message of the government. But they will do so under the umbrella of the party. So the lines will be distinct and will not be blurred in any way.
Thank you very much. I definitely am one of those who believe that you are up to the task. I just put you through a couple of tests. You slipped a little. I'm not sure people in this room noticed it. I'm not sure how many people noticed it. I'll tell you where you slipped outside this room. But overall, you did a very good job. Thank you.
Thank you. We continue to learn every day. So I'm more than willing to receive feedback from you to improve how I manage government's communications. Thank you.
Ajay wants to say something, so please let's.
Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Leader. I recognize you now, Honorable Ajay.
Thank you, Chairman. Congratulations, Honorable Felix. There is an institution or a group of persons who need very serious support when it comes to communication. That is persons with hearing and speech impairment. The unfortunate thing is that if you look at some of our areas, districts or regions, you might go into a whole region and you don't have a single institution where these individuals can have education. And it's becoming quite difficult. No matter how good they are, the opportunity is not there. What will you do differently to ensure that these persons are caught as early as possible? At least, if not in the districts, but the regions, so that they wouldn't be left out. Now, before we left governance in the last, His Excellency John Mahama's administration, I recall that there was the introduction of Braille, where a lot of material was supplied. After that, we didn't hear anything. Again, I do not know whether these people are being considered and that these materials have gotten to them. Because when you go to those institutions where they are, you realize that they don't have learning materials. And most of them are even from very poor families. Can you also tell us something about those materials, and if none, what will you do differently to enable them have teaching and learning equipment? Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. I would imagine that this will fall directly under the ambit of the Ministry of Education, but it is an important point. You would notice that it is a minor point I'm about to make, but it gives indication of the intent that the NDC has. You will notice that during the campaign, wherever President Mahama went, there was someone on hand to do the sign language so that those of our compatriots who have difficulty with hearing or have hearing impairment will appreciate what is going on. When President Mahama was president before, we had a visually impaired minister. I am certain that at some point, persons of that caliber will find their way into government. Yesterday, when he inaugurated or he swore in the 14 ministers, he gave the Minister for Gender, Children and Social Protection, under whose ages issues like this or aspects of it may fall. He gave her the marching orders to ensure that the social protection sector is properly managed. I also do know that the Ministry of Education itself has its systems that it uses to cater to the needs of these people. So perhaps some collaboration between or among different government agencies to ensure the realization of this may be helpful in this direction. And I'm quite certain that President Mahama will give his blessing to such initiatives that go to the aid of our less fortunate brothers and sisters. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and I wish you all the best.
Thank you very much, Aja. It's now the turn of Honorable Umar.
Thank you, Chairman, for this opportunity. Comrade Felix Kwachi, congratulations.
Thank you, Honorable.
Comrade, I know your sector is, you are in charge of government communications. And I want to find out, will you have a deputy?
Well, it is for the president to determine. At least, as far as I know, the position of Minister of State, Government Communication, as of now, has not been given a deputy, but there's a deputy spokesperson. I will perform two roles that have been fused together, but one of them has a deputy. It is up to the president to decide whether there will be a deputy for the ministerial role. But as I indicated, everything President Mahama does in terms of composing his government will amount to 60. So it is up to him to determine how he juggles the cards around to reflect that particular objective. Yes. But he has said that it's not every ministry that will have a deputy minister. That he has placed on record. Yes.
Very well. My second question is about the public relations officers at the various MDAs. Will they be working under you?
Yes. Everything relating to government communication will pass through me. That is a mandate that I have been given. Also, all the agencies that used to operate under the SWAL Information Ministry will report to me. Except that, as I've indicated, an effort will be made to restructure and modernize their operations with a view to achieving a much leaner team that we have under the Ministry of Information. I will have responsibility for the ISD, or Government Communication Office, as it will come to be known. The PRs that you speak of are employees of this organization, and for that matter, the reporting lines are clear that the buck will stop with me. Yes.
Thank you. This question may sound a little bit controversial, but it is a question I can't leave. You know, when you look at the MDA's PROs, a lot of them were brought on board by the LSY government to be spokesperson for government at the various MDAs. Will you continue to have them there, or you will also go to hire your own communication officers who will have to be or have in sync with your ideology? Thank you.
I think that I've worked in the Ministry of Information before, so I've worked closely with the ISD, and I know that they do recruitments over time. So there have been 4 changes in government. So at every time that we've had a government, recruitments have been made. I don't think that we can have a policy that says that merely because you were recruited by one government that was formed by a particular party, you should lose your job. What is going to happen is that as part of the restructuring, we will assess the strengths of all employees within that agency. To the extent that they are shortfalls, we will make efforts to bring them up to scratch. If there is a need to engage additional hands who bring in some exceptional expertise or capacity or capability, why not? The ultimate objective is to have an efficient system through which government communication run and government communications run. And for that matter, anybody who proves him or herself capable of undertaking that activity has nothing to fear. So we are not going to go on a wholesale dismissal of people based on political coloration. It will be purely based on merits and what one can do well. Yes.
Thank you. I wish you well, but one more thing.
All right.
You had MDOs, PROs, who, instead of doing the PRO for the companies or the agencies they're working for, were doing politics. Will you leave them to continue doing politics negatively at your...
Well, I'm not sure that those people were staff of the Information Service Department. There were people who were political appointees who were appointed. Many of them have left, or they know that they would have to live with a change in government. They are political appointees in the same way that ministers have had to pack bag and baggage. People who were political appointees at the presidency have left. They would also leave. But as for the staff of the Information Service Department, who are civil servants, they will remain. But what they do or where they go will depend on their capacity. That's why I said that an assessment will be made of their strengths to assess what they can, or where they can fit within the structure. If it is necessary to engage more hands, but in a manner that does not, as it were, take us back to square one and burden the public purse, we will do so. Yes.
Thank you. Honorable Shaibu, just quickly, you have the floor.
Comrade, congratulations.
Thank you very much.
You've answered all the questions beautifully. Just to let you know that you have a critical role to play at that position the president is putting you. You represent young people in this country. They look up to you. Your success will bring on more young people. Please don't disappoint the young guys and women in the country. I wish you all the best.
Thank you very much, my honorable colleague.
Sorry, thank you, Dan. Okay, I will conclude just by asking a quick question to the nominee. First of all, honorable nominee, Felix, my brother.
Thank you very much, my brother.
The question is, just want to clarify this for Ghanaians about your position as the Minister Designate for Government Communication and that of the Minister responsible for communication, digital technology, and innovation.
All right. I think it's an important question. Yes, I think there's a vast difference between the two. Even though there may appear to be similarities in the nomenclature, communications. The Communications Ministry essentially deals with regulating the broadcasting and technology space. They have agencies that perform functions that are completely different from what the Minister of State Government Communication does. My role is to ensure that the people of Ghana know what government is doing. The role of the Communications Minister is to manage the entire ecosystem through which communication and technology and what have you. So they deal with issues like broadcasting, they supervise the mobile network operators, they deal with internet service providers, and all such activities as may fall under their purview and as their enabling legislation requires them to do. But a spokesperson who tells the people of Ghana what the president is doing or what the president has not done, or someone who coordinates the way in which government's information is passed on to the people, does not regulate the space as the Ministry of Communications. So I've had opportunity to work in both ministries, so I know that there is a world of difference between the two, even though the nomenclature may sound confusing to those who may not have the benefits of having closely been associated with the two different ministries. Yes.
Thank you. So follow up. So you don't anticipate any overlaps?
I don't. I think that the people of Ghana are quite used to the term government communication. They know exactly what it means. For many years, I was a member of the government communication team. I was not working at the Ministry of Communications. My role, together with my colleagues in that setup, was simply to channel government's information to the people. So it is a matter of nomenclature, really, and I don't anticipate that there will be any confusion whatsoever. People know exactly what the two ministries represent. At some point, it was thought that the two ministries could be fused, but that comes with its own problems. There tends to be unnecessary focus on one part of the work as against the other. The president believes that now this whole idea of government communication should come under his outfit for greater efficiency to be achieved in terms of what the systems that are put in place can achieve for all of us. Yes.
Thank you, my brother. I have no doubt that you are the man for the job. I wish you well.
Thank you very much.
I will proceed now to basically welcome everyone behind you who have come to support you. And then I'll call out the names on the list that I have been given. I have here Nana Obokase Ampea, Apejahene Asebu traditional area. Nana Kweja Otodinson, the servant.
That's familiar territory for you.
Fisherman Mori, Nana Mowe, Nana Ohendom Kwekufo, Ochedom, yeah, Mpunteyene of Mori, Supi Anan, Bentu Supi, Mori, Nana Densehene, Akofu Abebio, Mori, and Nana Kwesi Eji, Otodudu Anan 14, Usana, one royal family, Amasma, Nana Kojo, Mr. Kojo, no, Nana yet, Mr. Kojo Apu, former constituency chairman of Abrase Bukwamankasi constituency, Dorcas Mensah, the constituency deputy women organizer, Isaac Nkatia, constituency deputy communications officer, Mr. Vincent Kumsi, again Abrase Bukwamankasi NDC constituency chairman, Honorable Neil Komi Adams, the central regional chairman of the NDC, and then
Secretary.
Professor Samuel Kweku Hayford, consultant to the Ministry of Education. Okakabin Akandoh.
He's a man of the Pan-Africanism traditional area.
So Omahini
of Pan-Africanism traditional area. No, Pan-Africanism.
Oh,
Pan-Africanism traditional area.
Pan-Africanism.
Yes.
Yeah. And then I have Madam Priscilla Ahen, former MC of Cape Coast. And then Madam Faustina Lamte, Regional Women's Organizer. You are all welcome. And thank you for coming to support my brother from my region.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. All right.
Mr. Nominee, you are discharged.
Thank you.
You will hear from the committee.
All right.
Members, please have a seat.
I crave your indulgence. There was a major omission. We have the Omahin of the Abra traditional area. Omintin Nana Otu, the 14th. He is also in our midst. He is actually the Omahin of the traditional area where I come from. So I crave your indulgence to acknowledge him.
Nana Mahin, we recognize you. Thank you very much for coming. Can we have the clerk to administer the oath for the next nominee, please? Oath, please.
Okay.
I,
Echo Pain, Orchard Edriamwa,
do in the name of the Almighty God swear.
Do in the name of Almighty God swear.
That the evidence I shall give before this committee.
That the evidence I shall give before this committee.
Touching the matter in issue.
Touching the matter in issue.
Shall be the truth.
Shall be the truth.
The whole truth.
The whole truth.
And nothing but the truth.
And nothing but the truth.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Honorable nominee, you are welcome. Please, can you take about 2 minutes to tell us about yourself, please? Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Chairman. Honorable Chairman, my name is Echo Pain Ochi Edriamwa. I was born in the year 1972. I completed my secondary school education in the year 1992. I went to Commander Training College, so I'm a teacher. After which I went to the University of Cape Coast to pursue a diploma in business studies. I later became a member of parliament for good people of Gumwa East from 2009 to 2017. I have a bachelor's degree in law and an MBA from Central University. Thank you, Honorable Chairman.
Well, thank you very much. You are welcome.
Thank you, Honorable Chairman.
Honorable Alasan Woman.
Thank you, Chairman. Honorable nominee, congratulations.
Thank you, Honorable Chairman.
Honorable nominee, I have a challenge with your region, which is closer to Accra. and we have an issue with land disputes and conflicts. How do you plan to end it or mitigate those challenges, like Kaswa coming to Accra?
Honorable Chairman, you agree with me that the regional minister may not have a direct role in helping people to litigate their individual and private land issue. In that vein, I'm unable to directly state what I can do to ensure litigation is stopped in that area.
Thank you. I thought, what about the population that has moved from Accra, Greater Accra, and amassing or in droves to your region vis-a-vis the taxes paid? How do you plan to rake in those money back to your region instead of them bringing it to Accra?
In terms of tax, Honorable Chairman, population moving from Accra to the central region is a blessing to us. And that I, as a coordinator of the MMDAs, will ensure that we improve upon our IGF and ensure that all those who are to pay taxes will have to do so, especially when we know the numbers that are supposed to pay taxes.
Thank you. I'm satisfied. I wish you well.
Thank you, Honorable Chairman.
Any further questions? Then I give the floor to the Vice.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Honorable Ekope, congratulations.
Thank you, Honorable Chairman.
This is Jaye Dufie.
I assume.
Welcome to the club of regional ministers.
Thank you, Honorable Chairman.
I wish you well. I know you will do well. But I just have just one question. As a regional minister, you are going to be in a region where you will have other institutions with their parent ministries. These institutions are some ministries, departments, and agencies with their parent, companies in Accra. Their budget is drawn from Accra because we have tried over the years to do this composite budget, which hasn't really worked well. So these ministries, you have a Ministry of Trade with its office in the region. You have other agencies also in the region, but they take their instructions and their budget from Accra. Many a times, contracts are given to them or executed in the region, and you will have no knowledge of it. Sometimes you will have to sign up the certificate to a project you haven't heard of or you don't know anything about it. As a regional minister, when you become the regional minister, not if, when you become the regional minister, how would you ensure that all the various projects that will be going on in the region, you have a full picture of it and have some level of control this project and be able to monitor them, because one of your jobs will be to monitor the projects that are being carried in your region. Please, how would you do that in making sure that you bring the whole thing together? Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Chairman. Honorable Chairman, if I'm giving the nod, first and foremost, I'll draw them closer. I'll go to the offices, know them, and know what they do. I'll make them part of the coordinating activities of the regional regional minister. There are cases where you behave like the head of the region, and so you do not care what happens around you. When that happens, then you lose control. But if you make them part of your administration, where you have consistent correspondence with them, definitely they will open up and you'll be aware. If you are the one who is going to sign that contract, then you should know where that contract is coming from. It doesn't mean you should manage it. Of course, by their setup, they may have the capacity to handle it. But once you are the regional minister, and if you are the one you should sign, ab initio, you should be part of that contract with every activity. And the best way to do that is to be with them from day one. Thank you.
Second question is to do with the low revenue levels in the districts that you'll be presiding over. And by that I mean the district assemblies, even the metropolitan one. So, as a regional minister, how would you help to ensure that the district assemblies' revenues are enhanced? Because there are property taxes that are not efficiently collected. There are market, levies that in some places nobody knows where it goes. How would you ensure that about 20 districts or so, if you put them all together in your region, enhance the tax revenue, which will give you the IGFs to be able to do some of the things you want to do in the region? You know the region is a very poor region and needs money to be able to do things. What comes from here? Central region is beautiful but poor. How would you ensure that, apart from the central government monies that you count, that basically goes into, goods and services, I'm talking about the common fund, that the IGFs that you get are sufficient enough to develop your various districts? Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Chairman. Honorable Chairman, you said that the central region is very poor. It may be poor, but not very poor. In fact, I'm not comfortable when I hear central region is poor. Maybe it's because we're unable to collect the taxes as you just said. But what I would do first and foremost is to educate the MMDAs. For now, many of them may be new entrants and that they will feel comfortable in their seat. I will ensure that you not become a district chief executive or metropolitan chief executive and be sitting in your seat. You'll be part of the tax collection. You should be part of education. We need to educate the people who are supposed to pay the tax. And we should find more flexible ways of collecting the taxes. And so it will not be like if we're going to collect a property tax, somebody sees us and run to the bush. It should be friendly. So I think that having been an MP before, and knowing very well that if we do not get common fund, nothing else goes on there, I will educate them. They did education. Those who pay the taxes in education and those who are supposed to collect the taxes in education. So introduce fresher ways of, getting the taxes.
Mr. Chairman, I'm from the region. For the last 8 years, you know what has happened in this country? The economy is not been good. The national cake is going to be small. So nobody will tell your story for you. Don't say you are rich, otherwise your cake will be smaller. I wish you the best. I know you will do well. You are a former MP, Gomo East. I served with you here in Parliament, and some of our colleagues here also know you. We know you will do well, and I wish you all the best. I'll proceed to welcome the guests behind you who are here to support you, and then we'll bring your proceedings to a close.
Thank you, Honorable Chairman. Honorable Chairman, may I use this opportunity to thank His Excellency President Mahama for giving me the opportunity to serve him, even at the time that the numbers of ministers have been reduced. I also want to thank Her Excellency Professor J. Nana Opoku-Agyeman, the Vice President of the Republic of Ghana, for giving me the opportunity. I want to also thank my good people of Central Region, and for that matter, the Regional Executive for being there for me. And I want to promise them that we will not disappoint ourselves. We are all going to work together. Thank you, Honorable Chairman.
I will proceed to read out the list I have here. Chairman has a question. So we'll take the chairman's question and then we'll bring proceedings to a close. Your proceedings.
Honorable member.
Honorable Chair.
There is so much apathy these days of non-state actor participation in local governance, particularly in the district assemblies and then the regional coordinating level. Given the nod, how would you encourage non-state actor participation in local governance?
Thank you, Honorable Chairman. I think the best thing, as I said, in the area of tax is to educate. Draw closer to them. Let them be part. Be friends to them. Because you cannot be assuming certain posture and expect to attract them. Go down. Let them feel part of your administration. And automatically you come on board. For instance, you want the Traditional Council to be part of you, you should be part of them first and foremost. And so we are going to ensure that our relationship with the various association institutions will be that cordial to ensure that even before we call them, they come for us to develop Central Region. Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Thank you very much. Are you aware of the abandoned projects in the Central Region, particularly the E-blocks? If you are aware, given the nod, what measures will you put in place to ensure completion of these projects?
Thank you, Honorable Chairman. The abandoned projects in Central Region are more than the E-blocks. We have a huge Commander sugar factory also abandoned, and that we are going to tackle all of them with light speed. First and foremost, by having an audit of uncompleted projects, bring them to the table, restructure, and see how best we can fine-tune them to suit the resetting agenda of His Excellency President John Mahama.
Honorable Minister Designate, what do you want the people of the Central Region to remember you for after your tenure of office as a minister responsible for the region?
Honorable Chair, thank you for this important question. Honorable Chair, I will want them to remember me for laying down a foundation in Central Region that will encourage the youth to be part of job creation and get more jobs for themselves, and so also open up the tourism sector in the Central Region. I'm saying this because the tourist attraction in Central Region is not indigent friendly, in the sense that even Ghanaians are unable to go to Central Region for tourist activities because hotels and other facilities are very expensive. And so if anybody wanted to go to Central Region for tourist activity, what they do is that they crash it. So the bus will leave in Accra and return 6 in the evening, meaning that they will have to go to several places at the same time. If the hotel facilities were cheap, at least they would have had it 3 days to have a meaningful tourism, encounter. And so I think that Ekwape also will be remembered for having laid a good foundation for the youth in terms of agriculture, in terms of tourism and fishing. And that would open up the region for its economic activity. So Central Region will not be said to be a poor region. For having laid a good foundation for the youth in terms of agriculture, in terms of tourism and fishing. And that would open up the region for its economic activity. So Central Region will not be said to be a poor region again.
Thank you very much, Honorable Ekwape. Congratulations.
Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Thank you very much, Chairman. I'm now going to go ahead and then read out the names I have on the list. Nana Kwesi Enin, the third, Jasehini of Bremen Jamra, Nana Apakranchi, the seventh, Chief of Ekumfi Abaka, Mr. Gabriel Newcomi Adams, the Central Regional Secretary, Honorable Priscilla Ahin, former MCE Cape Coast, Madam Faustina Lamte, the Central Regional Women Organizer, Mr. Vincent Kumsin, Constituency Chairman of the NDC for Abua Sebu Kwaman Kase, Nana Abotare Okwareba, Asebi Traditional Area, Sarah Anderson, the Women Organizer, NDC Ekumfi, Nana Asamoah, Vice Chairman, NDC Ekumfi, Eric Krenzel, Central Regional Alpha Project Coordinator, Janet Kwansa, Central Regional Deputy Women's Organizer, Thomas Kobner, Chairman, Asen South NDC, and Justina Kwansa, Deputy Communications Officer, Asen South for the NDC. Thank you very much for coming to support our regional